Audible Inc. presents Mitigation, written by Sean Schubert, narrated by Daniel May. Part 1. Prologue. The cold, unrelenting and worsening, forced them from their lonely trek into the cave. Without fire, the cave was equal parts dark and cold, though it provided some shelter from the remorseless winds. Anything was better than being out in the weather. Even their prehistoric brains knew that. Though largely still, the air in the cave remained bitterly cold. The walls and dirt floor boasted glistening patches of ice like jeweled adornments. The trio hunkered down under a large animal skin to warm themselves. Absently, they lifted pinches of frozen earth from beneath them and stuffed it clumsily into their mouths. The ice, the water, anyway, they needed, and the dirt went into their empty bellies, attempting in vain to fill the greedy and protesting void. It had been days since they had eaten, so he parted company with his two huddled companions in search of anything he could find. If he could happen upon a sleeping animal, perhaps he could plunge his crude spear into the beast. With one aggressive stroke, he could have a warm coat and food. They would be saved, and then he would mate with the female. He had tried before, but she was with the other male, which only led to challenges and fighting and painful bruises. If he were to bring back food, she would certainly present herself to him. Her strong scent was maddening to him, and watching the other male take her time and time again didn't help matters. The darkness was an enveloping mouth closing in behind him and snuffing out the dim light. His large, hairy hands groped in front of him like a curious cat's whiskers, seeking changes in the air and the encroaching walls to either side of him. Until his eyes could adjust, his hands would lead him. The path grew more and more narrow, like he was walking down the narrowing throat of a predator. Thankfully, both the walls and ceiling had been eroded to largely smooth surfaces after centuries of water and air movement through the tunnel. He soon found himself standing at the threshold of a larger cavern. Suddenly, the air became warm and moist. The echo of his labored breathing changed as well, wandering into the higher corners and ceiling only to bounce back to him. He took 2 steps into the cavern and stopped suddenly, instinctively lowering his already stooped posture into a much tighter and defensive stance. A pungent odor, a tantalizing and threatening blend of life and death, growth and rot, tickled his nose and set his senses on alert. It was a den. Instead of opportunity, he felt alarm. He should not be there. Blind and terrified, he started to back out of the cavern, painfully aware of every echoing sound he made. Leaping silently from the darkness, the faceless beast latched onto his shoulder just below his neck. His tough, weather-beaten skin with its thick coat of dark hair was torn by the beast's ruthless, gnashing teeth. The beast reeked with a foulness he'd never encountered. The pain, anguishing and sudden, was completely unexpected. His senses, feral and unrefined, were overwhelmed. He tried to throw his attacker off, but its teeth were too deep and its jaw too strong. His flight response forcefully aborted. Primal fear elbowed its noisy self to the forefront and demanded attention. His scream, so seemingly distant and foreign to him, echoed in the dark while the pain reverberated through his chest. Once again, instinct guided his response. His left arm was useless, tightly clutched in the beast's ruthless maw, but his right arm was free and eager to fight for his survival. With one forceful jab, the heavy wooden spear, nothing more than a strong rock-sharpened stick, penetrated both darkness and the beast. His attacker, which looked like nothing more than jagged teeth and darkness, spilled its life-blood in a sticky, warm surge, covering his hand and arm. The grinding jaws, holding tight to his violated flesh, released him and retreated into the gloom. Not waiting even a second, he spun around and stumbled his way back to his companions. His entire left flank was painted red with his blood, as were the cave walls he had used to steady himself along the way. The blood loss was starting to take a toll on his senses. He felt like he was walking through a fog that wrapped itself tightly around his head, restricting his vision and his hearing. And yet, the open wounds that had been splashed with the more viscous fluid of the creature felt different. It felt as if they bubbled and burned, but it wasn't necessarily raw pain like he felt from the other gashes in his flesh. The tissue was changing rapidly. He was doing little more than staggering and struggling for breath when he re-emerged from the cave's depths. Despite the absence of light, the other two could sense both his wounds and his fading life. He reeked of death, salty and rotten. With a series of primal grunts and gestures, he communicated that danger lurked deeper in the cave, and that they should leave at once. Looking out at the howling winds and blistering snow, they knew they had to at least wait for the darkness to pass and the light to return. Empty-handed and now bloodied, his hope to mate with the female faded, and, strangely, so did his desire. The burning and the pain could not be ignored despite his best efforts. He wanted to surrender to his anguish and wail, but he stubbornly resisted any sign of weakness. All he could think to do was rest. Maybe the pain would diminish if he slept. As his blood continued to seep and flow mercilessly, his energy and his consciousness began to fade so that sleep could not be eluded. Sometime shortly before dawn, his breathing shallowed out to nothing and his heart stopped. This would have been the end for him, except that his brain, primitive as it was, continued to function. Some new organism introduced through the bite wound on his shoulder had invaded his brain, changing its chemistry. His frontal lobe, the part of the brain that controlled reasoning, however limited it may have been for him, stopped working, but other segments continued to fire off electrical currents to nerve endings controlling muscles. The limbic system, the center of his emotions, flared violently with current until every synapse for every emotion was silent and dead. Every emotion, that is, except for rage, which found all the unspent energy for every other feeling funneled into it. His temperature, thirst, and fatigue, all answering to the hypothalamus, found themselves things of the past, but his hunger, also a hypothalamic function, surged to insatiable levels. It was the hunger and rage that roused him. When he opened his eyes that following morning, the world had changed for him. His eyes saw everything only in hints of red, and his former companions nearly glowed, as if on fire. The nagging hunger in his stomach from the night before had multiplied to an overpowering driving force, compelling him to seek out the only meal to be found. And they were right there in the cave with him. He rose from beneath his thick animal hide covering and fell upon his still sleeping companions. He grabbed the female first, her scent once so sexually arousing, now only calling to his suffering, hungry brain. He bit the back of her neck, tearing away chewy bits of hairy flesh. His teeth fell again and again, rending tissue from her as she screamed and struggled beneath him. He didn't pause to even chew as he swallowed the warm chunks into his belly. Soon the whitish bones of her neck were peeking up through the swelling red morass. His face was streaked with warm crimson blood and dangling bits of skin and tissue. His biting was sometimes too aggressive to allow his chewing to keep pace, resulting in pulpy morsels of flesh falling from his mouth in awful and partially chewed wads. His male companion rolled away and found a spear. The larger male came at him screaming and threatening as any frightened and threatened animal would. Still feeding on the struggling but weakening female, his infected brain told him that the victim was too weak to escape, and that he should now attack this other prey before it escaped. He stood just in time for the spear to be thrust into his chest. He felt nothing, the wound having no effect on him or his own attack. He leapt forward, spear and all, and grabbed the other male by his shoulders. They wrestled one another to the floor of the cave. Though the other male was bigger than him, the infection, which limited and focused his energy and his strength by shutting off certain functions of his body, poured unused resources into his arms and his legs, infusing him with unlimited stamina and unequaled power. The hunger drove his attack, which surprised and unsettled his victim all the more. He bit down onto cheek, then cheekbone, and finally onto an eye. The soft, wet tissue surrendered itself to his bite with a delicious, sucking ooze of salty fluid. When his victim tried to bite him back, he simply used that opportunity to instead chew off the other man's lower lip and tongue. The battle was vicious, bloody, and horribly one-sided. Despite the spear and his superior size, the other man could not compete with the infection. The feasting on the two corpses didn't last much longer than the fighting had. No matter how much he ate, he never seemed able to quench the hunger. The bodies had been picked clean to the bone, and still he needed more. His hunger took him back into the cold, where he wandered aimlessly for countless days, seeking sustenance. His skin, whipped gruesomely by the wind, began to crack and peel. He lost toes and tips of finger as they froze and simply fell off. His hair continued to grow, though it also began to fall from his body in clumps. His eyes, too, eventually froze and burst from their sockets, but he didn't need eyes when he had the hunger to propel him forward. With his muscles deteriorating and his limbs failing, he walked until his legs could no longer move. He didn't fall, though. He simply stopped walking. He was a living statue, standing still as snow and ice slowly but steadily tightened their grip around him. The frigid elements of the advancing ice age devoured him much the way he had devoured his companions. He was wrapped in ice, locked in its seemingly eternal white embrace. And within the cold stillness of his unforgiving prison, the hunger persisted. His flesh, though mostly preserved by its icy confines, continued to rot and decay, and his senses faded into an oblivion of white. Still, when the rest of the world had withered into a gray malaise, the hunger called to him, nagging, festering, torturing. Centuries later, on a planet that was gradually warming, his frosty tomb slowly began to release its grip. It started with cracks and pops in the ice, running through the glacier like seismic jolts along tectonic plates. Fissures filled with running water and long-absent scents and tastes from a forgotten world. The process took centuries, but still he and the infection waited. Partially exposed, he had forgotten how to move despite the freedom to do so again. Thousands of years embedded in the glacial grip had taken its toll on his body, most of which was bone, with only the barest of tissue remaining. His eyes had long ago rotted in their sockets, but he found his olfactory and auditory senses still served him. Then one day, a familiar aroma roused him. Prey. It was close and coming closer. It was right on top of him, just below his nose and, more importantly, his mouth. The infection, never dormant but always waiting, sparked long, quiet nerves back to life which found willing, if seriously atrophied muscles, starting to once again respond. At first his body resisted his efforts to move, having been motionless for an age. However, the infection wouldn't be denied. Starting with a single tick, which split the resistant tissue at the corners of his mouth, his lifeless face reanimated. The hunger, sensing its quarry so close, directed his nearly toothless mouth forward until it landed on something warm. something that awakened in him the awful rage that had awaited this moment for tens of thousands of years. His first bite came down on something foreign, not flesh and not animal hide, but something different. His second blind but determined attempt found its mark. One of his few jagged teeth sank itself into something soft and fleshy. It tasted of youth, so sweet and fatty. But a taste was all that he was granted. There was screaming, and then there was quiet. That quiet lasted a bit, but to him time no longer had any meaning. Once, long ago, before the infection and its eternal night, he had measured time by the coming and going of the light of day. During his multi-millennial torment in the glacier, when time was not measured but was instead endured, there was no sleep and no rest. There was always the hunger, and now that hunger, teased maliciously by the single morsel, was rippling electrically through his still partially ice-encased torso. His convulsing, a near constant tremor through the ice delivered exactly what the infection craved: freedom. As the ice separated in front of him, he fell forward awkwardly. Behind him, the bottom third or more of both of his legs were still embedded in the receding glacier, the rotten gray stumps protruding ever so slightly higher than the ice that still held them in place. His dismemberment caused not the slightest pain or distress. Legs or no, the hunger called to him, and he was powerless against its beckoning. Using his arms to pull himself along the stream bank, he slithered and crawled toward the faint but undeniable scent of prey. He grunted and moaned slightly as he moved, the temptation of the kill exciting him. Some time later the air changed slightly, his senses recognizing the shift as the approach of food. It was coming to him. And all at once, there was a roar such that he'd never heard, and then his body was rocked with a violent impact. There was another violent noise, this one more organic, alive. A voice. His kill. His meal. Another barking clap of sound, and another punching pressure against and through his back and then his chest. Laboriously, he rolled onto his back so that he was facing from a sitting position whatever was behind him. Sensing that it was his prey, he reached blindly toward the sound as it echoed again. His hand disintegrated painlessly. He was aware that it was gone, but it was of no consequence. The loss of the limb was less important than feeding the hunger. Had he known that he was being pelted with bullets, it likely wouldn't have mattered. He reached out with his obliterated stump and absorbed 2 more of the blasts in his upper chest. His bones splintered, and more of his already inadequate flesh holding his frame together disappeared in a hail of buckshot. Soon there wouldn't be enough of him to continue to move. The anguish and the hunger, however, would never quit. So he turned himself around and, with his one good hand, belly-crawled the other direction after his now retreating prey, who smelled like the other one tasted. Part 2. 2. Leached of color and life, the gray sky seemed a fitting companion for Dr. Caldwell. He leaned back in the white plastic chair, fear and pain coupling themselves with the infection in his veins. As soon as his friends had dropped out of sight, he began to doubt his resolve and his decision to separate himself from the ragged group of survivors that he had come to think of as family over the past few months. A ripple of pain from the bite wound on his hand sent another jolt seemingly through every nerve in his body at once. He held his breath and closed his eyes, hoping to hold onto the moment for just a few seconds more. He could feel his body's chemistry begin to change. His thirst was unquenchable, and yet every time he cracked his mouth, a sea of saliva spilled from its corners and onto his chin. He'd stopped wiping away the excess quite a while ago. There was no one left to impress, and he could care less, so he left it to dangle in lazy strands from his chin. The surge of pain subsided, though it never actually stopped. Just like the ebb and flow of a river, sometimes a torrent and sometimes a trickle, the burning ache was always there. Realizing his eyes were closed, he jerked forward, opening them in fear that his life would end in total darkness. How long had he been sitting there alone? He had no way of knowing. Was there any real value in time at the end of the world? Yet time was what he wanted. A few more hours, a few more days, a few more weeks. He wanted whatever he could get, but he wasn't likely to get any of it. He couldn't feel his feet or his legs anymore. The pins and needles sensation had long since faded, leaving his lower limbs cold and lifeless. Had he wanted to chase after his friends who had left him at his own urging, he couldn't. He'd chosen his lonely fate, and now he regretted it. Dr. Caldwell was sitting in the desolate parking lot of a ruined convenience store along an abandoned stretch of the Seward Highway, which led south out of Anchorage, Alaska. The destruction, so complete, suggested that perhaps a tornado had ravaged the little highway pit stop. A large semi-trailer was on its side behind the devastated station building, and its contents, like its entrails, were spilled across the pavement. There were cars, too, most with doors open and some scorched and melted from long extinguished flames. There didn't seem to be anything left. His world had unraveled, leaving in its wake only hopelessness and fear, and a very big mess. He looked down at the swollen tissue on his hand. The skin around the still seeping wound was festering with infection, changing color and texture with each passing minute. His arm, too, with its hardening and darkening veins, was starting to show signs of the mysterious malady's spread. What was it that had taken so many lives and ended the civilization to which they had all grown so accustomed? How many weeks had it been since that little boy was brought into the Providence Hospital emergency room by his terrified parents? His name was Martin, and he had a similar bite on his hand, though the child's wound was seemingly far less threatening. Not much more than a scratch, really. His parents told the hospital staff that he'd been bitten by something in the woods. They insisted that it was some kind of rabid animal, but the children who had been with little Martin reported that it had been something else. Martin's sister, Jules, said that it was a caveman who'd bitten the boy. No one listened. They were all too busy fighting a losing battle to the mysterious infection. Try as they might, the doctors and nurses were helpless in fighting the aggressive illness. After a brief battle, the boy was declared dead. If that had been all, then the boy's tragic death would have been filed with eminent epidemiologists and studied. That wasn't all, though. Death wasn't the end for little Martin. He arose from his death slumber as a maniacal predator, killing and maiming all those around him. And those who fell due to his attacks rose as well, adding to the bedlam. The uncontrolled chaos spread throughout Providence and then across Anchorage. With each new victim there arose a new monster. In a matter of hours, the chaos had reached every corner of Anchorage and rendered the city a wasteland. Safe refuge was sought by those fortunate few who had not fallen victim to the undead plague in its opening stages. While legions of the walking dead roamed the otherwise deserted city streets, the terrified and confused survivors had hidden, hoped, and waited. Dr. Caldwell had been amongst a group of souls brought together out of necessity. Partially by design and partially out of luck, they had managed to stay one step ahead of the undead curse. By default, as much as anything else, a younger man named Neil had assumed the mantle of leadership for their group. And for that, Dr. Caldwell was both thankful and perhaps a little resentful. Dr. Caldwell was older and more experienced than Neil, but the circumstances under which they had become a clan of sorts were well outside his realm of expertise. Dr. Caldwell was, as his title suggested, a man of science, of hard practicality rooted in scientific principles. When he witnessed the dead reanimating in a homicidal rage, and start to perform atrocities that defied imagination, the foundations on which he had based his many years were shaken to the core. The world was no longer the predictable, consistent place that it had once been. And while everyone else, Dr. Caldwell included, had nothing but doubts and fears, Neil seemed to have answers and ideas. The rest of their group were as different from one another as the day was long. There was Jerry, who had been a nurse's aide at Providence, and the two children, Jules and Danny, whom he had rescued and had been protecting ever since. Jules and Danny were placed in Jerry's care at Providence Hospital at the outset of the calamity. It had been Jules's brother and Danny's best friend, Martin, with whom the undead Holocaust had originated. Their Alaskan family vacation became a living nightmare without end. The three women in the group were Emma, Megan, and Claire. Emma had been an administrative employee at Providence and had been with Dr. Caldwell since their terrifying flight from the hospital. Over the months, Dr. Caldwell and Emma developed a relationship that had always flirted with romance but never went so far as to be romantic. Dr. Caldwell, out of a sense of fidelity to his likely dead wife, never allowed any sort of physical intimacy to arise between them, a fact he presently regretted. Megan was with Neil, Jerry, and a small group of survivors hiding out in a bunkered suburban home in South Anchorage. She was as strong as she was beautiful. She was pragmatic and thoughtful, typically listening more than speaking. She was young, but she didn't allow that to handicap her in any way. She was also perpetually at Neil's side, both physically and during discussions, supporting his ideas and strategies to keep them all safe. Claire was younger still and acted like it. She had been a college student without any real direction, and not much had changed. She was far from intellectually challenged, but her impetuous youth oftentimes led her to speak without having heard all of a story. More and more, she and Jerry had become an inseparable pair, their mutual twitterpation encouraging smiles on everyone around them. These souls and a few others who had come and gone became his family of the apocalypse. He loved them all, and at present he wished that he had their company again. In the short while since they'd left him, he was already missing them as if he hadn't seen them in a lifetime. 3. Through the disorientation of his delirium, Dr. Caldwell detected a distinct sound standing out from all else around. At first, he doubted his own senses. He could have sworn that it was the sound of an automobile's engine. It resembled the lower choke of a small diesel engine, a European car perhaps. Gradually, the decidedly mechanical hum's volume grew enough for him to suspect that it was indeed a car approaching him. Was it a hallucination? Could this be the buzzing that the younger members of the party were able to hear whenever the undead were near? If it was the horde of zombies, or Zeeks as they decided to call them, he only hoped that he would be dead before they reached him. Dying was bad enough. He didn't need to be dismembered and devoured in the process. And then he wondered if he would be on the menu at all. Would his infected flesh not attract the undead's attention? It likely wouldn't matter anyway. He'd probably succumb before then. An immense sadness followed his last thought. He thought of his wife, Val, who had died just as alone as he was destined to do. When his thoughts turned to his children, Laura and Jacob, both hopefully safe in the lower 48 states, he felt regret and concern. He couldn't begin to guess what fates awaited them and everyone else everywhere. What would become of all of them and the world in which they lived? Would they be able to outlast this tragedy? And finally he thought about another woman with whom he'd fallen in love. Emma's face was burned indelibly into his memory. He was concerned for her future as well. He wanted her and everyone else in their family of survivors to continue to see tomorrows for as long as they were able. He dreaded the possibility that, assuming he did reanimate as a monster, he would hunt them. He had neither the strength nor the coordination to run, so whatever was coming would catch him. There was no denying that. He looked around quickly, trying to find anywhere that he might hide. The simple notion of looking about was enough to invite more dizziness and nausea. He closed his eyes and found himself doing something that hadn't crossed his mind in years. He prayed. He solicited the Lord Almighty's help in his time of need. He didn't pray for salvation or for deliverance. No, he prayed for a quick death. He prayed that he would be spared the violent end that so many others had endured, including his wife. He prayed that perhaps he would draw his final breath before the cold, gray claws of the undead could lay themselves upon his flesh. And when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see a small car heading south down the Seward Highway. He squinted his eyes against the fading light of the day, inviting his headache to further tighten its hold on his senses. Despite the distance and the discomfort, Dr. Caldwell was able to see that it was a small black sedan. The little car moved along at a good pace, ignoring the posted warning signs declaring that section of highway had been designated a safety corridor. Patrolling state troopers would likely have taken exception to the utter disregard for the signs or the laws, if, of course, there were still state troopers around to enforce such rules. He thought for a moment that he recognized the little black car. Perhaps it was just an illusion created by the unfortunate cooperation between the infection killing him and the emerging evening light. As it neared him, however, he was convinced that he did know that car. It looked like a black Volkswagen Passat, and if it was that car, he already knew who was at the wheel. For the first time since his friends had left him, he regretted not having a gun. Several weeks before, when the calamity that had laid low Anchorage and its population was still in its early stages, they had run across another survivor. Her name was Maggie. On the surface, she appeared to be an eccentric but relatively harmless older woman. With a trunk full of Bibles and not a single weapon with which to defend herself, she seemed the least threatening person in the city. That assumption had cost them dearly. Although they were never able to determine for certain, they all suspected that she was a sociopath bent on helping people toward holy salvation by turning them into hot meals for the undead. She recited the Lord's words from the Bible, but tended to share only those words about vengeance and redemption through death. They should have been more on their guard with her, but who would have guessed that someone with a car full of Bibles could be so sick? Nevertheless, sick she definitely was. She hadn't actually led them to their deaths at the hands of the walking dead, but she had tried. When they ran across Maggie and her little black car, they had the advantage of traveling in the comfort and relative safety of a minivan. They could keep on the go and haul around with them more supplies than they would have been able to carry otherwise. It was their deluxe life raft in the flood, and she took all of that away from them with a single malicious stroke. Maggie had sabotaged the van's engine in the middle of the night and then fled, but not before she took most of their stores of food. She also propped open the doors of their temporary sanctuary and all but invited in any zombies who might have happened by them. She rang the proverbial dinner bell and then left. Dr. Caldwell suspected that she was likely just searching the area for some of the abominations to lead back to them, but he couldn't be certain. Luckily, it didn't come to that. As a result of her rendering their transportation useless, she forced them back onto their feet, making their search for safety both longer and more dangerous. Several people were lost due to those circumstances, Dr. Caldwell himself merely being the most recent. Despite the fog of his infection, he struggled to think of any options. Perhaps he could throw something in the road or force her to crash somehow. Looking around, though, he couldn't find anything that he would be able to lift and throw that could possibly bring such a wish to fruition. His focus on the task helped him to find a little clarity in his thoughts and a small reserve of strength in his limbs. She was getting closer. and still nothing presented itself to him. Desperate, he did the only thing he could. 4. Behind the wheel of the black Passat, Maggie was humming a hymn to herself and enjoying the relatively clear weather. The rain had stopped and the road was open. It had been a good several days, and the Lord was smiling on her. After leaving those blaspheming fools stranded and hopeless with their damaged minivan, she'd wandered Anchorage for more than a week without seeing any other souls to save. She was beginning to think that her work was done. Maybe all of God's children had been delivered to his kingdom. She wasn't quite sure what her next step should be. Was she to give herself over to the Lord's instrument of salvation so that she too could be delivered? And then, in East Anchorage, she found a thriving community of survivors who had found refuge in a Costco. The giant store's walls were strong with a very few windows, and its shelves and storeroom were filled to overflowing with foodstuffs and other necessities. The conditions couldn't be more ideal for a long wait. Many of those survivors had started that first morning of the catastrophe at the Bear Valley Fire Station in South Anchorage. With no hope of help arriving any time soon, those willing had loaded onto one of the large fire engines and tried to make their escape. Before too long, it became apparent that their diesel-powered Ark would not be able to get them through the snarling tangles of traffic on Anchorage's roads. They decided instead to find another refuge and settled on the East Anchorage Costco by virtue of the fact that they were close to it. And it promised both supplies and safety, maybe enough of both to help them subsist until help did finally arrive. Since that time, they had been joined by families lucky enough or smart enough to happen upon their haven. All had been welcomed to share in their bounty and their security. There were dozens of people there who were eager to hear God's words. Maggie was more than willing to share his message and her own testimony. They welcomed her work and his words with open arms and willing hearts. It was more than she could ask, and decidedly more than she had expected. She lived with them for several days, enjoying company but always waiting for her opportunity to perform her true work. Her purpose was clear in her mind, and free from her thoughts was any sense of guilt or doubt. She was, after all, performing his work. How could doing such great things create either guilt or doubt for her or anyone else, for that matter? Early one morning, Maggie awoke to hear his voice instructing her. He told her that it was time, and that he would show her the way. She found, with his guidance, an unattended emergency exit. She knew what she had to do. On foot, she ventured into the adjoining neighborhoods and found what she sought. They may have been his instrument, but that made them no less frightening. There was a large group of ashen-colored devils near a school nestled back in the neighborhood. It was as if he had gathered them there for her. There wasn't much enticement needed. All that was required was for them to see her, and they were immediately fast on her heels, shuffling hungrily after her. She moved just fast enough to stay ahead of them, but not so fast as to lose them. Their festering ranks swelled steadily as more and more of them joined the horrible procession. She led them back to the same Costco exit that she'd left propped slightly open. Following the scent of prey, they piled through the door to pounce on the unsuspecting families still rising for the day. The chaos that followed was horrible and redeeming. Men, women, and children, largely defenseless and totally unprepared, were ruthlessly butchered. The Costco floor became a torrential sea of red. There was nowhere to run for any of them. Their walls, once protecting them, had been used to trap and ultimately doom them all. Maggie once again managed to get herself out and back on the road to continue to perform the Lord's bidding. There had been a handful more people here and there, smaller groups mostly, who had been delivered as well. With each new victory, she felt reinvigorated and inspired and ready to do more of the same. These were truly wonderful days and could never have come to pass without his intervention. She thanked him for the wonderful opportunity with each waking day. It had been days since she had seen anyone, though, so she suspected perhaps all of Anchorage's souls had been harvested. With her car's fuel tank full of pilfered gasoline, she decided that it was high time to move to more fertile grounds. She was unable to get out of Anchorage on the northbound Glen Highway, so she decided to try her luck heading south. Once again, the Lord showed her the way. She found her way onto the southbound Seward Highway and decided that was the path for her to follow. The unknown was again before her, but her faith in God carried her forward. There she was, heading south with nothing but possibilities and opportunities in her thoughts. So wrapped up in her thoughts was she that she didn't see the man crawling into the road ahead of her. 5. Dr. Caldwell was more or less spent when he finally was able to get himself out of the parking lot and into the road. His legs were of little use to him, so he pulled himself along the abrasive pavement with his hands and sheer will, looking like a 6-foot serpent. His fading, opaque skin glistened with the deluge of sweat that poured from his forehead down to his chin. The salty fluid dampened his hair, his neck, and his clothing. He could feel it course down his chest and his back in torrents. It appeared as if he was crawling through a fog, as his deep, exhaled breaths gathered in front of him. Every muscle in his body that continued to respond to his requests was struggling to propel him forward. It would all be worth it, though, if he could. Now that he was in the road, he wasn't certain what his next move should be. He doubted his ability to get himself there, so he hadn't entirely fleshed out his next steps. He figured that he would likely collapse before ever arriving. With the black car barreling down on him, he thought it only fitting to fight fire with fire. He got himself into the middle of the road, steadied himself on his numb haunches, folded his hands in front of his face, and continued the prayers that he had already started. His prayers were for peace for his wife and safety for his children. In those last seconds, he asked God to grant sanctuary and life for his friends, who were even then fleeing south on the highway. He raised his head and opened his eyes in time to see the black car only a handful of car lengths away from him, and he asked God for one more small favor: justice. 6. Maggie didn't see the praying figure until it was almost too late. Her screams in tune with those of her protesting tires, she jerked her steering wheel hard as she pressed her brake pedal to the floor. The little black car tried to maintain its composure, but it was not to be. The car lurched right and then left before pitching itself into a glass-shattering roll. Bits of plastic, chunks of metal, and shards of glass all took to flight in a swirling storm of destruction. The Passat came to a gradual rest beneath a settling cloud of smoke and dust, its final living gasp escaping in the form of a series of metallic clanks as its motor died. And, much like the car, Dr. Caldwell, too, was no longer breathing. He was lying face down in the road, his hands still clutched in prayer in front of him. With his forehead pressed into the pavement, the doctor's corpse remained motionless for several moments. Though his breathing had ceased, there was still activity in his brain. Confused neural synapses and cerebral tissue continued to send rudimentary signals, slightly altering functions and delivering new instructions. With a couple of twitches, his body accepted its new chemistry and began to reawaken some of his dead flesh and nerves. When his eyes reopened, any kindness or understanding of the former man were replaced with confusion and anger and hunger. The doctor remained there on his knees for a handful of seconds, not certain what this new life held in store for him. He flexed his fingers and clawed at the pavement, shredding most of his fingernails. A faint voice roused him from somewhere behind him. The words no longer held any meaning for him, but the sounds themselves communicated one thing to him, which led to the single thought, the single impulse that his preternatural mind could formulate. Pray. With the agility and urgency of a predatory cat, he leapt to his feet. He listened again and heard the voice once more. A short distance away sat a black object, ticking and popping and wreathed in a swirl of slowly rising smoke. He looked at the object and waited until he heard the voice again. It was faint and a little desperate, but was definitely coming from the black, smoky object. Excitement, like electricity through a wire, filled his veins and charged his actions. He ran to the black object and looked in through a large opening which once held a windshield. Maggie, still dazed from the accident, looked up and saw the doctor standing there. His wound, largely superficial and out of sight, did not immediately betray the transformation. She recognized him and forced an awkward smile, not sure if he still harbored any ill will toward her. As he approached, and she could see more clearly his eyes, she realized her mistake. There was, however, neither time nor hope for her to react. He dived across her hood and slid in through the opening where the windshield had once been. With his jaw snapping shut as hard and as fast as a machine, he lunged at her again and again, trying to find purchase. She tried unsuccessfully to fend him off with her hands, but he brushed aside her flailing arms and brought his gaping maw to her neck and ear. As he sunk his teeth into her hanging lobe, Maggie stopped struggling for the briefest of moments, her terror trading places with her utter disbelief and shock. The creature ground his teeth together over her flesh like a pair of jagged saws until he withdrew, her outer ear in his mouth. He chewed the tough cartilage and skin like the appetizer that it was. There was much more to be eaten, and eat he would. Shaken from her momentary disbelief-laden stupor, Maggie tried to fight back. She pushed him away with one hand and pulled at the stuck seatbelt latch with the other. The belt refused to release her from her restraints. Unable to extricate herself from her seat, and her ability to fight back ebbing with her blood as it flowed down her neck, she was forced to sit and watch him swallow chunks of her flesh from her face and neck as he set about satiating his hunger. When she brought her hands back up to push him away, he merely bit off fingers and devoured them instead. Her death came slowly and painfully, and her screams were heard by no one. 7. Shortly after parting ways with Dr. Caldwell, the sun decided to call it a day, making room for the burnt hues of evening. Neil Jordan, through his exhaustion and internal anguish, still forced enough emotion to be amazed by the brevity and beauty of Alaska's autumn. The golds and reds of the season, like spilled paint, splashed onto the trees in mellow autumnal smiles. There was no smile for Neil, though. He wasn't certain that he would ever find it in himself to ever smile again. He tried to remind himself that the melodrama would not please Dr. Caldwell, but he couldn't help his pain. When Dr. Caldwell, who had been bitten, demanded that Neil lead away their small clan of survivors, he obeyed. He did so without ever thinking, or, more importantly and perhaps more tragically, without feeling. The acute ache, starting in his chest and then spreading like a miserable disease to his extremities and back again, was a powerful force of self-doubt and loathing. But it didn't rear its poisonous head until it was too late. He didn't doubt the logic of leaving the doctor to his unavoidable fate, but turning their backs on him and leaving him to face it alone seemed a cruel measure. It didn't matter that he'd asked them to do exactly that. Dr. Caldwell was as much a brother to Neil as anyone in the world, including his actual brother living in Middle America somewhere. Neil felt nothing but guilt and a profound sense of loss, though his faculties were not functioning well enough for him to be able to frame such a rational thought. The cold burn in his chest would not allow it, and he was forced to remember what he wanted to forget. He regretted their stoic departure. He regretted not having said so many things to his friend. Maybe that was just how it was with loss. He'd never really lost anyone that close to him, and was not prepared for the emotional ice pick lodged to the handle in his chest. It had only been a few months, not even a season, since they had all come together as desperate survivors. Their experiences bonded them to each other as tight or tighter than the prototypical nuclear family. Neil had come to depend upon the good doctor's steadfast rationality and strength, maybe more than anyone else in the group. There wasn't a single decision or action taken that the doctor had not in some way helped to shape. Whenever Neil faltered, Dr. Caldwell was always willing to hold the reins until Neil regained his direction. Neil thought back on his last conversation with Dr. Caldwell and the days leading up to their parting. They'd been fighting for their lives for so long and seeing all hope slowly slip further and further from view. If it wasn't for the doctor, Neil doubted if they would have ever made it as far as they had. He, as much as anyone, was responsible for keeping them all going. He didn't deserve the end that he surely faced. No one did. But especially Dr. Caldwell. He was a good man, something of a dying breed. Neil hoped that the doctor's final moments were at least peaceful. Neil wasn't the only one suffering. They all were. But Emma, she was in a completely different dimension of pain from everyone else. When she finally allowed herself to be pulled away from Dr. Caldwell, she felt a spark of light, tiny and struggling in the deepest recesses of her being, snuffed out and sent away. That beacon's demise didn't prevent the sobbing or the explosion of pain and loss from grabbing hold of her chest and squeezing with its chill, heartless grip. But she quickly realized that she would likely not allow herself to love again. She doubted she would be able to survive a loss like that again. She couldn't and wouldn't allow the possibility of that kind of pain ever again. When she looked at Megan and Neil, she felt a slight resentment for their happiness, but she also felt a rising foreboding for them as well. Both emotions were newly emerging and somewhat surprising to her, although when she thought about it, neither was that much of a surprise. She didn't wish her suffering on anyone else. It was unrequited love at its worst. She also suspected that, had her relationship with the doctor become as deep or as manifest as theirs, she would likely be more than just upset. She'd refused to get close to anyone since her last breakup, which was more than a few years ago. Her present sorrow was proof enough for her that her decision so long ago was well-founded. Romance just wasn't worth the potential devastation of heartache. Normally chatty and eager during camp preparations for the night, Emma was, instead, the proverbial bump on the log. Most of the necessary tasks fell to Claire, Jerry, and Megan. Even Jules and Danny helped dig the fire pit and gather kindling. She, like Neil, was too deep in mourning to be of much use doing anything. If the thought had surfaced, they both would have expressed their gratitude to the others for their care and their efforts. As it was, though, grief temporarily consumed their thoughts and limited their actions. It seemed that every action, every thought, every breath was brimming with sorrow. The fire brought them neither warmth nor comfort. Had it been allowed to be anything more than embers, Neil doubted it would have made any difference. 8. As slow and reluctant as dawn was in rising, Neil still barely registered it. The transition from dark to light was barely noticed. His soul wallowing in a toxic mix of self-pity and self-loathing, Neil felt, Well, that was the problem, really. Neil wasn't certain what he felt, if anything. He was, however, sure that he'd never felt its equal. Megan's sudden presence at his side raised his spirits slightly. He tilted his head and rested it on her shoulder. "You ever lose anyone close to you?" The question caught her more than a little off guard, as it was the first thing he said to her. She knew what he wanted, but also knew that she couldn't give it to him. She said, "Neil, honey, of course I have. Most recently I lost my fiancé. Remember?" She lifted his head and turned to face him. Quiet tears escaped from the corners of her eyes, so she hugged him and said in a whisper, "Neil, I can tell you 1,000 times that it wasn't your fault. I can tell you 100 times that doing what we did was the right thing. But not a bit of any of that would matter if you're not telling yourself the same thing. I'm not a priest, not that I could have been one anyway. I can't offer you absolution, and even if I was, I'd tell you the same thing. You've got to work through this. All of what you're feeling is natural. What is important is that you understand that what's done is done. You can't go back and change what's happened. And for the record, what you did was right. Once again, you made the right call, and as a result, we're still moving." Dr. Caldwell knew that too, and that's why he sent us away. There was really nothing more that we could have done. The quicker you accept that, the quicker you'll be able to do what you've been doing, keeping us alive. She pulled back from the embrace, looked him in the eyes. "It's up to you. You're the only one who can forgive yourself. You're the only one who can realize for yourself that some things, especially now, are just beyond your control. You don't get to choose who lives and who dies. You're not Sophie. This isn't your choice. When all is said and done, it's just not up to you. But again, it's all a matter of accepting that and not beating yourself up over it. I'm amazed that we've made it as far as we have, as intact as we have. Jesus, Neil, the cards are really stacked against us, but somehow we keep coming out on top, and you're the largest part of that. Honey, no one holds you responsible for anyone's death, but we all do owe you our lives. It's time you understand and accept that." She kissed him on both cheeks and then softly on his chapped lips. Without another word, she stood up and walked away from him. All he could think to himself was, easier said than done. The air was already moist, so when the drizzle started, Neil wasn't surprised. He did, however, think to himself that the rain was an apt reflection of his mood. The temperatures once again plummeted with the wet air, transforming his exhalations into small, white clouds that dissipated as quickly as they formed. He thought to himself, in a somewhat mocking fashion, that maybe he should stop getting up so early and alone. Then perhaps he wouldn't have the same opportunities for self-persecution. He knew that Dr. Caldwell, had he been still with them, would have told him that Neil could ill afford such doubt. Of course, Neil knew that. But knowing and accepting are two completely different states of mind. He still needed to make that journey between the two. For the time being, he felt like he could occupy himself with all the day-to-day and could possibly put his worries on the back burner to simmer and await his return later. Shortly thereafter, the camp came to life. Each of them piled around the slight campfire, seeking whatever limited warmth it had to offer. When they ate, everyone's mood, including Neil's, picked up slightly. They chewed their granola bars and washed them down with the last of their sports drinks. Jerry and Megan were conducting an animated, if quiet, discussion about something. He had his backpack and she had hers. They pointed at the bags and spoke and pointed again. Neil spied the conversation and tried to ignore it, but in the end he was forced to inquire. "What's the matter?" he asked them both. Jerry looked at Megan for direction. They'd been trying to avoid laying any more worries on Neil, but there was no avoiding it now. Jerry could see that in Megan's eyes. Megan said, "We're almost out of food.
We might have another couple of meals, sparse meals at best, and then we're out of supplies. We're already out of water."
Neil smiled and said to himself as much as to the others, "Neil, I think we got a problem." Jerry and Megan looked puzzled, to which Neil continued, "I kind of got accustomed to hearing that whenever I got news like this. So, we gotta find food." Megan, her voice heavy with apology, said,
"I don't think it's as simple as that."
"What is it then?" Jerry stepped into the discussion.
"We've been on the go without a moment's rest for days. We stop at nights, but there's no real rest. If any of us sleep, it's in fits and starts. We get up feeling more tired than when we laid down to begin with. We're on the ragged edge, Neil, and there's no denying it. We gotta find some hope again. We gotta find a reason to keep going. We need that more than food."
Neil knew that Jerry was right, but he doubted that he would ever have been able to detect it. Hope was an intangible that oftentimes didn't register on Neil's radar. He was impressed with the younger man's observations and the way in which he communicated them. "We've still got Whittier," he said. "It's just down the road a bit. Maybe once we get there—"
"It's not enough," Megan cut in. "Not this time. We all need something more. We need something we can hold, something that can keep us going. We need something that will get us down the road in the first place."
Neil's face was as empty and bare as his thoughts. He kept waiting for some kind of revelation or an epiphany, like he was a character in a book or a movie, but none were forthcoming. Apparently, those pages still needed to be typed. He was doomed to wait. Realizing and readily accepting that he wasn't wired to be a fugitive mastermind with all the answers, he asked them, "So, any ideas?" 9. With the discussion about food behind them, it was apparent to Neil that Jerry wasn't done. "What's on your mind?" he asked. Jerry looked back over his shoulder at the road behind them and then at the highway still in front of them.
"It might be better if we get off the highway. If there are any of those things around, I think this is where they'll be. Maybe it would be better if we didn't run into them. At least head on, I mean. If we could just, well, slip by as many of those things as we can, well, I just..."
Neil nodded. There was no denying the logic, but there were limited options. "I agree. What do you suggest?" Megan, who was still standing there, said as she pointed,
"What about over there, on the railroad tracks? They pretty much follow the road but are a bit off the main path. We could walk along the tracks and stay out of sight. Maybe if we do come upon any of them, they won't even know that we're here. Maybe."
Neil and Jerry looked at the tracks and agreed with her. The railroad tracks ran parallel to the Seward Highway, but were, for as far as they could see, some distance further in from the coastline and in many places separated by water and increased elevation. It wasn't a bad idea, and, to make it even more appealing, much of the track hugged tightly to the mountain's rock wall, which might serve as a barrier to some of the increasingly bad weather they could expect. Neil said, "Yeah, I think we should get everyone over to the tracks before we start getting too comfortable over here. Look, just a way up a bit there's that pool of water between the road and the tracks. That looks like a good place for us to rest a bit." He paused for a second, but both Jerry and Megan could tell there was more. He finally said, "Thanks, guys. I can't do this on my own. Anytime you see anything like this or have any ideas at all, please share. I need your help more than ever." Megan put her arms around Neil's waist and kissed him on his mouth tenderly.
"All you ever had to do was ask."
10. Claire asked doubtfully, "Are we sure this is safe?" Some slight humor returning despite the pain that lurked, Emma answered,
"If it were, we wouldn't be taking along these."
She lifted the Remington 410 shotgun and pointed to the more impressive 12-gauge variety in Neil's hands.
Megan still doubted whether it made the most sense to send Neil and Emma on this errand, but she understood the importance to all of them to show solidarity. She nodded her head to Claire, but said nothing. She was too afraid she would surrender to the apprehensive tears that were threatening to spill, or to the acrimonious anger that was threatening to scream. She hugged Neil, kissed his cheek, and whispered into his ear so that her voice tickled the soft contours inside his ear. "See you in a bit." Her voice, as much as her words, produced an opiate-tinged euphoria that kissed his every nerve at once. So sweet was the sensation that he found he was holding his breath. He let the smile bloom across his face. He whispered back to her, "This will be good. It'll help us focus on something else. We need something to do." Earlier, while eating their meager meal, they discussed their options. With their spirits and their energy ebbing to new lows, they all agreed that wandering into the unknown was not in their better interests. The likelihood the devastation had preceded them was a foregone conclusion, but how that devastation manifested itself in the surroundings was worth knowing. Their larger group was not likely capable of moving suddenly or quickly until they'd gotten some rest, but a pair of them might be able to move fast enough to avoid, well, whatever might be out there. Neil summed up the discussion and ended the debate with a simple, "So, who's going to come along with me to look on down the road?" Emma eagerly jumped at the chance, and so it was decided that the two of them would venture down the road while others rested and regained their strength. The two of them were to travel light, carrying only weapons, ammunition, and whatever else they could easily fit in pockets. With their collective food supplies dwindling, they decided that a single package of sweet, gummy fruit snacks was all the food each of them carried. Megan was present for the discussion and remembered nodding her head along with everyone else, but that certainly didn't make her like the plan. She was about to say as much when she felt her hand tugged. She looked down and saw a pair of tired but beatific blue eyes looking up at her. Jules smiled, looked at Neil and Emma, who were already walking away from their camp, and asked, "Will you read with me?" "Read?" "Yeah, Danny has some comic books in his pack. They're mostly icky boy comics, but I don't mind much." "Do you like reading, Jules?" "Yeah, Mommy used to tell me that I was a good reader, but that I needed to practice." Smiling for herself as much as for Jules, Megan said, "Yeah, sweetie, I'll read with you. What comics do we have?" Jerry and Claire, while not on the move at present, could ill afford to be idle. They needed to put together the camp, collect firewood, and, of course, be watching for any of the monsters potentially following them from Girdwood. Jerry was especially concerned that amongst the Zeeks to be coming down the road could be their friend Dr. Caldwell. His death hadn't been any easier for him than it had been for Neil, Emma, or anyone else, for that matter. He'd known the good doctor much longer than anyone else, and knew that he was a good man apart from their present circumstances. Jerry dreaded the possibility of having to shoot the man. He hoped that it wouldn't come to that. To his credit, Neil had chosen a good campsite. There was a creek and a bridge that separated them from Girdwood, funneling anything that might be following them through one location. It made keeping vigil much easier. They were camping in the immediate shadow of a high, steep cliff and in front of a small pond. Really nothing more than an overzealous drainage pool. They were about 100 yards from the highway, with the pool separating them from the roadway. Between the railroad tracks and the cliff face, the gravelly ground dipped slightly, helping to hide the glow of any fire they decided to make. Overall, it was a good spot to rest and, at the same time, feel somewhat secure. Still, Jerry and Claire wandered a little ways north away from everyone else, so that they could have a better view of the bridge and the ground behind them. No point in being complacent. The two of them sat amidst and upon a pile of large stones and small boulders that had fallen or been pulled from the cliff behind them. From there, they could better see back up the road from where they had come, were well shielded from the wind and weather still, but were more or less out of sight from the others while they rested. This, of course, afforded the two of them some time alone, and the sleeping bags upon which they sat provided an added element of privacy. They hadn't sat quietly for very long before they exchanged their first passionate kiss, which led to another and another. Jerry couldn't deny the physical response his body had to her delicate but aggressive touch, but his guilt at his pleasure was palpable. It was more than a little distracting, with Claire's cold fingers struggling to open the zipper on his pants. Jerry withdrew slightly but suddenly and took her hands away from his waist. "It's okay," she said, her breath hot and inviting upon his neck. "No one's watching. They don't care anyway. It's not like our parents are back there or anything." "It's not that." "Not in the mood?" she asked, rubbing the front of his jeans with the palm of her hand. Jerry smiled and shook his head. "I think you can tell that isn't the case." "Yeah, I didn't think that was a roll of quarters in your pocket." Jerry leaned his head back and fought back the lump in his throat. He confessed, "It just doesn't feel right is all. It hasn't even been 24 hours since we left Doc Caldwell back there. I don't know. I guess I'm just feeling a little guilty is all. Where her breath had been warming his neck, she placed her lips and then her tongue. She spoke as much into him as to him. "We each deal with our grief differently. At least that's what I used to hear on daytime TV. It's okay to feel sad if you have to. I guess I just like to forget, at least for the moment." Jerry said wistfully, "I don't think I can." Her lips now on a southward course down the salty slope of his neck, she said confidently, "I bet I can help with that," and smiled. 11. "Thanks." The voice, if not the word, caught Neil by surprise. He and Emma had been walking for at least an hour without so much as a syllable exchanged between the two of them. He was glad for the break in the silence. Counting railroad ties and keeping an eye on the broken path between each wooden stripe of the tracks only went so far as a distraction. Not that they needed to be distracted. He asked, "For what?" "Well, everything really. But I guess especially for the last few, since we, left. I know there really wasn't much of an option back there with him, but I still don't think that I'd have been strong enough to walk away." "Well, I don't know if—" "Shut up, damn it. Let me finish. It was the right decision. If we would have brought him along, he would have died and he would have come back. I think dealing with him then would have been a hell of a lot harder than just walking away. It's what he wanted anyway, for the exact same reasons. He knew, just like you, what would happen. Someone had to take responsibility for the decision. So thank you. And last night you and everyone else just gave me the space that I needed. Sometimes misery doesn't love company, and I needed some time to come to grips with all of it. It's funny, but it felt like he and I had been together for a lifetime. Hell, it hadn't even been a full season and we weren't ever really together. Not like you and Megan. The pain in my belly and the emptiness in my chest tell me otherwise, though. But it's the same with everyone. We've seen so much in so little time that... Aren't you afraid that... She stopped short of finishing her thought. He knew where she was headed with her question, and yes, he did fear all she was thinking. How could he not? It was sheer delusion for any of them to think for even a moment that loss and pain was behind them. Despite that, Neil could not deny his affection for Megan any more than he could the same for everyone else in their dwindling, ad hoc family. Emma was right in another of her observations, and this one, when Neil acknowledged it, was very unsettling. The carnage that had forced them all together and into survival mode had started in August, and, to the best of his knowledge, it was now only October or early November. So much had been lost in such a brief stretch of time. It was staggering when he paused to consider it. The world, at least the world immediately around them, was set on its head, and it seemed like nothing was ever going to restore life to how it had been. He looked at the road to their right and thought to himself that the cracks and the breaks in the pavement would likely never be fixed. The partially burned gas station where they had left their stricken friend Dr. Caldwell would likely never be rebuilt. If he allowed it, the sense of permanence with their current state would be overwhelming. As it was, their immediate needs and his concern for those who were counting on him were pressing hard enough to push any other thoughts from his present considerations. Quite simply, he had too much to worry about today to give much thought to how things will or wouldn't be tomorrow. After all, if every day was a fight for survival, what did it matter that the Department of Transportation wasn't repairing potholes on the Seward Highway? In front of them, the railroad tracks entered a much larger staging area where tourists had once boarded passenger cars en route to Whittier and Seward. Everything seemed so gray to Neil. The tracks sat in a sea of cinder-colored, fine gravel. There were patches of grass and weeds fighting for space here and there, but it was evident the struggle was futile. The sulky, ashen color was determined to set the mood. The small building seemingly floating atop the gravel tried its level best to add a splash of color, but it too failed miserably. The sky, the ground, their path, the imposing mountain faces immediately to the left, and the water of the Cook Inlet off to the right, all seemed eager to embrace melancholy. Maybe the two of them wandering off like this wasn't such a good idea after all. He was decidedly unable to focus, and Emma was too busy coming to terms with recent events to be watching their surroundings. Neil was about to say as much when Emma stopped dead in her tracks. Neil's breath rushed out of his chest as fast as adolescents escaping from school at the end of a very long Friday. His feet were forced to make room for his stomach in his shoes as well. He stopped too, trying to determine where she was looking, although there weren't a whole lot of options. He looked at the station building and tried to see what she was seeing. Parked out front were 3 cars, all of which appeared to be abandoned and in fairly bad shape. There didn't seem to be an intact windshield on any of them. "Either my eyes are playing tricks on me," she said, "or I just saw someone duck around the back of that building." "Duck around? You mean like they're hiding?" "I guess." Neil was as confused as ever. "But Zeeks don't hide." "Well, that's the theory anyway. What do we do?" Emma asked, never taking her eyes off of the building and its surroundings. Neil said bluntly, "Shit, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out zombies, and now I gotta work on—" "If you said someone, then that might mean we've got a live person down there." "Remember Claire's story?" Emma warned. "There might be bad people still out there who wouldn't think twice about robbing us or maybe even worse." "But if they think the same about us and run off—" "Okay, I'm gonna keep going forward. We can't let them just leave. I want you to wait about 20 paces and then follow," said Neil as he began to walk. He didn't want to appear threatening, but he wasn't a fool either. He unslung the shotgun from his shoulder and had the firearm in his hands. He looked over his shoulder to verify that Emma had done the same, and she had. Neil felt like he was a rat dropped into a snake pit. His sense of vulnerability was close to incapacitating, but somehow he continued walking. He tried to walk without letting his unease affect his gait, but each step showed his apprehension. He could very well be walking into an ambush. For the briefest of seconds, the thought occurred to him that he would prefer to be shot than chewed to death. He had to admit, though, he wasn't really interested in either. With his hand, he signaled for Emma to start arcing to his left so that she could cover that side of the house-like building. After a couple more steps, he decided that he'd moved close enough. "We saw you over there," he yelled. "Come on out before someone gets hurt. We don't mean anyone any harm. We were just looking around for food for the two of us. Like I said, come on out. If someone's hiding over there and we get spooked, someone might get hurt and we don't want that. Please show yourselves." Perhaps it was the tone of his voice, or maybe that he'd said, "please." Regardless, It had worked. Showing both of his hands from behind the building first, a man slightly stooped with age and a lifetime of hard work emerged. His brown Carhartt coveralls were filthy and looked to be wet from his thighs down to his feet. They obviously were not ordinarily his because the ragged, frayed cuffs hung well lower than his boots. He looked cold and hungry and, above all else, desperate. Emma, coming over closer to Neil, thought to herself that he resembled the souls that motorists would typically see on Anchorage street corners in days gone by. Then, as now, the first emotion that arose in her was pity. The bent old man stammered.
"You folks just watch your step. My man has his rifle aimed at your chests. One wrong move and we'll leave your bones to be picked over by the ravens."
Emma sniped. "I think most of the ravens are dead by now. You see any of them around lately?" Neil shot her a look, slowing his pace but continuing forward. There was something less than threatening about this man. The crowbar dangling from the man's right hand seemed almost benign, a harmless prosthetic of utility. There was no danger about him. Of course, they had all thought the same about Maggie, so Neil remained somewhat on guard. A mere handful of paces away from the man, Neil stopped to consider him. From there, Neil could see much more. The wispy strands of white across his scalp barely constituted a comb-over. The stubble on his cheeks and chin was thicker, but equally as light as the hair on the top of his head. His eyes were dark beneath his glasses, and the whites were more yellow than white from decades of coffee and tobacco use. He had the hard edges of working-class living etched into the contours of his face. Neil was reminded of a latter-day Robert Duvall when he looked at the man. Neil suggested to all of them, "I think we can all just settle down a bit here. I don't think anyone wants any problems. There's no need for anyone to get hurt." Adjusting his grip on the crowbar as the tool became heavier at the end of his arm, the man said,
"You don't go telling us what needs we have. Ain't no one gonna tell me what I want. You make one wrong move and there'll be trouble. You can count on that."
Neil asked him,
"Is that what you want? By the looks of you, I'd say that you have a lot of needs. Maybe you were thinking that you could get the drop on some travelers. Maybe you were thinking that you could ambush some folks and take all that they had. Maybe even take their lives while you were at it." Neil looked at the Robert Duvall character in front of him and asked, "Is that what you want?" The old man slumped his shoulders forward and protested.
"We ain't bandits. We ain't like the other folks still out here. How we know you ain't neither? For all we know, that's what you had on your mind, too. We was just—"
Neil suggested, "It's hard to have this conversation with a rifle aimed at our chests. You think you can at least have your man come out in the open?"
"You trying to get the drop on us? You asking for us to lower our guard? Maybe make us easier targets for the two of you?"
Neil smiled, put the shotgun back on his shoulder, and said as he extended his hand,
"No, I'm just asking for a little faith in each other."
The other man looked puzzled as he pondered what to do next. He clearly was conflicted. He looked beyond Neil at Emma and the rifle she was sporting. The man wore doubt on his face like some women wore blush. His decision was preempted when a large window on the front of the building shattered with a crash of exploding, cascading glass. Echoing loudly in every direction, the sudden disturbance startled all of them to silence. On the heels of the clamor, like insult added to still unfolding injury, several gray-green arms reached hungrily through the new opening. Startled by the unexpected development, Neil very nearly fell over backward as he jumped away from the sound. The old man, too, was caught off guard and did fall. Unable to regain his footing fast enough, the man, like an intoxicated crab, scooted awkwardly away from the building without having gotten back to his feet. Neil could see that the ghoulish arms were protruding through several tightly packed postcard racks. They weren't going to be coming through the window any time soon, which presented itself as much as a curse as a blessing. As it stood, if Neil and Emma were to deal with the beasts, they were required to open the front door and let them out. That, of course, would require one of them to ascend the short flight of wooden stairs to the patio and then open the door. Neither of them was too quick to volunteer to do that. The creature's tortured chorus was anything but music to all of their ears. The horrible hymn the beasts moaned was enough to curdle milk and wilt flowers. Emma looked at Neil for some sign of what to do. Lacking any firm directive from him, she raised her firearm. Neil stopped her before she could shoot. "No, wait. We don't know if there are more in the area or not. A single gunshot could attract all of them for miles the way sound travels around here." Emma asked doubtfully. "You suggesting we just leave them in there?" "No. Remember Jerry's suspicion about their moans working like homing signals for other Zeeks? We gotta deal with them, but I think we need to be more discreet." By then, the old man was on his feet and had gotten closer to Neil and Emma. He looked over his shoulder to the rear of one of the parked cars and called,
"Ricky, you come on out now."
From behind the metallic blue tail of a Honda Accord appeared a teenager still very much in the early years of adolescence. He couldn't have been older than 16 and was likely not that old yet. He was holding a small caliber rifle not very different than that which Neil carried. He lowered his head to his right and then swept it back to his left to adjust the long bangs on his forehead. Emma said, her humor shaping her words like a sculptor's hands manipulates clay. "This is your man? Jesus, is he even old enough to have a driver's license?" Nodding to the boy and pointing at the monsters still reaching through the empty window pane, the man said,
"He's old enough to pull a trigger, and that was what was important, not his age."
Neil's eyes were glued to the phantom arms which were clawing hungrily at the air. He said, "Let's stay focused here. I guess we need to open the door." "Yeah?" Emma said without moving her feet. "And how exactly is that going to happen? Maybe we should just shoot them and be done with it." Neil shook his head and said doubtfully, "What if we draw more to us? Maybe we should—" Emma wasn't waiting any longer as she saw the shiny metal and plastic souvenir display racks start to bend and break, letting the arms reach a little further. "Fuck this!" She pulled the trigger on her gun. The bullet obviously hit one of them since a pair of arms disappeared after she shot. Neil growled, "Emma, for Christ's sake." Emma pumped another round into the firing chamber. "Someone had to do something, and I sure as hell wasn't going to go up there to open the door. Stop whining and help out a little, will ya?" Neil pivoted around so that he could see more clearly into the window opening. There were at least 3 of them inside, and one of them was most certainly a child. Or a former child, anyway. The one Emma shot was back up and just returning to its post. Neil realized the shooting may not be the best course of action, but he couldn't argue with its efficiency or its range. Following Emma's lead, he got his shotgun back into his hands, found a fairly static target, and shot. It was that easy and that quick. In just seconds, the moaning coming from within had stopped, as had any signs of movement. Almost ignoring the man and the boy named Ricky with him, Emma and Neil mounted the stairs and were standing to either side of the front door. The door was locked from the inside and refused to even budge when Emma tried to force it open with her shoulder. Neil stood back, sizing up the door. It looked like a standard front door for any house. It probably had a solid deadbolt in a semi-solid doorframe. If they were lucky, the deadbolt would have required an absent key to engage and wouldn't pose any real obstacle. There would likely be other items placed against the door as additional insurance, Neil surmised. He ran all of this through his head as he stormed shoulder first into the door just above the handle. When the door flung itself open much easier than he had anticipated, he fell in a heap of aching and bruised muscles and limbs. He landed just inches from the lifeless jaw of one of the dispatched zombies lying in the little shop, the rancid foulness that was once its breath still escaping from its dark mouth. Emma followed him in closely, wincing as Neil thudded to a stop.
Not the most graceful of actions. Seeing him there on the floor amidst the carnage, Emma said,
"Aren't you glad we went with my plan instead? Think what Megan would have done to me if I hadn't come back with you. Look at you. You would have landed right at their feet. Talk about serving yourself up to—"
Okay, enough. Jesus. I almost pissed myself, and you're not helping.
"Just saying."
There had been 3 of the undead in the building. Neil figured they were a mother, father, and a child. One had been bitten before they'd successfully fled Anchorage. They stopped here when whoever it was who'd been bitten got too sick to travel. The rest of the story was there on the floor in front of them. Neil looked into the parking lot, remembering there had been more than one car out there. There were 3 cars in front of the building. 3 cars. He started to back toward the open door slowly, bumping Emma in that direction as he went. Emma could see his alarm, but asked,
"What's going on, Neil?"
His eyes wide and alert, Neil answered, "Too many cars and not enough drivers."
"What?"
As he started to reply, they could both hear the scratching and thumping of fists against walls and a door. Emma said,
"Bathroom, I bet."
"Yeah. Do we leave it in there or roll the dice again?"
"You're the one who's in charge here. You're supposed to have all the answers. Why are you asking me?"
Neil bit back the string of profanity that threatened to break at any moment. Instead, he looked up at the old man who was now standing in the open doorway behind them.
"You folks do this before or something?"
the man asked. Emma and Neil looked at him with both answers and questions in their eyes. The man then said as a way of explanation,
"You just seem, I don't know, good at it, is all. No disrespect intended."
Neil suggested, "Maybe we could at least go back outside to talk."
"Sure. I'm DB, by the way."
Neil smiled. "I'm Neil, and this lovely lady is Emma." 12. Neil's strained smile relaxed into a genuine grin. "DB, it's really good to see people, living people, still about. It's been a long time." Curious now, DB asked,
"How needy do I look, anyway?"
"What?" DB said.
"You said it looked like I had some pretty tall needs."
Embarrassed by his observation, Neil was at first hesitant. He did, however, finally say, "You looked desperate, on the brink, maybe willing to do anything to get by. Sorry." DB started to protest and then said honestly,
"We are. Well, I was, anyway. We ain't eaten in probably 3 days now, and our last meal wasn't much. Just some uncooked pasta noodles and sugar packets. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hungry enough to kill for my next meal."
Neil raised his hands. "I'll spare you the suspense. We're out of food, too. Haven't seen any for some time. We were kinda hoping." DB nodded.
"Yeah, I expect most things have been picked pretty clean by now."
Emma asked them both,
"So what now? We gotta eat? Where are we gonna find food?"
Neil didn't know. They still had Whittier down the road a bit, where they could likely find food, but they needed food now and not down the road. And now they had 2 more mouths to fill. There was still daylight in which to search, so Neil felt comfortable continuing south for a bit before turning back to the others. The decision as to when to return was still a matter for Neil to decide. DB and Ricky seemed harmless enough. But Neil didn't want to reveal the others just yet. He wasn't going to be as willing to trust people since their encounter with Maggie back in Anchorage. She'd taken their transportation. Neil was loath to learn what more could be taken from them by ruthless, selfish people. DB appeared worthy of trust, but Neil was still withholding. The 4 of them started walking south together, and Neil asked, "So is Ricky your son, or—" Obviously a practiced habit, DB spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. A few droplets of spittle clung to the longer hairs just below his lower lip. He walked with a slight but noticeable limp and kept his hands in the pockets of his worn jacket. Neil thought that perhaps the man hadn't heard his question but decided not to press. Then, all at once, DB said,
"No. I found Ricky walking along the road down in Soldatna. We decided to team up and help each other out. I don't know if either of us would still be here if we weren't watching out for each other. He don't say much."
And as a way of answering the question differently, DB finished with,
"My boy moved to the lower 48 a few years back, down to Arizona. I don't hear from him much no more."
"So you came up from the Kenai Peninsula then?" Neil asked.
"Yeah."
"How bad was it down there?"
"As compared to what?"
DB asked. He wasn't trying to be difficult, but it seemed kind of a relative question. Neil immediately recognized that his seeking clarification wasn't strictly rhetorical.
"You guys must know something happened," Emma asked DB and Ricky. "But do you know what? Do you know the scope of what's happened?"
Spitting again, DB said,
"I was a handyman. I can fix damned near anything. Always been able to, really. When work was good and bountiful, so was life. Lately, it's been nothing but struggles. A little borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and sometimes not even that. So when I had work, I had to go. That morning, when all this started, I got a call about a water leak at a church in Sterling. I had just about enough gas in my truck to get to the job and back home. I usually get paid in cash, so I just planned on filling the tank after the job and probably getting a new can of Kodiak and some beer. But I had to work to get paid. Well, about halfway between here and there, the radio started talking about something going on in Anchorage. It sounded bad. Bad enough to have the governor call up the guard. Sounded like Anchorage was burning and people was dying and no one had the first clue who was in charge. They kept saying that people were dying by the dozens and that it was just ordinary folk who were doing the killing. The folks on the radio was telling folks to stay inside and out of sight. Sounded like a real shitstorm. All at once the road started to fill up with trucks and SUVs. Most was pulling boats and campers. I got no wife and my dog was with me, so I just kept going. Besides, there was still that water leak and maybe a paycheck at the end of it. Anchorage is a long way off from Kenai, so I just didn't see the point of panicking. I thought those folks were just overreacting. Remember everybody getting all worked up over the new year in 2000? And then what happened? Nothing. So I didn't pay it no mind. The Fred Meyer parking lot in Soldatna, right there at the highway leading out of town, was nuts. I never seen so many people there. They was running every which way. I think I may have heard some shooting, but it could have just been some good old boy's truck backfiring. I didn't pay them much mind, 'cause I didn't have no money anyway. No use worrying about something that don't concern me. A few minutes and I was in Sterling. That place looked like it had already emptied out. Course, Sterling always looked a little deserted if you ask me. The church was a little off the main drag. And when we got there, everyone was gone. Doors were still open, but the offices, the classrooms, the little cafeteria, everything was empty. Well, not everything. There was a lunch, all made and ready for the eating, left right there on the counter. A couple dozen corn dogs, a small mountain of tater tots, an open can of peaches, and a jug of Gatorade or juice or Kool-Aid. Me and Duke's my dog. We had ourselves a bit of a feast and stuffed our pockets full, too. I found some canned food and dry milk in one of the pantries. Me and Duke wandered around and then found a TV. I thought it might be a good idea to get us some news. All the Anchorage channels were just test patterns. Fox News had some story on it about unconfirmed reports of a terrorist attack in Anchorage, but there were no details, only aerial shots of burning buildings and groups of people running on the streets. I even decided to check out CNN to see what the libs were talking about. Their morning people had some video taken by some amateur reporter or something like that in Anchorage. Well, they said it was Anchorage anyway.
DB stalled for a breath as those first images resurfaced in his memory. The video had been unsteady, bouncing and moving in every direction. The camera could have been a cell phone or maybe a small digital number with limited capabilities. The images it captured, though, were breathtaking and perhaps a little unbelievable. Even the host, a pretty woman with dark hair and warm olive skin, expressed her doubt about the authenticity of the video, suggesting that they looked more like the scenes from George Romero's latest. DB wasn't sure what he thought after seeing the video. It looked like it had been shot from a balcony overlooking a street. The pavement was filled with screaming, fleeing people. He was reminded of a video he'd seen of the running of the bulls in Pamplona, Spain. There were adults and kids, men and women, people from all walks of life. They looked more like stampeding cattle than people. After a few seconds, he could see intermingled with the terrified people a few others who looked enraged. It was quite clear that it was from these few that the others were running. He saw one of them grab a pretty lady wearing a nice business suit and drag her to the ground by her pretty hair that he had wrapped around his hand. He then set about assaulting her. At first, DB thought he was trying to rape her. He could feel his anger rise as he watched others, including men, just run by her as she struggled. He cursed them for their cowardice. When a second person kneeled beside the still struggling woman and started to chew off her fingers, he knew that there was more happening than what appeared on the surface. Seconds later, the video image abruptly stopped, though sound feed continued. CNN put a dialogue box on the side of the screen as a man's voice cried,
"Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus! I hope CNN gets this in time!"
Screaming,
"Oh, no! We're trapped!"
There was just one video, but they showed it over and over. The pretty anchor said that the president was consulting his cabinet. He would likely declare a state of emergency and deploy additional troops to help contain the violence and restore order. The anchor noted that the opposition party's response to the president's action would follow after the break. After reliving those first minutes, DB continued, "I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was waking up to a test pattern on that channel too. In fact, it was on every channel. Me and Duke loaded the extra clothes, the few blankets, and all the food we'd found into the truck. We was all set to leave when we heard a commotion up the road." Emma asked.
How soon was this after you'd left your house?
Ignoring her, DB continued,
"It was people, wide-eyed and full of fear. They were coming to the church for whatever they thought the church might be able to give them. When they got there and saw only me and old Duke, I guess you could say that they was a bit disappointed. Poor folks. I guess seeing the two of us when you're expecting salvation was probably quite a letdown. I tried not to take it too personal. I think it might have hurt Duke's feelings, though. They talked for a bit. A few prayed. I don't know for sure how long they stuck around. They may still be there for all I know. I've never favored crowds, so I just left when I figured out they really didn't know any more than me. Some of the folks had talked to others back in Anchorage before their phones stopped working. Anchorage was burning and people was killing other folks. And then someone said that the dead weren't staying dead. It was the dead that was causing all the troubles. The dead was coming back and killing folks, maybe even eating them. What kind of crazy talk was that? Who'd ever heard such a story before? I mean, we all thought it was nuts. Well, that spooked everyone pretty good. Me too, I guess. I didn't see any point in sticking around there.
I had everything the place had to offer, and I wasn't telling no one what I had neither. Me and Duke left. The people at the church were still debating, and I don't think they even knew we left. Not sure what else to do, so me and old Duke just went home. My truck was sputtering on fumes by the time we got down my driveway, but we made it. My house is just a trailer on a wooded lot, but it was out of the way and felt sorta safe in a out-of-sight, out-of-mind kinda way. I stayed there a couple of days, and then I guess curiosity got the better of me because I decided to go on out and take a look around. I lived alone most of my life, but I ain't never felt so isolated. There was no one around. And when I say no one, I mean no one. If we would have had tumbleweed in Soldotna, it would have been too lonely to blow. I took my Honda out, my four-wheeler, you know. It had gas still, so I fired it up and took a ride around town. Ain't nothing was open. None of the shops or restaurants or hotels. They all was dark and closed up for business. The roads was empty and the radio was dead. If I was the sentimental type, I guess I might have said that I was lonely, but I ain't, so I didn't. I was down in California with my wife and my son years ago before they both left me, and we visited a movie company. We got a tour and everything. We went to a authentic movie set. It looked like a town waiting for people to come and give it life. That's how it felt there in Soldotna. It didn't feel much like a town no more. I guess I know the answer to that question about what makes a community. Its buildings or its people. Well, there was plenty of buildings, but it sure didn't feel like no community. I didn't have much gas, so I knew that was the first thing I needed to find. Turns out it wasn't so hard to get. The gas pumps might have been working, but I didn't have no way of getting gas from those. That didn't seem to matter much. When people left, they only took one car. Do you know how many homes had more than one car in the driveway? Hell, I could have found enough gas to last the rest of my life, given the chance. It only took a couple of days before Duke and me was first-class gas bandits. We'd just roll on up, empty the tank of the van or wagon or little rice burner that was sitting in the driveway, and then we'd just roll on. That was a good few days there. We had us some food and some gas and some quiet. No phone ringing. No mailman with no bills come a-calling. It was just me and old Duke. It could have been like that forever. For the rest of my days anyway, and I would have been one happy soul.
D.B. paused again, taken suddenly by a memory with much rougher edges. Neil and Emma looked at one another during the respite, not sure if the story had come to a close. Hoping to rekindle the narrative, Emma asked,
"When did you find Ricky?"
D.B. nodded his head, remembering the day.
I guess it was about a week later. Me and Duke had a full tank and a full reserve, so we was living high on the hog. We had the run of the town for the most part, too. The big stores were pretty well emptied by then, but there were lots of places to look for food and other things, too. We didn't take much more than what we needed, typically. I ain't never been one too fond of fancy things. Seems like all you do is fret over this or that getting broke, is all. Never seemed worth the headache to me. We'd been foraging a little further into town. I guess we was just feeling a little cocky. We was driving through a neighborhood and I thought I saw someone standing in the road down to my right, at a cross street. I hit the brakes and backed up, and sure enough, this guy was just standing there. I guess it was a guy anyway. I yelled out to, see if he was all right. I should have known he wasn't right just by the way he was standing. It didn't look natural, I guess. When he looked up, I could see, even from that distance, he was one of those things that killed that pretty lady in the CNN video. He was one of them. He started to run, but he was all over the place, about as coordinated as a baby moose. He built steam, though, and was running right at us. I didn't need no more encouragement. We just drove on until we saw another one. This one was a little girl with pigtails and all. Her skin was the same color as the thin trees in the yards around her. She was the scariest thing I ever did see. There was just something chillin' about seeing a little kid that's been turned into a demon. We shot out of the neighborhood but ended up in another. We didn't think about it at the time, but I guess I shoulda. But how could I? How could anyone have known? We drove close enough to be able to see the hospital, but that was too close. If I thought that little girl and the man was bad, man, was I in for it. Like they was waiting for me. There were, I don't know, 100, maybe more of those damned things standing around in the street. They saw us, and like we was the rabbit at the track, and they was greyhounds, they took off after us. Some of 'em ran pretty damned fast. I was afraid that maybe we was gonna get caught. And then they just kept running. They never get tired, do they? They just go and will unless something else gets their attention.
Emma interjected.
Yeah, or they catch you.
Neil said, "That's a theory that we've developed anyway." DB raised one of his thick, gray eyebrows.
Looks like you two have worked on more than theories.
We can get to that, Neil said, but tell us about finding Ricky. Neil really just wanted to get more information about the peninsula. It was an option in front of them. He had hoped that perhaps the undead hadn't become a presence on the peninsula yet. It made sense that there would be zombies near the hospital, if anywhere. People, bitten and infected, could have been transported south before everyone knew how it spread. Those people would have died at the hospital just like Jules' brother Martin had. The terror in Anchorage would have been repeated here and probably in Seward, too. Neil wondered, though, if DB's account of events was true. Then maybe the majority of residents managed to escape. Maybe there was some hope that the number of zombies away from Anchorage was significantly smaller. That was at least some good news. DB continued.
We put a little distance between those things and us, and were heading back out onto the highway when we saw this skinny kid walking along the road. He had his head down and was carrying a rifle. When we came to a stop, he looked up, and I could see that he was just a kid, hungry and dirty to the bone, but a normal kid. He looked lost. I asked him where he was headed, and he pointed to the sign that said, "Hospital." I told him what was waiting for him at the hospital and offered him a warm spot at my trailer. I guess the trailer was more his speed, 'cause he hopped in the truck and we took off. He and Duke hit it off right away. He ain't never said a word. I started calling him Ricky, and he hasn't complained once about that. He don't eat much more than he says, but I guess I like his company. He does what I tell him to do and don't make no fuss. He's a good kid. I guess he must have lost his family or something. We been scavenging but keeping a low profile ever since. We wanted to get our hands on every scrap of food we could get. We knew that whatever was out there was it for what looked like would be a long time. Soon we knew that we weren't alone on the peninsula, so getting the cans and boxes and bags of food and batteries and whatever else was still lying around was our top priority. There were others around, and not more of those monsters either. Just others who was looking out for their own and not looking to share with no one.
The last comment rang in both Emma's and Neil's ears. They wondered what he meant by others. Neil's encounters with others so far hadn't been too encouraging. His first thought was of Maggie and her treachery.
Neil could hear the alarm bells ringing in his head. Subtly, he started to look around for anything that might catch his eye as a waiting threat, an ambush ready to pounce. Emma, too, could feel the foreboding. The hairs on her arms and the back of her neck stood on end to get their own look around, wanting to contribute their vigilance to the greater good. Both of them, almost casually, slipped their shotguns from their shoulders and couched them in their arms instead. Neil stopped dead in his tracks. "DB, where are you taking us?" DB, too, stopped. He had been doing his own sizing up, trying to maintain caution without venturing into paranoia. He said finally,
"We're not monsters, not cannibals, rapists, or plunderers. We've seen a lot of that sort, and I'm hoping that the two of you aren't that sort either. I'm putting a lot of faith in that hope, and I guess it's too late if you two aren't what you appear to be. Just up the road a spell is a van. That's where we've all been holed up the past few days."
"So there are others, then?" Neil asked, expectantly. DB looked at him again, wondering if perhaps he had both trusted and said too much. Reading the look, Neil said, trying to reassure, "It's just exciting to learn that we aren't the last of us. Sometimes it started to feel that way. I guess we went looking for hope and found you." DB smiled and nodded his head. He looked over at Ricky and smiled some reassurance, though Ricky's deadpan expression did little more than acknowledge his own understanding.
13. Hope can be a funny thing. She's the pretty sister of reckless luck and the mother of possibility. The progeny of idealistic parents, Hope can appear under the most random of circumstances or never show her welcome face. Fickle and unpredictable, Hope was always welcome by those who sought her. Now walking along the highway at DB's direction, Neil was discovering a newfound respect for Hope and her euphoric elixir as the four of them approached a seemingly abandoned touring van, a blue and gray Ford Econoline. The van looked like any other vehicle stalled along any stretch of rural highway awaiting its owner's eventual return. To look at it, one would never guess that it was now a home to an endangered species, which was, Neil surmised, the desired intent. If it looked abandoned, maybe it would be passed by without a second look back. A gamble born of hope, but kept alive by luck. Neil's first thought was that it was unrealistic and perhaps a bit naive to believe that the ruse would work long term. He wondered if DB had any plans because Neil would like to hear them. Most pressing upon his thoughts, though, was to learn why DB was this far north. If he had come from Kenai, he would have passed by the Portage and Whittier access road. Why? As seasoned as DB appeared, the prospect of Whittier being a safe haven from the infection had to have occurred to him. With its lone access through a tunnel cut through a mountain and the city's ability to close that tunnel, it seemed to him that Whittier was as likely a place as any to find safety. Neil was almost too afraid to ask when his mouth involuntarily spilled, "What about Whittier? Why didn't you?" DB turned around, screwed his face into a doubtful question, and then continued on.
"Della," he shouted, "it's just us. Come on out."
To Neil's surprise, a matronly woman with skin so dark it shined emerged from the opposite side of the road. She forced her large frame up the side of the ditch, stopping as she got her feet onto the pavement. In tow she had 2 children, neither of which appeared to be hers, and an old golden retriever who wagged his entire body at the sight of DB. The dog yelped with excitement and ran across the road toward its human. Their reunion was enough to make both Emma and Neil smile. DB's rough exterior softened somewhat as he showered the dog with affection, rubbing his ears and patting his head. Though malnourished and wearing threadbare rags for clothes, the woman and 2 children didn't look wide-eyed with fear. With the calm, searching eyes of the Sphinx, The woman DB called Della scanned her surroundings and the new faces with DB. The whites of her eyes flashed like neon bulbs against the contrast of her flesh. Neil knew immediately that, though she possessed the appearance of a kindly, motherly figure, this was not a woman with whom to trifle. She exuded strength and wisdom and caution. Behind her, like a pair of needy ducklings, were the two children. The older of the two was a white boy who appeared to be about as old as Jules, perhaps. The other child was barely more than a toddler. She had the skin tone and facial features of an Asian, maybe of Korean descent. Neil couldn't conceal his pleasure. He said warmly, hoping not to offend, "Well, DB, you've got yourself quite a family here. Who would have thought?" DB tried to hide his smile by spitting and looking away, though his body language betrayed his more austere veneer. There was little reason or attempt to do so, though, when he looked back at Neil.
"I ain't never really had one, really. A family, that is. I wasn't home enough when my ex-wife and boy lived with me. I was always working on the slope and then doing jobs around town when I was home. I mostly just paid the bills until I came home one day and they was gone. Duke was the closest thing I ever had to a family, and he's just a dog."
Duke didn't seem to be insulted by the comment as he made his way over to Neil. The dog sniffed and wagged and sniffed. Neil was all too eager to scratch the grateful dog behind his ears and pat his side with a friendly hand. DB continued,
"I don't know if what I got now could be called a family or not, but I can say that I'm feeling more and more protective of them every day. Della there, she don't need no protecting from nobody. She's hard as nails, but don't let her kid you, though. When it comes to those kids, and even Ricky here, she's all mama. Me, Ricky, and Duke found the three of them back in Soldatna. She said she was working at a hotel, the Aspen, I think. She found both of these kids at the hotel. Can you imagine? I always wondered what happened to their parents, and Della ain't never said. I guess I pretty much figured out what happened to their folks, but I never got how them kids stayed alive. They're just so little."
Neil answered, "Without her and then you, they wouldn't have. They couldn't have. You're what's kept them alive." Emma asked,
"How long have you been on the road? And where's your truck?"
DB shrugged, doing little else to answer. Instead, he said to Della,
"We got visitors,"
as if he was coming home from work with company for dinner. Della was not as casual with introductions. She was as deliberate as a glacier in her movements, always careful to keep the children shielded behind her ample frame. She measured the newcomers, trying to divine their intentions. Her expression was guarded, her eyes filled to their bright yellow corners with questions and calculated assumptions. Neil felt completely disarmed by her eyes. There was little to no discernible distinction between her irises and her pupils, which appeared to be swirling dark eddies in small but consuming seas of yellowish white. Neil found it impossible to guess her age. She appeared neither overly young nor old and frail. Her face, though, bore the wisdom of experience arrived at only after several decades of hard decisions and toil. She neither extended her hand nor shared her name. She merely watched and waited as she walked slowly across the pavement toward the van. Without so much as a look over her shoulder, she said,
"We ain't got much, but what we have we can share."
"Likewise. I'm Neil. This is Emma."
"Okay, Steve."
"No, I said my name is Neil."
"Yeah, I heard you the first time, Steve."
Neil looked at Emma and was all set to ask a question when DB said,
"I've been with her for a few weeks now, and she still calls me Steve. I don't think it's an accident, and I don't know why she does it, but I don't see any point in fighting it."
Neil knew that DB was right. But Della's seeming disregard for his identity bothered him nonetheless. He watched Della walk away and wondered to himself if her attitude was a product of their current circumstances or if it originated sometime in the past. Had she been hurt by some man or a series of men who had melded into a single amalgam of personalities, all with the common title of Steve? Who was Steve? What a weird day it had become. 14. Reunited. It took some convincing on Neil's part and some trusting on DB's and Della's parts, but finally it was decided that they would all venture up the railroad track and join the others at Neil's and Emma's camp. Neil offered to help with carrying supplies, only to learn that there were no supplies to be carried. There was nothing. Well, not precisely nothing. There were 5 more mouths to feed, 6 if you counted Duke. What was the sense of adding more? More mouths? More children needing care and protection? More responsibility? Despite any misgivings or hesitation, he knew that it was the right thing to do. They would simply figure a way to make it all work, and by they, Neil always assumed it meant he would figure a way. Figuring was just what he'd been forced to do these past several weeks, and it didn't appear to be slackening any. Dr. Caldwell had been right. Neil attempted to accept his role, regardless of how uncomfortable it made him feel. He knew this to be true, and yet he found himself on occasion trekking further and further from that reality. The biggest challenge to Neil, accepting his role as a leader, was that he had always gone the direction of the beta male, rarely first but never last in sports, academics, and with girls. He was usually good at most things, but he was never the best at anything. He never considered himself leader material. Bureaucrat, middle manager, crew leader at the fry station, but never head manager and certainly never leader. It wasn't hard to understand Neil's present reluctance. And yet, he'd just successfully rationalized himself into leading a larger tribe. Sometimes he was his own worst enemy. Jerry spotted the approaching group and immediately recognized Neil at its head. He was relieved to see that both Emma and Neil were still armed and smiling. Without taking his eye from his hunting scope, Jerry said,
"They're back! And they've got friends with them!"
Megan leapt up and ran for her own rifle, fearing that Neil's friends may not be friendly.
Does everything look... Is he...
Jerry nodded and said with a smile,
Relax. It's okay. Couple adults, couple of kids, and a dog. Danny, it's a golden. Do you think your dog followed you up here? What was his name again?
Danny answered from somewhere out of Jerry's limited vision.
Roman? Romy? Do they really have a dog with them?
Danny's reaction to that piece of news was especially excited. There was just something uplifting to him to have a dog around. Standing next to Jerry, Megan could see all of them now without the aid of a scope. Claire was there too. She could see the emotion starting to color Megan's cheeks. She touched Megan's shoulder and rubbed it gently. There was no point trying to deny her feelings. Megan was always so excited when he returned from his excursions, of which there were entirely too many. Truth be told, she was always relieved and pleased to see everyone return from any jaunt, whether long or short. But with Neil it was something different, something special. She knew that she loved him, but was surprised at her increasing dependence on him. She had loved Brian, her former fiancé, but was far more independent and self-reliant. Of course, to be fair, times were significantly different then. She had a job and an apartment then. She slept inside then and wasn't a potential nightly special on the menu back then. She wondered how Brian would have done in Neil's position. Would he have ever found himself in Neil's position? The thinking and remembering and wondering touched off a tinge, a lone peppercorn of guilt that revealed itself unexpectedly in her misting eyes. She hadn't gone looking, but the tears found her anyway. There were neither sobs nor sniffles. The tears were quiet and few. They filled the corners of her eyes and left semi-clean streaks on her cheeks as they went south. Jerry looked at her and thinking they were tears of relief set out of the corner of his mouth.
Geez, he wasn't gone that long.
To which Claire nudged him with her elbow.
Shut the hell up. Lady's entitled.
Megan merely smiled and nodded, preferring the simple assumption over the complicated truth. Just moments later, and with much fanfare, the travelers were back within the warmth of their camp. Introductions and handshakes were shared, as were a few scraps of food. There were smiles all around when Jules looked up in disbelief and said,
Alec?
15. The boy DB had taken to calling Ricky was, in fact, Jules' older brother, Alec. He hadn't said a word since joining DB, leaving the other man to guess about the boy's origins, his family, and even his name. Although, truth be told, DB wasn't much of a guessing man, so the farthest he had gotten in solving those mysteries was bestowing upon the boy the random moniker, Ricky. In all actuality, it wasn't a random name at all, despite what he may have tried to tell himself. It was the name that he wanted to name his son, but his wife was having none of that. She'd said that Ricky wasn't a name worthy of her son. It just wasn't dignified enough. She named him after her father, Edward, and it was to him that she'd run while DB was on one of his 2-week stints working the oil fields of the North Slope. She always appreciated the fine things that his large paychecks could buy, but she never seemed to appreciate the man who delivered those checks to her. Theirs was a fiery romance at best and an utter disaster at worst. She made him feel like an unwanted and overstayed houseguest while he was home and completely ignored him when he was gone. And he wasn't without blame. As often as he could, just to get under her skin, DB would refer to young Edward as Eddie. When he came home to an empty house and divorce papers awaiting his signature, he wasn't surprised, but he was hurt, all the same. Maybe he figured being unhappy was better than being alone and hoped that perhaps she was of the same mind. DB had spent the last couple of decades and then some mostly alone. Duke was his lone companion until recently. When the mute boy came into his life by climbing in his truck that afternoon, it was only natural that the name Ricky was the first to surface. So the mute Alec had become the mute Ricky, with no fuss and no filing of irritating documents at the courthouse. That was all in the process of changing, however. At first, Alec's recognition of Jules was as absent as his voice. His eyes, as alert and coherent as a lobotomy patient, panned across the little girl. There was nothing at first, but then he hesitated. Perhaps a hint of recall. Just enough to fire some neural engine that had been put into a hibernating state after he'd seen and shot the thing that bit Martin. He was remembering more. The family had driven away in a rush to take Martin to the hospital, which left him at the cabin alone. He'd already seen the rifle on the dish cabinet earlier and thought that perhaps he would take a look around. The bite on Martin's hand didn't look that bad, so how dangerous could the animal be? He doubted he would see anything in the first place. The thing would have likely run off. He needed a distraction, and this adventure sounded like it would do nicely to kill the time. When he found the shallow glacial creek and cool air using the creek bed like a bobsled track, he was reminded of the last time his family had journeyed to Alaska. He and Martin had run up and down the creek bank every day. The creek in his memory was much more robust and full. It seemed like a raging torrent. Back then, the same crisp edge was on the air, but now there was something more. A lively, rank foulness gave the air's shallow coolness an unwelcome dimension that twisted his nose unpleasantly. He was still on the bank when he saw something crawling, slithering, like a lizard, really, on the gravel of the creek bed. He knew that it couldn't be, but it kind of looked like it was a human without legs. When it moved again, he replayed in his mind what Jules and Danny had said. They said that a caveman had bitten Martin. Alec was looking at their caveman. But to think about the abomination in terms of being a man was really stretching his imagination. He could see its head and its shoulders fairly clearly, but beyond that, the thing was formless and largely colorless. He wanted to throw something at it when he remembered the rifle in his hands. It looked and felt so much heavier before, like some ancient, powerful weapon. Would it be enough? He lifted it to his shoulder, looked down the barrel to the sight on the end, and squeezed off a quick round. To his astonishment, the bullet hit the creature on its back, and to his equal astonishment, it appeared to have had no effect at all. He shot it again, shouting curses at it. When it turned over, he shot it again and again, but nothing seemed to be able to stop it. Confused and more than a little scared now, Alec sprinted back to the cabin. He locked the doors and hid in the loft for hours. It became dark and no word had arrived from his parents. He wasn't sure how they would contact him because his cell phone wasn't working and the cabin didn't have a phone. He had no idea when they would be coming back and only hoped that it would be soon. The next morning he looked out the window and saw no sign of the thing from the creek. He couldn't have known that the creek bank was too steep and the Ice Age zombie with only one hand was unable to pull himself out. His ignorance of this fact was causing him to turn the cabin into both a refuge and a prison. When he turned on the television, his day went from bad to worse. He was certain that his parents had gone to Anchorage, and it was there that some unknown tragedy was unfolding. His parents had unfortunately ended up right in the middle of an emergency that would likely delay them. When the television stopped broadcasting, he chose to watch some of the movies that were in the cabin. He'd seen most of them before, the good ones anyway, but he was willing to sit through them again. Of course, every sound outside solicited immediate but cautious glances out every window, which made watching movies quite a challenge. Summer was just beginning its sprint into fall, and the Alaska wilderness all around the cabin was buzzing with wildlife, trying to take full advantage of the waning days. After several days and having eaten most of the food in the cabin, Alec made the terrifying realization that he might need to go find help. If something happened to his family, or something happened that would simply delay their return, there was no one who knew that he was at the cabin. He was all alone out there. Well, not entirely alone. That thing was still out there somewhere. He hadn't seen any evidence of the creature, so his worry was starting to center on his belly. There was still some food left in the cabin, but he decided that maybe he needed to ration it. With his time, he started to dig through the cabin, looking for anything he could find that would be useful. Actually, he'd gone looking for more bullets for the rifle. He found a partial box of small .22 caliber shells in a locked drawer that the cabin front door key conveniently fit. It was several of those that he used to shoot the thing. He was left with a handful of little bronze bullets that he kept in his jacket pocket at all times. He also found a couple of flashlights, some matches, and a lighter, and next to the dwindling wood pile in the cabin was a small hatchet. With the exception of the rifle, all of this was pretty standard for most cabins. Alec had no idea that the rifle was something that typically would not be an item that was so easily accessible in a rented cabin. The owners would have been mortified and concerned about possible legal ramifications of having a weapon in a rental property. Vaughn Beckett, one of the owners, brought the rifle with him to share shooting a gun with his 2 young grandchildren. He was doing this despite his wife Dottie's objection, so he brought in the gun clandestinely and hid it on the china cabinet out of Little Hand's reach. The opportunity never presented itself during their very short visit, primarily because the weather had soured, becoming cool and very wet. He didn't usually have that particular rifle with him, and so, when it came time to depart, he simply forgot about it. The rifle sat where it was, left for just shy of 2 weeks, before Alec spied it. As the days passed, the malaise of sleeplessness and hunger began to take its toll. He felt like a spectator in someone else's dream, disconnected and powerless. His bad thoughts began to crowd the oversized cabin like unwelcome guests. He tried desperately to distract himself again and again, but there really was no point. The thoughts were born of the lingering remnants of his juvenile imagination, which hadn't been corrupted and suppressed by his emerging adulthood.
The imaginary specters and phantoms lurking in the dark corners of the cabin or just out of sight in the surrounding trees were enough to convince him that he needed to find help. He didn't remember making the decision to leave the cabin. He could only recall suddenly walking along a lonely stretch of highway, heading back the way from which his family had come on the first day of their vacation. He didn't have a full grasp of where he was heading. He only knew that he was on the move, putting the cabin and the creature in the woods behind him. He had some essential supplies in his backpack, and the rifle in his hand. Outside, and still alone, the quiet seemed so much more absolute. He was walking north, at least that was the direction in which he thought he was walking, and not entirely certain what awaited him at the end of his journey. He only hoped that he would eventually be amongst people again, and he could let them worry about his safety. He complained to his parents about not being trusted to take care of himself, and now he regretted ever having suggested it. Walking along that highway was nothing like walking along a road back home. There was nothing for as far as he could see that would suggest people had ever been there other than the road itself. There were no billboards, no rest areas, no McDonald's, and no gas stations. There were only trees and rocks, rocks and trees. The sky overhead, which had been threatening rain for a couple of days, finally made good on that threat and spilled a cool rain on him after he had been walking only a couple of hours. The weather never cleared, though there were occasional dry spells. He was shivering, cold and miserable. His stomach was growling, and his legs were tired, but he forced himself to keep walking. His first night away from the cabin he spent along the side of the highway at a vehicle turnoff. There was a wooden picnic table there, under which he slept. The next morning he awoke to dry but gray skies. If he were a tourist, he would have been awed by the scenery. The road and the vehicle turnoff sat on the precipice of an incline which gave way to a beautiful valley of gray slate and green grass. On the far side of the great opening in the earth, the mountain rose to an impressive height, the top of which was already white with snow. The dark stone appeared smooth, almost polished from this distance. It looked like a broad, steep slide that ended in a lush, soft bed of grass. Such an impressive sight which could be beheld on the side of a highway. Simply amazing. He wasn't a tourist, though, and the only thing the great space next to the road made him feel was claustrophobic. He couldn't run down the steep slope if he were chased, so his options were seriously limited by the expanse. He had less room in which to run. Early the next day, he came to a road sign that let him know should he turn he would reach a place called Soldatna in less than half the miles that he had to travel to get to Anchorage, and his bone weariness decided for him to change his course. He marched down the winding road, passing a long stretch of water on his left. He passed several road signs, but none of them registered in his exhausted eyes. There were likely names for the waterway, littering warnings, speed limit changes, and all the other usual instructions found on a rural highway. To him, they were all a blur. He hadn't slept much the night before under his picnic table accommodations, and his legs were already begging him to stop. He wanted to stop, but there just weren't any reasonable options in which to do it. Weary and miserable, he pressed forward, hoping to reach civilization. He finally came to a small town. Cooper something, he thought he read. The buildings and few cars here and there were empty. There was no one around. The shops and restaurants were boarded shut, as were the handful of homes he passed. As the day began to wane toward evening, he luckily found an unlocked car in which he could rest for the night. But try as he might, he couldn't bring himself to sleep. He rose from the car the next morning feeling no more rested or refreshed than he had the night before, and in front of him was more highway. After a couple hazy days of walking with little to no recollection of the journey, he came to the edge of another small community. There was no one to be found as before. Again, business doors and windows were boarded, as were the few homes along the main stretch of road. He began to wonder if he was the last person alive on the earth.
He thought about that movie with Will Smith and the night stalkers that hunted him. Could he be all that was left of the human race? Alec wasn't certain when the last time it was that he had spoken, but it had been days and perhaps weeks. He tried to invoke his voice a few times, but found that he could not will any words from his mouth. Given that he was still alone, his becoming a mute was a problem that would have to be dealt with later. For the moment, all that he cared to remedy was the growling in his stomach. He broke into a small convenience store for some food and found some bags of chips, candy bars, and sports drinks. He ate until he couldn't eat any more, leaving a fluttering plastic carpet under his feet when he'd finished. He was stuffing the last bag of stale gummy bears into his pack when he heard a noise outside. He could feel the chill tighten his jaw and tease his arm hairs on end. Quietly, he picked his way through his Frito-Lay floor covering and chanced a glance out the window. Coming up the driveway to the parking lot out front was a man. Well, he looked like he used to be a man. Alec wasn't quite sure what he would call him at present. He was wearing some kind of uniform. Alec thought he saw the logo "To Go" on the chest of the man's royal blue shirt. He was limping and not doing that very well. Alec could see that his leg was broken horribly below the knee and bent backward impossibly. The man's skin appeared faded, with almost an opaque translucence to it. At first, Alec thought the man must have fallen into something because the man's left side from ear down to knee was stained darker than the rest of him. The man's dangling, empty, swaying sleeve convinced Alec that the dark stains was the dried remnants of the man's blood. Like his arm, part of it at least, the man's ear had been gnawed from his body. The man's pace was stilted and slow due to his ruined leg, but determined. Looking out the window at him, Alec realized that the man was coming for him, and looking at him just the way the eyeless creature back at the cabin had. He felt so much like cornered prey. Alec knew that he needed to act fast. He grabbed his backpack and headed toward the back of the store. He passed the bathrooms and came to another door with an exit sign above it. He pushed the door hard and almost fell into the store's back parking lot. He stumbled to his feet and ran as fast as his legs would carry him. In his running, he saw more people, all of whom looked like the man at the shop. None of them looked right to him, and none of them certainly acted right either. They all seemed to be coming at him, for him. Luckily, none of them were able to move very fast, so he managed to get down the highway and leave them well behind him. However, he was now more worried than he ever had been at the cabin. He thought he wanted to be around people again, but when he finally found some, all they wanted to do was eat him. Back at the cabin, there was one monster stalking him from the shadows. Out here, he was being chased by monsters at every corner. He had jumped from the proverbial frying pan straight into the fire. A day or two later, and after several similar close encounters with more of the monsters, Alec found himself hiding in a restaurant near a big grocery store called Fred Meyer. He found his hiding spot almost by accident. He saw 5 or 6 of those things walking around the grocery store parking lot. He went around the back of the building, trying not to be detected. Once out back, he found the back door had been left slightly ajar. As quietly as possible, he opened the door and crawled inside. He found that he was in a big kitchen, a restaurant kitchen. The stench of rotting food filled the air with its toxic foulness. Flies as big and slow as Winnebagos twisted and swirled as he inched inside. Other bugs and critters scurried into corners and out of sight, not appreciating Alec's intrusion into their ongoing feast. The room, especially there at the floor where Alec was crawling, was dark, the meager light peeking in through the high windows barely reaching below the countertops. The floor below him, though dry, retained some of its slippery greasiness of its years of culinary activity. Thankfully, there was no sound in the diner. He peeked over the counter and into the dining area. The chairs and tables were all neatly stacked and waiting for the next breakfast rush. The white and red checkered plastic table covers reminded him of every small-town diner in which he'd had a meal with his family.
Then, despite the reeking odor and the disgusting image of the flies in the kitchen, he remembered his hunger. He turned back into the kitchen and found the storage area. There were buckets of pickles still in their aromatic brine. Some bread and some buns were still holding off the clutches of mold. There were also a number of cans of fruit and beans and chili, and he realized he'd hit the food jackpot. He was so pleased with his find that he completely forgot about the nightmare that awaited him outside across the street. He forgot about his missing family. He forgot about everything that didn't involve opening the next can or swallowing the next salty, delicious bite. He went from one thing to the next and to the next over the course of more than an hour, never pausing or slowing his consumption. He ate so much that he made himself sick. He vomited twice in the still clean toilet bowl of the men's bathroom. The nausea likely resulted from his eating too quickly and possibly eating something that was no longer edible. He always hated throwing up. He cried afterward, and even a little during the act itself. The tears, of course, made him miss his mother and her comfort. Quietly, mostly to himself, he cried in a dark corner of the restaurant's dining room. He dozed off, still weeping, with his head on one of the plastic table covers. The flies and other bugs, sensing that the intruder had moved on, returned to their own feast on the moldy, rotting remnants of once fresh fruit and vegetables on the prep line. Alec awoke the next day with a start. He didn't immediately recognize his surroundings, which sent him into a temporary panic. He jolted up, grabbing his rifle, and spun around. In so doing, he knocked a chair from its perch on a table, which hit another and another. The resulting crash of furniture helped to remind him of where he was. He stopped circling and went to one of the restaurant's dark, tinted windows. Just as he feared, the ruckus, however brief, had drawn the attention of those loitering monsters into the parking lot across the street. Their rigid limbs all at once began to quake and shiver as the infection sensed Alec's presence. Jerking and twisting, the ghouls slithered into the road and then waited. They waited for the next noise, the next smell, the next clue as to where Alec was hiding. He figured rightly that there were far more of those things than just the 10 he could see immediately in front of the restaurant. He also figured that it was just a matter of time before the demons located him. He decided that he didn't want to wait around to figure out what happened next. He wasn't much of one for planning, though. He just grabbed his backpack and the rifle and ran out the back door. He cut across some open fields and had to pick his way to the opposite side of a small creek, but soon he was on the go again. He felt better, rested and fed, but his fear was on the rise. He was back on a main road when he saw a sign with an arrow pointing him toward the hospital. In a matter of minutes, he joined DB and Duke in their truck, and then back at their trailer. The memories of his first days alone and the fears that he would never see his family again exiled his voice. He was afraid that he would never have a reason to speak again, but really it wasn't as if he was not speaking by choice. His voice had abandoned him. Of course, that all changed when he finally realized and accepted that the little blonde girl with the pigtails and dirty face was indeed his sister. With tears pouring down his cheeks, Alec knelt down to his sister and, through his emotions, said only, "Jules?" 16. Alec, kneeling by his sister, blurted out as he pulled her close to him and hugged the breath right out of both of them,
"Jules, I never thought. I can't believe, oh God."
His words were washed away by the flood of emotions which swept over everyone in the small camp. It was nothing short of miraculous. Danny, too, joined in the embrace, the three of them holding one another as tightly as their arms would allow, their joyous sobs muffled by each other's shoulders. Megan covered her mouth with her hand and refused to fight the tears. Warm and satisfied, her smile emerged from around the barrier of fingers in front of it. Standing next to Neil, she could no longer contain herself. She wrapped her arms around him and buried her face against his chest. She was quiet for several seconds while she reveled in his touch, his smell, and his presence. She was not surprised when her tears changed flavor from those of satisfaction for Danny and Jules to relief for Neil's return. She shuddered as the feelings completely overtook her. Her legs felt weak, so she leaned even more forcefully against him, hoping to hold the moment. She peeked over at Emma, and her relief was slightly tempered with guilt. She wondered to herself how Emma was doing. Dr. Caldwell's death was still so fresh and unresolved for all of them, but especially for Emma. Despite the overwhelming happiness that was warming her chest, Megan couldn't help but wonder, if even for a moment, how she would be doing if their roles were reversed, and it was Neil that they had left back at the gas station instead of Dr. Caldwell. The thought came very close to dousing her good mood, but she fought back the fear with another deep breath filled with Neil's presence. For the moment, however, the amazing and unlikely appearance of Alec was enough to put smiles on all of their faces. Maybe, just maybe, there still was that outside possibility that more good news would find them somehow. Megan pulled herself away from Neil and gave Emma a long, warm hug as well, ending it with a gentle kiss on her cheek. To Megan's surprise, Emma was as warm and reciprocating as a town square statue of some long-forgotten historical figure. Emma did manage to say, "Thanks, it's good to be back. Did we miss anything exciting?" Jerry answered, "We heard some shots a bit ago. Got nerves a little frayed for a bit, but—" "Maybe you should introduce us to your friends," Megan said. "I understand this young man is Alec, but how about everyone else?" Neil stepped aside and, motioning to the people still standing behind him, said, "This is DB, Della, and, well, I don't know the kids' names." DB nodded to the others while Della just stared at all of them in turn. The awkward silence that followed raised everyone's discomfort. Della wasn't seeing people or a warm fire. She was only seeing strangers and a lot of guns. When she looked at Jerry, he said to her, "Why don't we go over to the fire? We can talk and you guys can warm up a little." Everyone but Della heeded his suggestion. But while everyone else wandered toward the glowing coals of the fire, she stood and watched and waited. Jerry suggested, "Della, if you'd like."
"I heard you the first time, Steve."
Jerry started to correct her when Neil caught him by the sleeve and shook his head. Taking the hint, Jerry turned himself around and opened his palms to the warmth, hoping that perhaps he could make her comfortable enough to join them. But still, she waited. 17. There were many questions, and there were stories to tell and experiences to relive, but knowing what was behind and in front of them on the road was the most pressing concern for all of them. Neil said, "So, we're headed for Whittier. What was the road like between here and there?" DB stirred the small fire with the long, brittle stick in his hand, finally burying enough of the tip in the red coals to have it stand of its own accord. He spoke slowly.
"Whittier, huh?"
"Yeah, we heard that maybe the tunnel was closed in time, that maybe the infection didn't make it there. Lots of people headed that way, I guess."
"Ain't no real point in going to Whittier. Bunch, maybe hundreds of those things between you and that tunnel."
"Is the tunnel closed then?"
"What difference does it make? If it is, then you're shut out. And if it ain't, well, it won't be no different than everywhere else. Might as well be the moon where you're headed. Whittier's not worth the effort."
Neil felt his stomach, already growling in protest, start to do rebellious backflips. He thought to himself, now what? DB was obviously coming up from Kenai, and they wouldn't have left if circumstances hadn't dictated it. And behind Neil was Girdwood and then Anchorage beyond, and both were crawling with the undead. What options did they have? He found going over the same questions with the same doubts and the same necessities to be nothing but tiresome. Much of the positive energy created by finding DB was sapped by the dark thoughts tormenting his mind.
Neil kept his thoughts to himself for the time being, however. Megan was, of course, intuitive enough to see the trouble in Neil's eyes, so she took hold of his cold hand in her warm one. Jerry asked D.B.,
"Where were you guys headed?"
D.B. didn't look away from the fire. He, like many, enjoyed watching a fire tend to its own business. He always found it ironic that it was fire's basic nature to eat itself to death. Fire consumed everything within its reach until there was nothing left to burn, killing itself with each greedy mouthful. He answered Jerry,
"We was just headed. Nowhere in particular. Just trying to stay off of everyone's radar. Running into you was a bit of a happy accident."
Jerry nodded.
"Yeah, I know what you mean. The longer I go without seeing one of those things, the better I feel."
D.B. spit into the fire and wiped his chin absently.
"Those things ain't the only bad guys out there."
Neil was suddenly interested again. "What do you mean by that?"
"Let's just say not everyone out on the road is as friendly as you all."
Megan looked disgusted.
"You mean even with all that's happened?"
Claire interjected reproachfully.
"See, I told you, those bastards I ran from back in Anchorage weren't my imagination, just cowardly shits taking advantage."
D.B. wanted to spit again, but thought better of it. No point in being rude, after all.
"Yeah, I don't know that I ever seen one of them things do nothing bad or aggressive to another one. They just kinda hover and wait. Kinda funny that those things treat each other better than we treat ourselves."
Claire nodded her agreement and first-hand understanding, while she carefully used her teeth to remove every sticky morsel of granola bar clinging to her fingers. This might be her last meal, and she didn't want to waste a single nibble. Cradling his forehead in his palm, Jerry commented,
"Yeah, a laugh riot."
D.B. measured Jerry with his eyes. He would have guessed that Jerry was young, maybe not much beyond 21. Jerry didn't fit the mold if he was as young as D.B. suspected now that he had been able to more closely observe him. D.B. searched the pool of his memory trying to stir his vocabulary. The agitated, undulating caps of adjectives seemed so common and ill-fitting, and then he seized upon a word riding the others, poised. Yes, the man, the boy, was poised. D.B. was satisfied with his quick assessment and moved on.
"There are folks all around. I mean, you know, the kind that don't eat people. I seen 'em around here and there. Small groups and sometimes just loners. They just looking to stay alive, no different than me or any of us. Mostly them folks keep to themselves, but there's others marauding the peninsula from Cooper Landing all the way down to Homer. If it ain't them things out to get you, then it's those bastards following behind to finish you off. Crazies that banded together and just want to stir the pot until it spills onto the floor. Got no regard for nothing, not even themselves. Drunk or stoned and riding around on motorcycles creating havoc amidst the chaos. About as bad a mix as it could be. But that ain't all. Down outside Soldotna, some of them citizen militia people got organized in a hurry. Hell, this was kind of what some of them had been predicting and preparing for years. I'm sure that to some of them this was just Christmas come early. I ain't had much to do with none of them, but what I seen ain't been too complimentary. Me and Duke and Ricky, Alec, I guess, we was on foot on the highway. This was about a day or so before we found Della and the kids. Well, my truck, let's just say it wasn't going to be driving us nowhere. So, like I said, we was walking the highway when I heard something comin' up the road. It sounded like an NRA parade saluting the history of the gunshot. But then I heard the engine sound, too. Motorcycles. We dropped out of sight, hoping they'd just pass us on by. There wasn't much in the way of hiding spots to choose from. We was near Kenai Central. You know that high school there on the highway? We just got as small and still as we could in the shallow ditch that ran along the side of the road. When I peeked back onto the road, I realized there was more to it. There were a couple of people on bicycles that were being chased by whoever it was on the motorcycles, who were still a little off in the distance but closing fast. It was going to be a short chase. I could tell the bike riders, a man and a woman, were already at their limit, and the motorcycles were doing nothing but gaining on 'em. It was just a matter of minutes. Seconds, and maybe not even that long. The fellas on the motorcycles, when they came into view, were wearing uniforms. Like full-on military uniforms, with the yellow yarn on their shoulders and everything. The militia boys ran them other two folks off the road. They sent 'em crashing ass over tit onto the road. They couldn't have been more than 20, maybe 25 yards away from where we was hiding. The man from the bike got up first. He looked over his shoulder at the woman who wasn't moving. He tried to get away on foot, but his leg was broke. He was facing right at us. I think he may have even seen us, but I can't be certain. He yelped like a wounded animal when he fell. He tried to crawl, but the angle of his broke leg made it impossible to move. It was terrible. One of them uniformed boys walked over to the man and said something like, "In the name of the new order of law," or something, and shot the man in his back. Then the militia boy nudged the man with his boot until he groaned. So the boy shot him again, and laughed when he seen the man's legs twitch a little. It ain't never easy to see a man die. About then, a big, black Humvee pulled up on the street. More of the uniformed boys piled out and stood around waiting for something to happen, but the man in the passenger seat of the SUV stayed where he was. He was the boss, so he didn't have to get up for no one. At least that's how it looked to me. He sat in his comfy, padded seat and told everyone else what to do. I heard them talk about what happened. I guess the two bike riders were suspected of, get this, looting. The militia, being the new authority in town, was enforcing the laws that seemed important, I guess, and looting is now a capital offense. But when they searched the dead bodies, they didn't find nothing on either of them. Do you know what that son of a bitch sitting in the Humvee said then? He zipped up his coat until the metal teeth almost pinched his neck skin, and he said, "Well, let that serve as a lesson to anyone who might be thinking about looting then." I see a couple of them uniformed boys going through a couple cars on the road, and lo and behold, they found themselves some beer in a cooler in the back of a truck. Another one of 'em had a woman's garter around his forehead. You know, the kind of garter that guys get at a wedding and hang around their mirrors? They just rummaged around the cars, grabbing anything they could get their hands on. Looting? I guess not much changed with the changing of the guard. The ins are always sticking it to the rest of us. Pretty soon all the noise them fellas was making got the attention of a bunch of those things. Probably 20 or so of the monsters started to come at them from the high school across the street. Remember how I said them boys had been preparing for all of this? Well, they showed me just how thorough they had trained. It was just a few seconds and a lot of shooting before all those things were piled in the middle of the road. There was more of them off to either side of the road, and some more still coming from around both sides of the school. I was afraid to look over my shoulder to see if there was any behind us. Hell, I didn't know what we would do if there were. We had Ricky's gun, but if we shot or even stood up to run, them militia boys would have filled the three of us full of holes, too. It must have been time for a commercial break in the action because DB paused his story as he stirred the fire again. Darkness was falling all around them, making the small fire glow all the more.
Megan sighed incredulously.
Jesus.
Della, whose eyes shimmered with the fire's reflection, said from behind them,
I think we can leave him out of this.
and then finally sat down, joining the others around the warming flame. She opened her hands above the fire, letting the heat circulate through her body like a boiler, filling pipes and radiators with scalding water to warm its host. She almost betrayed the soothing sensation with a smile, but stopped just short of actually doing that. Della realized that all the eyes around the campfire were on her and waiting for her to speak again. However, she felt no need to rush into saying anything more. She was not one of those people who felt that every quiet moment needed words or sounds to fill it. Sometimes silence was enough to fill the void in and of itself. Della's hands warmed significantly. She held her palms to the back of her neck and felt the comfort trickle both up and down her spine, resisting the urge to shudder with the simple pleasure of shaking away the cold. In their van on the side of the road, they had decided to forego having a fire for fear that it would attract others to them. Inside the van, the cold was not so extreme at nights, but it was never warm. She accepted things for the way that they were at all times, but there was something to be said for not being cold. She sat silent for a few moments more, realizing that the quiet was waiting for her to break it. She began,
It was them militia people or the marauders or maybe both that set me and these kids on the path to all y'all. Some damn fools came along to the hotel where we was hiding looking for... Well, they was looking for whatever they could find. I was a housekeeper at the hotel. I was working when the TV in the lobby started to jabber on about something happening in Anchorage. I suppose I saw the same news that DB saw. Them news people were guessing and talking, having experts from the CDC and Homeland Security and who knows what else come on the show to give their 2 cents worth. Nobody knew what was going on. The last thing I saw before the TV went dead was a woman talking about how there was some new reports about this thing spreading to Fairbanks and maybe even to Vancouver and Seattle. By that time, most of the folks in the hotel decided it was time to leave. Some came down to the front desk to check out, but most just left. The parking lot went from full to empty in about an hour. Most just ran off without any place to go or plans to get there. They was just running. All them folks from out of town, from the lower 48, took off, but where was they gonna go? Not like they could just drive to home or safety or nothing. I didn't know where they was headed, and they probably didn't know neither. It was just good enough for them to be headed, and so that's what they did. They all just disappeared. A few families stuck around the hotel. I guess when they got to thinking about where to run, they realized that there wasn't much running to be done. Maybe they was hoping that all the troubles would stay in Anchorage, or that maybe someone would swoop on down to save 'em. All the ladies that worked the front desk was gone, too. The last to go was the manager. He was some young guy, just a kid, who had a degree and a connection through his family to get the job. Least that's what everyone say about him. He was nice enough. I ain't never seen him sweat until that day. Well, I guess before some big-time manager was up from the lower 48, he was a little worked up, but nothing like that morning. This was something different, and I could see it in his face. He was scared and wasn't putting no effort into hiding it. He took me aside and gave me his keys. You know, the ones that open every door. I had a master key that opened all the guest rooms and the utility and laundry rooms, but his keys opened every door. He said that I could stay at the hotel with the guests who was staying too. He told me to take care of things, but I could tell he didn't care one way or t'other. He just wanted to be gone. It was hard for Steve to be so young and so scared at the same time. He was so used to being invincible and powerful.
I think maybe he was thinking his fear was making him less of a man or something. But that didn't stop him from running out to his little black car and driving hisself on out of that parking lot without ever looking back. By the end of the day, it was just me and a few families. They was all from somewhere out east, traveling together. The typical dream vacation to Alaska.
Neil and Megan gazed sympathetically at Jules and Danny, who had come into their company in much the same way. Under her breath, Della's thought found her voice, and she said,
"Dying together too, I guess. Them poor folks."
Della felt all the eyes back on her again. She chewed her lip, revealing for the first time any hints of frailty. She scratched her neck lightly and rubbed her chin.
"At the hotel, we got ourselves comfortable. We had lots of food, mostly breakfast sausage and muffins and such. We just waited. A few nights into it, the lights went out. We knew it was coming, but it took us all by surprise. The hotel's got a generator, but we decided we would wait until the morning to turn it on. Turned out to be a good idea. I guess them things started to come into Soldotna. We heard a bunch of screaming and then some shooting. The hotel was dark, so it all just passed us by, but it sounded horrible. By the time it was to full steam, when all them folks was screaming and shooting and dying, and no matter how far we went into that hotel, we couldn't seem to get away from it. The noise shook the whole hotel. It was like we was in an earthquake or something. I ain't never heard nothing like it, and I hope I never do again. We blocked off the front doors and the windows, but they was big doors with thick glass. We thought they would hold most everything out, so we wasn't worried. We had lights when everything was dark. We had food, and we had security, we thought. We was such fools. A few of them things came around. They made a mess of the glass on the front doors, but that was about it. We hung some sheets over the glass so that the things couldn't see us and we couldn't see them. There was a bunch of kids with us, I think 9 in all, and they didn't need to be looking at those demons. I ain't never seen nothing like it. Like I said, though, we didn't pay them no mind. If that was as bad as it was going to get, well, it wasn't. About a week later, we heard some motors coming up the road toward us. We'd heard motors before, but always during the day. This was a little bit after sunset. A couple of the moms thought that maybe it was all over and help had finally come. I knew better. I told them all that them motors didn't sound like the type of thing the military or government would be using. Those motors only sounded like trouble to me. None of 'em listened to me, though, like I was some kind of a fool or something. I just went and found me a place to hide. I didn't want no part of whatever was coming.
The grisly conclusion of her tale was halted when Della gazed over at the 2 young children in her charge and thought better of it. Her face was as rigid and warm as stone, but her eyes glistened with soft, tender kindness. She continued more quietly, seemingly carrying on the conversation directly with the fire in front of her.
I don't know for sure what happened. From my spot in the luggage closet, it sounded a lot like the way it did on the road in front of the hotel those first few days. I heard running and screaming and shooting and even some begging. It sounded like them nice folks was going through hell. I guess it don't take much imagination to figure what happened. It was done and over so quick. Whoever they was didn't leave much behind. I think I heard a few of the younger moms and maybe some of the kids being taken along. When it got quiet enough for long enough and I thought it was safe, I took a look around. The food was all gone. What they didn't take was scattered all over the floor and on some of the furniture in the lounge area. They took all the diesel for the generator, too. They left behind quite a mess, though, and the food on the couches was just the start. Windows and doors were smashed, and someone had sprayed a fire extinguisher down the hallway. They even sprayed some graffiti on the walls. I understand the food and the fuel, but the rest of it, especially the graffiti, I guess I just don't get some folks is all. Things weren't messy enough already. There was a couple of bodies floating in the little pool. Their skin was as white as a linen sheet. Whatever little bit of color bleached right out of 'em by the chlorine in the water. There was 3 or 4 more bodies out in the parking lot. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they had plastic shopping bags over their heads. I didn't look close enough to tell if they'd been shot and the bags were just their version of an executioner's blindfold, or if they had been smothered by the tight plastic. Don't matter much nohow. In a room on the main floor, I found 2 moms in beds. I don't even want to tell you how I found them poor ladies. God rest their souls. I decided I was going to leave the next day as early as I could. I just planned to go to my trailer and see what happens next. I looked around for anything that them others might have left behind by accident. I wasn't never coming back to the hotel, so I wanted to make sure that I grabbed whatever I could. I found me some chips and cookies hidden in the break room by one of the desk girls. In the locked manager's desk drawer, I found me some canned breakfast drinks and some energy drinks, too. Never much took to either of those, but I knew that it would come in handy down the road. I went into the laundry room to see if anything in there might be helpful. I wasn't planning on getting anything useful from in there, but I looked anyway. I mean, what would I possibly need with clean sheets?
Claire interrupted with a prolonged sigh of longing.
Clean sheets.
Della continued, without losing pace.
I opened the door, and these 2 little heads popped up from inside one of the laundry carts.
In a rare moment of levity, Della smiled through a slight chuckle.
Looked to me like a couple of prairie dogs, I swear they did. I grabbed 'em and found a quiet room upstairs that wasn't too bad where we could sleep for the night.
Della's eyes expelled any humor and became serious and grave.
The next morning was cold and wet on the other side of the window. I was thinking maybe we could wait one more day. No point in leaving if it was going to be nasty outside, especially since it was dry and not so cold in the hotel still. The little boy, though, he said that he was hearing something that was making his head hurt, and then the little girl said the same thing. And then I thought that maybe I heard it too. I don't know how to explain it.
It's okay, Neil said. We've all been through it too. We think that it, whatever it is, tends to affect younger ears much more than older ears. Della considered Neil's assessment before she spoke.
I didn't have as much time to figure that sort of thing out right then, because all of a sudden there was some banging on the door and that sound got worse. Don't know that I ever been so scared. I didn't know what to do. The kids were crying, and I might have been too. I don't know for sure. If it was one of them bastards come back to finish the job, I wasn't gonna give him the satisfaction. And if it was one of the things that was out in the street, well, I wasn't quite sure what I was gonna do. I didn't have no weapons, and I was afraid that if we tried to jump out the window, well, look at me and you know what I was worried about trying to do. That and them kids couldn't drop that far without hurting theirselves neither. The thing at the door was getting a little more serious about it and was getting louder and louder. I didn't think we could outlast it, so I had to do something.
Megan wondered.
What did you do?
Stretching her arms high over her head, Della paused, letting the difficult memories settle before speaking again.
I did the only thing I could think to do. I opened the door. The only thing I had in that room that I could use to protect myself was a fire extinguisher. So I locked the kids in the bathroom, got that extinguisher in my hands, and opened the door. The thing looked as surprised as I was that I'd done a fool thing like that. But that was what I was hoping for. I sprayed its face and knocked it back into the hallway. Then I swung that heavy metal son of a bitch and hit the thing on his head. He just fell down, gurgled a bit, and then went limp. There wasn't no other things in the hall, but I knew that we didn't have much time. I ran back in the room, got them kids out of the bathroom, and we ran out one of the side exits. There was more of them things in the car's parking lot across the street, but they didn't see us. A little bit later, the kids started to complain that they could hear that noise again. We was moving slow, trying to stay out of sight as much as possible, so we just waited. Couple of seconds later, we saw 'em. There was maybe 4 or 5 of 'em looking in the windows of a service station, and then they started to get all agitated and excited. They started to bang on the glass until I heard a scream from inside. All of a sudden a woman ran out the back of the building and down the direction we just come from, and them things take off after her. A few seconds later, we heard another scream and then nothing else. Lucky for us, all those things chased after her so we could get moving again. We spent the next few days just moving from place to place. We ate when we could, but mostly we just wanted to hide. We just laid low, moving like that from hiding spot to hiding spot until we found DB.
Della looked up at the darkening skies.
One of those days after we left the hotel, I saw some cycles that looked like maybe they could have made the kind of noise I heard on the night that the hotel was attacked. They was big and shiny and, I bet, loud. The bikes was just sitting there in the middle of the road on their kickstands, like they was horses waiting outside the saloon for their cowboy riders to return. They wasn't abandoned, though. They looked too particular and neat. They certainly looked out of place, like they didn't belong. Looking at them, I kinda hoped that maybe God still had enough vengeance left in Hisself to visit a little on some of those evil men. Maybe they had to answer for their sins after all. Truth be told, though, them bikes could have been sitting there since the beginning of all this hell on earth. It was fun to think that maybe there was still some justice left in this big old broke world. Back then we seen some other folks still around. Normal folks, you know. They was looking around for food and such, just like us. Some looked okay, but I wasn't chancing nothing, so like I said, we just laid low.
The story wasn't anything new to any of them, other than the specific details. They had, unfortunately, lived through similar events recently and would hopefully continue to live through the harrowing times in front of them. Neil did have one question for her. He waited patiently until he was certain she was done speaking, and then inquired, "After all those days and all the other people, why DB? What was it about him that was different?" Della sidestepped the question at first, letting it bounce away like an errant ball hit out of bounds. She wasn't sure if she had an answer that would either satisfy his question or her own curiosity. If she were honest with herself, she would have to admit that there wasn't a single factor that led her to trust the old man. But if there was one thing that she could name, it would have to be the man's eyes. There was no malice in the fading blue orbs. The wrinkles to either side of the light blue pools were honest and harbored no spite. They were eyes worthy of trust, and so she had done that. She felt no compulsion to immediately answer Neil's question, and decided in the end to leave it unanswered.
She simply stirred the fire with another of the longer sticks and let the inquiry slip away from the conversation and disappear into the encroaching night. But what did it really matter? She and those two kids were cold, hungry, and desperate for salvation when they happened upon the man, the boy, and that old dog. She had thrown caution to the wind and put her faith in a complete stranger. By the grace of God, it had worked out, and there she sat amongst these strangers as living proof of her successful gamble. Finally, when everyone else had given up on hearing an answer, Della spoke defiantly.
Steve, if I knew, I guess I'd tell you. As it is, we here because we went with them too. That's all. Nothing mystical or profound, really. Steve just done his job and got us here.
Emma's eyes betrayed her exhaustion. Despite the air of excitement around the camp, she said,
We all got stories about how we got here. Maybe we should put off any more of this until tomorrow. I don't know about the rest of you, but I could sure use some sleep.
Her suggestion was met with nodding heads, stretching arms, and yawning mouths. Jerry stood with his rifle balanced across both of his shoulders.
You folks have been on the move all day. Maybe you should get some shut-eye. Me and Claire and Megan can keep first watch. We'll get you up in a few hours to take over.
You don't have to tell me twice, Neil said gratefully. Thanks. I could use the rest.
He was exhausted, and the spell of sitting had only made him understand that reality that much more clearly. His legs ached, and it felt as if he was wearing cement shoes. He scanned the campsite and found his sleeping bag still rolled tight and anything but ready. He decided it was too much effort and so elected to simply zip his coat closed and cross his arms across his chest. He closed his eyes and let the calmness of the moment tempt him to sleep. When he felt his legs being lifted and moved slightly, he barely cracked his eyes to inspect the source. It was Megan. She was coaxing him as gently as possible into his sleeping bag. He complied and was soon wrapped in down-filled comfort. Inside his warm cocoon, he was once again isolated with his thoughts. He thought about the day now behind them. He missed his friend Dr. Caldwell's company and judgment. But, for a change, things seemed to be on an upward swing. 18.
Neil! Neil!
He was being shaken awake, but he resisted. Neil had been dreaming, or maybe more accurately described as remembering in his sleep, where memories weren't forced to parade themselves through the filter of his conscious reality. He was revisiting his wedding day. The marriage notwithstanding, the actual wedding ceremony and, more specifically, reception were pretty good. His recollection lacked clarity, coming to him as familiar yet hazy forms. It was like looking at a picture from a distance and through flowing water. All around him in a happy swirl were smiles and laughter, music and dancing, and, of course, the prospect of a lifetime of happiness and love. He relived his brother's rambling but sincere toast, though the specific words, like the images, defied coherence. His parents' approval, evident in the warmth of their presence, was perhaps the most fulfilling memory that graced his dream. And his bride. She was gorgeous. There was no other way to describe her. Her dark, elegant curls and soft, feminine features were enough to take his breath away on that day so long ago, and were still stirring to him in his dream. He couldn't have been more in love. His dreamy reality, perfect and pristine, was interrupted by a voice, then by shaking, and finally by a face floating above him. At first, the face was foreign and accompanied by a staccato beat resembling the sound of 1,000 out-of-sync woodpeckers banging out 1,000 confused rhythms all at once. This was not a face he remembered from his wedding, and the noise wasn't even part of his hangover the morning after. The face was young but lacked naivete and had hints of dirt and grime over its splotchy red cheeks. Recollection was slow, but when he finally recognized Jerry, his wariness raged to pure terror in an instant. The near-absolute darkness and the roaring cacophony all around further fueled his disorientation, driving him nearly to a panic. The air kissed Neil's cheeks with its cool, salty wetness, forcing his breath deeper into his lungs. He could smell the moisture and realized that the woodpeckers were actually raindrops hitting upon the tarp that had been laid over him to keep him dry. Neil started to shuffle and move under the tarp, making a bit of noise in the process. Jerry touched Neil's shoulder to get his attention. He held his finger over his pursed lips to quiet Neil as he awoke. The younger man leaned closely and whispered into Neil's ear. "We got company over on the road. I don't think they know we're here, but I think we should get the others up." From his semi-dry blue plastic cocoon, Neil couldn't see anything other than Jerry's shadow-enshrouded face. He fought back the urge to retreat further from the waking world into his current sensory-deprived surroundings. Neil rose slowly, as if the heavy world would have it no other way. His weariness had hidden from him the hard, uneven surface of his makeshift bed, but the resulting aches and pains were all too eager to point themselves out. He was thankful he wasn't already on the run, allowing him the opportunity to stretch. Neil eased himself out from under the tarp, careful not to make any more noise than was unavoidable. He realized he was the last adult to be roused. The others were already kneeling in various intervals around the camp. In the modest moonlight, Neil was only able to discern the most basic shapes and forms of individuals, but defining features and characteristics were absent. Della was hovering near the still sleeping children. She didn't have a firearm, but she was sporting a baseball bat that cast a bit of a metallic glint against the darkness. D.B. and Alec, an honorary adult, were the furthest away and were both now armed with rifles given to them by Neil. Emma and Claire were a little closer but still several feet away. They too were armed and ready, looking out toward the highway beyond. Finally, Megan, waiting patiently next to Jerry, handed Neil his shotgun and then fell against him. Her cheeks were wet with rain, but she could tell that the rain was doing its level best to conceal the warm tears that were also present. With her fragile vulnerability pleading from her eyes, Megan could not possibly have looked more beautiful or precious to Neil. Despite her matted, dripping hair and the filth of living on the go and largely in the wild clinging to her, Megan was every bit as beautiful as the still fading dream image of his long-ago bride. It didn't seem to matter that the world was dying in violent convulsions all around them when he looked at her. He begged for the power or the insight to make things better for her. Neil did the only thing he could think to do. He wrapped his arms around her and tried to hug away the fear and the accompanying tears. He kissed her forehead and professed his love with a knowing look and a second kiss on her lips. She tried to smile, but Megan was nearing her limit. That much was clear to Neil. And like his past failed attempts at resolving problems in relationships, he was at a loss as to what to do. It wasn't as simple as stopping smoking, remembering to take out the trash, or taking constructive criticism and advice more seriously. Try as he might, he couldn't seem to figure a way to stave off the horrors of the world for Megan. For the moment, all he could do was help them all to see another sunrise. That would be something, at least. To that end, he leaned against the dark, wet curtain of thick slate slabs, screening them from the passing horde. Jerry motioned toward the road with a head nod and whispered, "There's a big group over there on the road. I think they're moving north. That's how it sounds, anyway. With any luck, they'll pass us on by." To Neil, that wasn't necessarily a sound gamble. He worried aloud. "I hope we're not counting too much on our luck. Last time I checked, our luck wasn't serving us too well." Neil paused for a thoughtful moment and then said quietly, "Why are they on the move?" Jerry considered Neil's question and then answered with a whisper, "Maybe you're shooting down the road? If I were to venture a guess, I'd have to say that's as likely a cause as anything." Neil felt the frustration in Jerry's words. He was, after all, more than likely right in both his assessment as well as his irritability. Neil could easily have pointed out that it was Emma who started the shooting in the first place,
but stopped himself before the juvenile excuse of "she started it" was given voice. Instead, he asked,
"So where are they going, then?"
Jerry shrugged his shoulders. "They probably don't even know. They heard the gunshots and their brains told them to follow the sound to find food. Once they get going, it's really just one of Newton's laws of motion. They'll keep heading in that direction until some other force causes them to stop or turn around. They'll just go and go, probably right off a cliff if something doesn't stop them first."
"Do you really think it could be that simple?" Shaking his head in doubt, Jerry replied,
"I really don't know. So long as they keep passing us by, what does it matter? If they're not in front of us, isn't that a good thing? Rather them in the rearview mirror than the headlights, know what I mean?"
"Yeah, I guess you're right."
Jerry's judgment was logical and entirely possible. It was also something that they might be able to use to their benefit in dealing with the undead in the future. Despite this possibility, Neil was finding it hard to be comfortable. Regardless of the direction in which they were heading, there were still scores and perhaps more of the walking corpses passing them a mere handful of yards away. He was worried that he and the others would never be granted the opportunity to explore Jerry's suppositions. The peril of their situation was staggering. Neil was right, too. The dragging shuffle of feet on pavement and the occasional tortured grunt or moan emerging from the darkness was unnerving, to say the least. Some of the sounds were coming from disturbingly close and led many of them to start, chewing on fingers already gnawed to the quick. He wondered to himself if there was anything he could do to improve the odds. He imagined, for a moment, running headlong into the pack. He'd have his guns blazing, and when they were all emptied, he would start swinging his bat. In a heartbeat, he envisioned him successfully bludgeoning enough of the fiends to rally support from the others until they had killed them all. And then in the same instance, he imagined him swinging the bat a few times until his exhaustion and the sheer numbers of the ghouls overwhelmed him beneath a pile of decaying but still clawing flesh. That's just how it was with Neil, and even the end of the world hadn't changed his self-defeating nature from emerging during his own redemption fantasies. He was, instead, frightened to inaction once again, choosing to allow circumstance and chance to determine his fate. He was the master of passivity. Meanwhile, the rain and the dark worked hand in hand as unwitting allies to the small band's survival gambit. They hunkered down beneath blue tarpaulins and waterproof tent vinyl. Their hands and feet threatening to lose feeling in the damp cold, they each reminded the other to flex fingers and wiggle toes as much as possible. The waiting and the wondering created frustration and anxiety all night as each new sound sent off alarm bells in their heads. It promised to be a sleepless and restless night once again. 19. The cold, wet night passed into a cold, wet morning, with the zombie migration finally starting to show signs of waning. The torrential river of undead was fast becoming a trickling stream. Despite the numbers seeming manageable enough to force a confrontation, Neil knew that it was a bad idea. If the beasts were simply allowed to pass without ever knowing that Neil and the other survivors had been there all along, that seemed to be the best option. It seemed that with the dawning of a new morning, perhaps they would for once enjoy a little good luck. The children were all awake by then, but still sitting out of the rain beneath and on top of a tarp. Della had stirred them from their sleep, but forbade them from coming from beneath the plastic cover. Things were really looking good. Neil counted perhaps 10 of the foul creatures still on the road. Most were sporting injuries to their legs which slightly inhibited their walking, causing them to straggle far behind the main pack, but straggle and continue forward they did. These few barely constituted a threat, given the numbers Neil had faced in the past. It felt like maybe things were starting to get better. He knew he shouldn't tempt fate with his optimism, but it was hard to resist. So little had gone their way that he couldn't help but feel somewhat contented with their current turn of events. He turned back away from the road and looked down towards DB and Alec,
who were the farthest south of their group. Beyond where they hunched behind some larger, round rocks, Neil thought he spied some movement. He was still sitting down, so much of the distant area to the south of them was obscured. Still, he thought he saw something. It could just be his eyes playing tricks on him, but he couldn't tell for sure. He'd been staring so intently into the darkness through most of the early morning hours, he could have just strained his eyes. No, he was certain he saw it that time. There was something coming toward them up the tracks. Something? There was no doubt in his mind what it was. He grabbed Jerry's arm and pointed down the tracks. He needn't do more as the ghouls' heads were slowly coming into view. At precisely the same time, Jerry and Neil's stomachs rolled themselves over into nauseating knots. Now something had to be done. Ignoring the problem and hoping that it would merely go away was not an option. The problem was coming straight at them. This was one of those moments in which Neil would have been thankful for someone else to make the decisions. They could easily take the three nearest to them, but would also more than likely attract the attention of the monsters still on the highway. Neil was fairly confident they could even kill the 10 or so zombies on the road handily, although it would require the use of firearms. This eventuality would in all likelihood be the force about which Jerry had spoken, responsible for turning the horde back on its heels and straight at them in the first place. All of this raced through Neil's thoughts as he watched Della rise up from her roost like an agitated bear. Neil didn't realize the ghouls were as close as they were. She was upon them with such fierce suddenness she set all three of the creatures off balance. She wielded her bat with the deft skill of a ninja, but the brute power of a Viking. She struck the first one's rotting skull so hard she very nearly severed it from its similarly decaying body. The impact created a hollow, wet thump of a sound, followed by the beast crumpling lifelessly to the ground. She squared off with the other two still coming at her. One must have noticed the children and recognized them as easier prey because it bypassed Della and started toward them instead. From Della emerged a scream that would have rattled both heaven and hell. The fearsome spawn of primal rage and maternal instincts. It was a ferocious growl with all the subtlety of an atomic shockwave. Like a linebacker, Della stormed right over the beast in front of her and, in the same motion, swung the bat in a high, air-cutting arc. The bat struck its target with a bone-crunching thwack between its shoulder blades. The zombie collapsed onto its belly and tried to get back to its feet, but to no avail. Della had crushed its spinal column and broken its back. She took one step and finished it off as it tried to claw its way closer to the children. The third ghoul was just getting to its feet from Della's rush. She wasn't, apparently, in the mood to give it a moment's reprieve. This time she swung the bat in a low, wide sweep, hitting it squarely in the legs. The blow broke at least one of its legs and sent it, too, sprawling to the ground. Neil looked at Jerry and then back at Della as she stood amidst the carnage. Jerry said flatly, "Well, I guess we'll just have to see how this turns out." Neil cracked a humorless smile and agreed with a nod. And as Neil had suspected, Della's assault did draw the attention of the undead octet on the highway. Luckily, there were just the 8 and no more of the larger group in sight. Neil stood, ready to wade into battle with his bat, but stopped when he heard the gunshots. It was DB and Alec. They were shooting wildly at the advancing zombies, both wasting ammunition and creating exactly the kind of ruckus Neil wanted to avoid. Realizing it was too late to avert disaster, Neil nodded to Jerry, who fired off 3 successive shots, bringing down 3 different targets. By then, the fiends were less than 20 feet away. So Neil leveled his shotgun against his shoulder and let loose a deafening blast, which brought down another. DB had also claimed one, leaving just 3 more still coming at them. The hideous wretches started to gain speed the closer they drew to their prey. They were a trio of nightmares. All 3 would have to gain weight to be considered wraiths. But that was not the worst of their appearance.
Their flesh was ripe with open, festering sores and pulled tightly across the protruding bones of their hands and arms and was starting to pull back away from their eye sockets and mouths, revealing brittle, weather-beaten bone. Their heads sagged and bobbed with all the muscle control of newborns, but the hunger animating their expressions belied any suggestion of innocence. Emma and Megan were no longer content to watch. The two of them closest to their assailants leaned against the slate slabs and fired their own firearms. Megan was using a smaller caliber shotgun, while Emma was sporting a pair of semi-automatic pistols. They created a field of leaden punishment that spread out before them. Neil, too, fired his weapon, as did Alec. It was a triangulation of fiery death into which the three monsters charged and never emerged. Their shattered bodies rested in horrible, twisted heaps beneath the still settling smoke. Neil, with a look over his shoulder, confirmed that Della was still okay, and then did the same with everyone else. His breathing was coming fast and shallow, trying to keep pace with his rapid heartbeat. There was something more, though. He felt satisfaction and a little bit of lingering adrenaline that bordered on bloodlust. Looking out over the bodies scattered across the road, Neil wondered if he was feeling the same emotions as guerrilla warriors after a successful ambush. Could they, he and the other survivors, exist in this manner? And for how long? There were guerrilla movements all over the world that had faced overwhelming government forces and materiel for years, and had somehow successfully emerged time and time again victorious. Could his group be as lucky? There was very little time for consideration at the moment. They needed to get themselves going before the horde turned about and started heading back toward them. The tarps were folded into tight but still wet rolls and lashed to backpacks. That was all the packing needed before they were back on the path heading south. 20. The junction for the Portage Highway was a short way south on the railroad tracks. Typically a bustling crossroads of vehicles coming and going from the scenic Portage Glacier Park and the city of Whittier. Today, it looked like the busiest intersection on Venus. Actually, defining Whittier as a city was only possible in the village and small town-dominated nature of Alaska. Whittier sat in a sheltered bay and became a stopover for large and small watercraft in days gone by. The community that grew up around the anchorage was a hodgepodge of small and large commercial ventures, ranging in interests from simple tourist trade to fishing guides and processors to government services. The largest structure in the community was the monstrous and largely vacant Buckner Building, which was a relic from first World War II and then the Cold War. There were a few houses, hotels, and even some multiplex apartment buildings. To refer to Whittier as a city would have been insulting to the smallest of traditional cities in most other places in the world, especially given the fact that the arrival of a single cruise ship to the port was enough to have a significant growth impact on the city's population for the day. Despite all of this, Whittier had one remarkable feature that set it apart from all of the communities on the road system in Alaska. It had a single land route entrance that could be closed off by a gate which resembled the impregnable gates of medieval castles. To get to Whittier, a passage had to be cut through a mountain, which was part of a range walling off Whittier from all other approaches. The passage had been created intentionally narrow and limited with the intention that the gate would be opened and closed to help control the flow of traffic, both vehicular and rail, in either direction. No moat had ever as effectively guarded its palace walls as did Mother Nature's contributions on the Kenai Peninsula. Whittier, if the gate had been closed in time, could be safe and free of the infection that had wreaked so much havoc on the rest of the state. Whittier could be a safe haven if... It was that hope which propelled Neil on his way that morning. They were so close. It was only a few short miles up the road. His enthusiasm was, however, tempered by their recent experiences. They had been running from safe haven to safe haven since that first morning so many weeks ago, and every refuge they found was short-lived. They had been temporary due to glaring flaws. Whittier might be something different. There were a lot of ifs and maybes standing between them and this next possibility. Scanning the highway, Neil saw, scattered both on and off the road, a few abandoned vehicles, cars, vans, and trucks left by their owners when it seemed like there was no other option. Many of the bones of those owners were left to rot not far from their abandoned automobiles, the Zeeks close on their heels having overcome them. There were also the rotting, stiff carcasses of ravens who had picked the contaminated flesh from the bodies only to succumb to the same fate. Dark and damp, the slick pavement of the highway stretched itself defiantly into the scant tones and grim moods of the late autumnal weather. If Neil didn't know better, he would have guessed that they were at the crossroads of hell and purgatory. The trees themselves, leafless and seemingly lifeless, appeared to claw at the sky, angry for having ever sprung from the sorry earth. To make matters worse, the weather had soured. The misting rain was becoming more aggressive, manifesting itself in heavy, colder droplets threatening to freeze upon impact. Coats, gloves, pants, and boots were all starting to soak through. Their discomfort increased with each passing miserable moment. With chattering teeth and shivering lips, they made their way across the road to the visitor center to take a short rest. The building and its contents had been gutted, but its walls were still standing and the roof provided some respite from the rain. Thankfully, there were no surprises waiting for them in or around the building, so they got inside without incident. From the floor, Jerry gathered discarded brochures of activities that visitors to the state could enjoy, ranging all up and down the Kenai Peninsula. Thinking the paper might make good kindling for a much-needed fire, he began to twist some into tight rolls. Neil and DB, meanwhile, looked for ways to hang their blue tarpaulins in the gaping windows, trying anything to limit the cold's entrance into the building. Della and Megan helped the 4 children out of their wet clothes, again trying to mitigate the effects of the cold on their little bodies. The 2 women wrung gloves and pants of as much water as possible while the children scrambled to put on drier clothes from their backpacks. Most of the adults did not have the luxury of putting on dry clothes and were forced to suffer into the chilling grips of the onset of hypothermia. They worked quietly, trying to keep their presence a secret to all but themselves. Dealing with the cold alone was bad enough. To have to do so while fighting off the walking dead would have been a grim prospect at best. The undead had been thankfully absent since the skirmish earlier in the day. The shooting from the battle would likely draw the horde back toward them, so the break in the storm was very welcome. For Emma, the respite allowed her to retreat into the stormy domain of her thoughts. She was so desperately confused. Like a fresh scab eager to be picked, the pain of having lost Dr. Caldwell was ever present, surging on occasion and feeling like a punch to the stomach. Her loss and its accompanying agony manifested itself completely differently during the melee, however. Her typical anxiety was replaced with fiery rage, an anger so absolute and so raw, she was barely able to contain it. She channeled her fury into the pistols in her hands and allowed them to speak for her. The sleek handguns' voices were sharp and direct, slicing through reanimated tissue as easily as the air. She lacked composure and control, pulling the triggers wildly. It was through sheer volume alone that she managed to hit anything, but hit the targets she did. She gritted her teeth with each shot, but reveled in each wounding. Her bullets punched holes and shattered bone. Through her clenched jaw, a smile full of venom and bleak satisfaction slithered to her lips and spread itself across her face. She pulled the triggers until there were no more bullets left to fire. Her hands were pulsating with echoes of the shooting reverberating in her palms. In her chest, her heart tried desperately to keep pace with the throb in her hands. Emma would swear that there were rodents whose hearts didn't beat as fast as hers was. Since then, her heart may have slowed a little, but her hands still harbored hints of the violent kick of her pistols, and the smile hadn't retreated one step. It wasn't a smile that held any warmth or joy. It was the smile of the jack-o'-lantern. It was the smile of the madman. It was Fiddling Nero's smile as he watched Rome burn. If the others had stopped and paid attention, her smile would have left them unsettled and worried. Standing there in the back doorway of the small building, Emma watched the others working so hard to scrape together an existence that, at present, barely seemed worth it. Even with the tarps hanging in the windows, dry clothes on their backs, and a small, smoky fire burning in the trash can, they were still all going to be cold. The other thing that occurred to her that no one was talking about was that they were out of food. To her knowledge, they had finished whatever scraps each of them had been able to hide and hold. That last reserve ration was now gone, so the growling protests from their stomachs would simply continue. She pivoted from one foot to the other and was starting out the door when Neil asked her from over his shoulder, "You going somewhere?" She wasn't sure, and her hesitation betrayed this fact to both Neil and herself. She shook her head and said with that same twisted smile splayed about her face, "Just gonna go look around is all. Maybe find some wood to burn or—"
"I don't think you should be going off anywhere by yourself."
"Don't worry, I've got plenty of company." And she patted the two pistols on her hips. She didn't wait for him to formulate a reply, which likely would have been an objection. She bounced down the narrow wooden stairs and walked out on the dark cinder back parking lot. There was a big, heavily used Dodge truck parked across a few of the very limited parking spots. Emma thought to herself as she considered the parking job, "Asshole." Crossing the lot to the truck, she was careful to look both ways. She didn't want to be surprised. The truck's doors were all shut, but she could see through the windows that there was no one inside. She walked over and pulled the truck handle. Locked. Her first thought was to just move on to some other distraction, but all at once she spun about and made one of her pistols into a hammer, shattering the window with a loud, cascading pop. Standing on her tiptoes, she reached into the cab and unlocked the door. In another time, and as a self that she had come close to completely forgetting, she would have been horrified by the dismaying tableau across the seat. The decaying remains of a man and a small child, a father and son, perhaps, were lying next to one another across the long bench seat. Both bore head wounds, likely inflicted by the large silver revolver on the seat next to the man. Emma paused for a moment and decided on a course of action. She went around to the opposite, now unlocked, door and opened it. She then simply pushed the man's body out until it fell out the other side. The carcass didn't have as much weight as most of his body mass had long since shriveled and withered. Just as the body started to slide out, she spied in his front pocket a nearly full pack of cigarettes. Her eyes widened, and she got hold of the package as the body slid to the ground. She was exhaling her first long drag when Neil appeared in the doorway of the visitor center. At first, she felt anxiety akin to being caught smoking in the bathroom in high school. When the nicotine rush hit her senses, however, she would have been able to ignore the Pope and, possibly, even her mother. She quit smoking years ago. It was a pain in her ass, but she'd done it. She was never a serious smoker anyway. She mostly smoked when she went out with her friends, so it could have been much worse. There was no denying the appeal of that first drag, though. It was like a welcome visit from a long-absent friend. It was damned near euphoric. As he walked his way across the lot, Neil joked, "You know, those things will kill you." "According to my mother, they're also very unladylike. It's why I never found a husband." Then she added, "Look what else I found." She then held up the heavy, polished silver pistol she took from the truck. "Nice find. Any shells?" She opened the pistol's revolving chamber. "4 in here, and I bet—" She leaned over and opened the glove compartment, but didn't find anything. She considered her options for a moment and then looked in the rear seat, seeing a light jacket. She hoisted it, noticing the large front pockets sagged with weight. Triumphantly, she pulled from one of the pockets 2 boxes of shells. The other pocket held another pack of cigarettes and a bunch of keys on an assortment of key rings. She leaned forward again, clutching the handful of keys. There was one set of keys sporting a Dodge key fob remote opener. She pressed one of the buttons on the fob, and the doors confirmed they were unlocked. She met Neil's curious eyes with her own. Her hands were almost shaking as she slowly inserted the key into the ignition. She held her breath when she turned the key, and, to her own amazement, the truck's engine started. It had approximately half a tank of gasoline and a bunch of room for all of them. Of course, some of their group would have to ride in the back. But it was a far cry better than walking. They could cover themselves with a tarp to stay as warm and as dry as possible. Megan was the next to appear in the open door. Her eyes were as wide as saucers. Neil yelled to her, "Tell everyone to get out here. We're putting some distance between us and them. When they come back this way, we'll be someplace else." She enthusiastically nodded. "Own it." Neil looked back at Emma and smiled. He said, "You may have just saved all our lives." She smiled back at him, but this smile was genuine and warm. She said coyly, "All in a day's work." 21. Merely sitting in the warm air of the heated truck cab was almost enough for Neil. The goosebumps on his skin felt as if they were enjoying the peak moments of a dance competition. Every hair on his body was standing on end in pleasure. He couldn't help the shiver from crawling down his spine. He breathed deeply into his lungs the deliciously warm air, and that was when the smile appeared. He couldn't contain it, and the smile produced a little chuckle that grew into a full laugh. The really wonderful thing about an infectious, spontaneous laugh is its ability to sweep through a crowd and lift the collective mood of the group. Neil's laugh, full and unexpected, lured smiles from all of his compatriots and laughs from a few. In the open bed of the truck, they fashioned a bit of a canopy using a blue tarp. With the aid of zip ties and bungee cords, the tarp was anchored against the cab of the truck. The back window was open, allowing some of the heat to migrate into the makeshift camper mock-up. It wasn't as comfortable as inside the car, but it definitely was a better option than walking in the cold and the rain. Neil lowered his hands to the steering wheel and felt the vibrating pulse of the large truck. To Neil, it felt as alive and as hopeful as anything that he had encountered in quite some time. That was what he was thinking when Megan, sitting next to him, put her hand on his leg and squeezed very gently. He could see a message in her eyes and rightly surmised its meaning. Megan was ready to be on the move again. She didn't like staying in one place for too long, but it wasn't some primal nomadic nature bubbling to the surface. For her, it was simple practicality. Every time their group had gotten comfortable somewhere and had started to settle in, they had found them. It had been slightly more than an hour since their arrival at the visitor center, but she was already sensing that they were there on borrowed time. They needed to get moving again. Emma, sitting on the far side of Megan and nearest the passenger side door, was exactly the opposite. She was calm, but vigilant. She watched her side of the truck, her eyes scanning the entire area, careful to look at everything without getting distracted by any one stimulus. She didn't want to get caught missing the forest by staring at the trees, to reverse a familiar adage. It wasn't that she was immune to the fear. She just found it to be adding fuel to a different kind of fire. If she hadn't crossed the precarious rope bridge into the state of not caring, well then, she was at least staring at the precipice the bridge spanned. Emma was aware of a change in her disposition. She was most curious in considering whether this was a permanent or temporary change, and if she might slip further into this existential funk. The shift in her mood, despite its suddenness, did not worry her at all. In fact, she welcomed the change. She felt less like a victim. An impartial observer might also suggest that she felt less compassion for those around her as well, but this fact was merely background for her. Her sense of liberation simply felt, well, liberating. She felt like a completely new person. And why not? There was nothing of the world left in which she had become so comfortable and complacent. Never in her life had she even contemplated the rigors under which she now lived every day. Behind them, on the narrow bench seat in the rear of the cab, sat Jules and Danny, and next to them, as silent as always, sat Paul and Nicky, the other two children. While Paul and Nicky were not mute, it was quite clear that they restricted their words to quiet exchanges with Della and, on rare occasion, with D.B. They had the 1,000-yard stare of shell-shocked combat veterans most of the time. Their little brains had blown several neural fuses which had yet to be repaired. Luckily, they didn't seem to eat much more than they said, and they seemed to be willing to walk themselves wherever they needed to go. Everyone else was in the bed of the truck under the tarp, trying to stay warm. It wasn't a perfect setup, but it was passable. Della and D.B. were sitting on one side, and Claire and Jerry sat on the other. They sat atop camping pads and sleeping bags to make the rhino-lined truck bed a little more comfortable. And in the middle of them were huddled Alec and Duke, holding tight to one another to minimize their sliding back and forth. Duke was the picture of calm, trying to continue his afternoon nap despite all the activity and movement. Between his outstretched front paws was a thick stick D.B. had given him as a distraction for later. While adjusting the rearview mirror, Neil caught a glimpse of Jules entertaining the two younger children. She was showing off a string trick Jerry had shown her. Her movements were meticulous and slow, while she remembered each step in the right order. Concentrating intently, she worked her teeth with her tongue like it was a polishing cloth on a fine gem. In an instant, Neil's breath caught behind the emotional knot building in his chest. How could there be even a lingering remnant, a fading memory of innocence left in any of them? And yet, there was Jules in a seemingly suspended state, just being a kid. Neil put the truck into gear, and as it began to roll forward, he said to Megan, "I think we're going to be okay. I know it sounds awfully optimistic, especially for me, but I think we may be getting this thing behind us." Megan kissed him lightly on his unshaven cheek. "Let's just get out of here and start with that." "I'm already on it." 22. The Portage Glacier Highway was a lazy, loopy road that, on a map, looked like someone had just discarded a length of string that happened to connect one terminus with the other. Seeing that both ends of the string were connected, the state of the central coil of the winding snake of a road didn't seem to matter. If asked, most Alaskans would admit that they eagerly anticipate the first snowfall of the season during the waning days and long nights of autumn. It really has little to do with recreational activities such as skiing, snowboarding, or enjoying the horsepower-fueled excitement of riding a snow machine. In fact, the coming of snow means something very different for most Alaskan residents. Autumn in Alaska was more than shorter nights and cooler temperatures. Fall, also, was that period of time in which the land itself began to come to terms with the fact that the impending winter season was upon it. Animals ate heartily from the sparse, extant vegetation, preparing themselves in their different ways for the upcoming hunger days of the cold. Plants and even the ground itself seemed to retreat from the press of decay of the fall, soil hardened with the cold, restraining water from roots, which in turn starved leaves and blooms. Trees and other flora wilted, then sagged, and finally appeared to die, their leaves drying into twisted husks and falling to the ground. Water, left to fester in small pools on the surface, collected the detritus of the season into sucking, stinking puddles that provided neither sustenance nor comfort to anything. Fall was definitely the best way to describe the mood of the season. With the coming of snow, however, the desolation of the season was buried beneath a clean carpet of white, as if the slate had been wiped clean, leaving behind a pure white canvas on which nature was able to create a new reality. The white of snow also chased away the brooding darkness, even at night, as the tiny crystallized water droplets captured and reflected the remotest hints of light during all times of the day. Looking to either side of the road and seeing the wetlands in full retreat, desperately awaiting the deliverance promised by snow, Neil felt a similar longing for winter's offering. To Neil, it was hard to imagine this place as anything other than a desolate, lifeless morass. More than landscape, it looked like the barren remains of a large animal left to rot, the bare trees and clinging brown moss appearing to be bones and withering sinew. It looked and smelled like death all around them. The absence of any wildlife, for as far as the eye could see, only helped to reinforce the foreboding. No amount of imagining on Neil's part could ever encourage him to see this as a thriving ecosystem. He felt like looking over his shoulder to make certain they hadn't passed a sign with Dante's ominous warning to all visitors of his inferno. Should they abandon all hope? Had they crossed the river Styx into the underworld? He couldn't allow himself to become overly distracted with his mood or his grim observations. They were starting to pass more abandoned vehicles, some on the shoulders of the road and others simply stopped in the middle of the lane. So far, they hadn't seen any more of the undead. For that, Neil was thankful, but was also painfully aware that there was little to no possibility of sustaining that fact. They were driving intentionally slowly, giving as much of a berth as possible to the abandoned cars and trucks stalled here and there. It felt as if they were moving along a maze path toward some golden bowl that awaited them at the end. Their truck's engine purred, sending a gentle, tickling vibration through all of their bodies. The buzz raised their collective awareness and anxiety. None of them had been in a serviceable vehicle in some time. When they did finally see the undead, it was a single, lanky, armed, and confused former middle-aged man. He was wearing battered and torn dockers and a once bright red golf shirt. His hair was silver gray but matted and greasy, looking like dirty mop strands hanging in his face. The exposed skin of his arms, neck, and face had the pallor and texture of modeling clay spread too thin over a plaster bust. His cheekbones were impossibly pronounced, and his cheeks overly shallow. Above and through it all, his dark eyes burned with rage and hunger. He was already aroused with the sound of the approaching vehicle. His body was becoming agitated, quivering with spasms and violent tics. When his cesspool eyes caught sight of the large silver truck, however, he twisted his lips into a brown, toothy snarl. With gray, sore-pocked arms raised, he began to stumble and stagger toward them. Megan's breath caught in her throat at first sight of the creature. "I guess I'll never get used to seeing," she trailed off. Jules asked, still doing stars, cups and saucers, and cat's cradles with her string. "Seeing what?" Megan looked up at the truck ceiling and said, "Nothing, sweetie." "It's another one of those bad people, isn't it?" At first, Megan wasn't quite sure what to say. She didn't know if she should try and protect her by hiding the truth. That seemed like the sensible thing to do. It's probably what her mother and father would have done for her. And in that instant of considering her parents, her breath once again caught in her throat. She tried to answer, anything, but she couldn't force any sound from within. She merely nodded a quiet, teary affirmative. "You kids keep your heads down." Neil didn't hesitate. The engine's purr became an aggressive growl as he pushed the accelerator and steered the truck right into the zombie's path. The collision sent the rotting creature hurtling through the air and into the unforgiving side of an RV. The impact against the larger vehicle was loud and wet, the backside of his head erupting like an overripe melon. The lifeless corpse slid down slowly, leaving a streak of necrotic brownish fluid in its wake. They were all thankful for the muting effect the truck's engine noise produced. The threat neutralized, Neil slowed the vehicle again and continued them on their way. The traffic jam was rapidly becoming more and more dense, restricting Neil's ability to thread the truck through the collapsing needle's eye. It was nearly impossible to allow for any safe room between their vehicle and others. On more than one occasion, Neil was forced to use his truck's bumper to nudge another vehicle over a bit to create enough room to pass. The sides of their truck, once pristine and polished, were soon dinged, dented, and scraped. Jerry, Claire, DB, and Della were all up on their knees with axes, camping spades, and baseball bats in their hands as a precaution. The increasing number of motorhomes, campers, tour buses, and other taller vehicles heightened the tension for all of them as their space became tighter and tighter. They looked like castle guards watching over the battlements for any evidence of their threatening foe. It didn't take long. Around the front of a Grey Line's tour bus, they happened upon a group of 4 of the ghouls, loitering around a couple piles of clothes that appeared to be stuck in clumps to the pavement, likely the sticky remains of the devoured former occupants. Neil said loud enough to be heard through the rear window, "No guns. We don't want to." Jerry shouted back, "Way ahead of you, boss. Just keep moving. We'll get whatever you don't." Neil actually felt a smile try to find its way to his face. They charged headlong into the crowd, a mighty war elephant plowing into the fray of battle. Neil ran over 2 of the beasts, their bodies crunching and breaking beneath the weight of their war steed. The other 2 zombies, who both appeared to have once been adolescent girls, moved onto Jerry and Claire's side. Jerry's bat came down with a metallic thwack twice into the first monster's head, the brittle skull imploding into the soft gray ooze inside. With a gurgle and a grunt, the thing fell to the ground, tripping the other zombie as a result. Unfortunately, more than just the walking shadow was caught off guard and tipped off balance. Claire was in mid-swing with the camping spade when her target suddenly disappeared from in front of her. Her swing carried through much further and harder than she was anticipating, sending her head over heels over the gunnel of the truck bed. She threw a surprisingly effective block into the now recovering zombie, knocking it backward again, then spun away and came to rest a few feet from the off-balance, undead creature. She was on her back and looking up at what should have been the roiling bruise of a sky. Instead, all she saw were stars and patterns of light exploding in her dazed vision. She reached blindly, but couldn't lay her hands on her shovel some yards away. She was helpless, and had the wind not been cleanly knocked from her lungs as a result of her fall, she would have screamed such to all within earshot. Temporarily blind, breathless, and helpless, Claire likely made an appealing target. She tried to roll onto her side so she could get to her feet, but the pain in her shoulder and back was too much for her. She was terrified to feel her foot being tugged violently and instinctively kicked blindly, but was unable to discourage her attacker. Jerry and Alec, meanwhile, rolled themselves out of the back of the truck and were sprinting the several yards separating them from the fallen woman. Jerry threw his bat, hitting Claire's assailant squarely between the shoulder blades. It stalled the attack only briefly as the thing considered the threat and the interruption, but that was the only window that Jerry and, more to the point, Alec needed. The teenager, who likely wasn't any older than what the abomination had been before turning, carried only his rifle. He knew better than to shoot for fear of drawing more of the things to them. Instead, he changed his grip so that he was holding the rifle's barrel. His swing cut from east to west, slamming the monster on its side. It didn't dispatch it, but it did send the demonic wraith sprawling away from the still-stricken Claire. Jerry grabbed Claire's shovel and buried the stubby blade into the scabby creature's cranium. All at once, everything seemed to stop. Jerry stood with his hands holding the shovel, which was holding the zombie in apparent suspended animation. It was quiet and still, but was still standing as if waiting. Jerry let go the handle and both the tool and the zombie fell away. There was no time to wait. Jerry ran to Claire and Alec retrieved the shovel, which stood upright like some sick version of the sword in the stone. Alec was forced to use his booted foot to pry the shovel blade from the tight fissure, resulting in a wet pop. He also found Jerry's bat. Claire was hurt. That much was certain. Jerry knew that moving someone after such an injury was unwise, but he also knew that those 4 wouldn't be the last walking dead they would encounter, and so getting back in the truck was of tantamount importance. Jerry kissed Claire's cheek. "Can you hear me, honey?" he said calmly. She nodded slowly. "Can you speak?" She clenched her jaw and answered through the pain. "Yeah, but if I don't have to, well then, we need to move you. Can you tell me what's hurt? What did you hit?" "At least my shoulder and my back landed pretty hard." "Okay then. Alec and I are going to help you up to your feet, okay?" Rather than using her voice, which sent pain arcing through her body like an electric current, Claire smiled and blinked her eyes, which were just starting to come into focus. With Jerry on one side and Alec on the other, they helped Claire to her feet and back in the truck. Claire's right arm hung uselessly at her side. The road rash on her shoulder throbbed and oozed, the gravel of the road and fabric of her ruined jacket mixing with her sticky blood and violated flesh. It felt as if her entire arm was on fire. Jerry was unable to detect any of the telltale signs of a fracture, but he handled her injured limb as delicately as possible. The truck was back underway as Jerry got her into a reasonably comfortable position atop a soft pile of sleeping bags and backpacks. He leaned down and whispered to her again. "No more heroics from you, okay? I don't think I could handle any more scares like that." She smiled and answered coyly despite her pain. "You ain't getting no arguments from me. I'll just stay home and make sure there's dinner waiting for you when you get off from work, dear." Smiling back at her, but also with a few worried tears misting on the surface of his eyes, Jerry said, "I think I could get used to that." "Oh yeah? You may change your mind after you eat my cooking." The kiss that followed was filled with warm emotion and relief, but the tears, both his and hers, shining on her cheeks belied the fearful undercurrent of everyone's mood. Despite the fear, or maybe because of it, Jerry was suddenly more convinced than ever that he was in love with this beautiful, sassy co-ed. He delicately wiped away the mixed pools of tears from her face. "You just rest here for a bit. I'll keep an eye on things while you get some rest." He kissed her again and then pulled himself away from her. 23. Neil was right to get them moving again. Their fracas had drawn the attention of several more of the walking nightmares who were stumbling down the road toward them. Like ghouls from crypts, they crawled and slithered from doors left ajar on vehicles. They also clambered up the shoulders of the road, having finally had some outside force recall them from a long-ago feeding frenzy in the woods. Most, however, were simply standing, waiting, hungering in the middle of the road. Like the tickling sensations of a struggling moth to the spider in her web, the sounds of the tussle drew the attention of every zombie in the area. So far they were out of sight, but when Jules complained to Neil that she could hear that sound again, Neil knew to be watching for them. She hadn't complained in quite some time, which concerned Neil. It could mean that there was a larger group waiting for them further up the road. He had no idea the reality was that the group wasn't waiting for them at all. They were converging on the unsuspecting survivors. Dozens of the scabrous, stinking wretches were closing in on them with every passing second. Oh shit! Neil saw them walking stiltedly toward the group, seemingly ready and willing to eat the truck along with all of its passengers. Emma, speaking for the first time since they had started driving, said, "Speed up." She was calm, almost serene as she checked the load on her pistols. She caught Neil's reproachful look. "Don't worry, they're only as last resorts." And she showed him the blue aluminum baseball bat stuffed into some loops on the backpack at her feet. He tried to smile through his clenched teeth, but instead turned back to the looming targets in front of him. Using the Dodge Ram hood ornament as a targeting site, he lined up the truck so that he would be able to plow into most of them and still stay on the road. He counted at least 10 of them, and if he was able to work it his way, he would be able to get most, if not all of them, as new grill decorations. They were packed so conveniently tight that they were presenting him with a single target. Revving the engine and driving hard at them, he plowed into the crowd with a teeth-chattering series of grisly thuds. Scarred faces, twisted in the fury of an endless, violent death, appeared and disappeared in the truck's windshield as it barreled into them. When the truck finally spun to a stop, there wasn't a single one of the creatures still posing any threats. A couple were attempting to claw themselves along the pavement, dragging behind their shattered bodies. Worse still, from beneath the gory mess smeared over the bottom third of the truck, they could also hear above the engine's settling voice some labored groans and scratching. Jerry looked at everyone in the truck bed with the question in his eyes that everyone else had in their minds. He cautiously leaned over the side, moving with all the care of a boater peering into the depths of shark-infested waters. There was a leg, well, the rotting, shattered, partial remains of a leg, jutting out from the tire well. He said to no one in particular,
"I think we may have a stowaway under the truck."
Neil joked over his shoulder. "I thought for sure you were going to say you're going to need a bigger boat. Can you get it out?" Jerry didn't answer immediately, so Neil took the hint and instead said, "Well, so far it isn't keeping the truck off the road, so we'll just deal with it later. Keep an eye out for it, though. I don't want it to crawl out and surprise us." His voice showing the first signs of excitement, DB observed,
"Speaking of surprises,"
and he pointed behind them at another oncoming and slightly larger crowd of undead. It was an eclectic group of former tourists, commuters, and all varieties of uniformed service workers. Something dawned on Emma as she watched the lumbering pack of rotten hunters. Their skin had become very homogenized, with no clear distinctions remaining between bodies of different ethnic origins. All of the walking corpses had begun their nightmare maintaining the pigment signatures of their ethnicity, albeit with a nagging suggestion of death's olive green creeping along as a slowly encroaching partner. That had changed. All of the beings on the road were simply gray of skin, with only the slightest variation separating one from another. Truth be told, other than their clothes, the only thing that stood out to Emma as a way to differentiate one ghoul from the other was the pattern of darkened and still festering scar patches on their faces and visible fatal wounds on their necks, limbs, or torsos. There was a pause, both in and out of the truck, as they all thought about what this meant and what options they had. They could run again. The new approaching mob was behind them and not lying between the survivors and their ultimate destination. Flight was likely the most prudent decision. But that was not what struck Neil as the right one. He was sick of running. Neil took a deep breath, held it, and then pulled the truck around forcefully, spinning the tires into a belching, smoking cloud. They hurtled forward like a cruise missile, a wake of white smoke and greasy, spattering mortal remains trailing behind them. It felt to all of them as if they were riding a charging, snorting bull as it plunged into the ring. With a stretch of open pavement beyond the crowd, Neil didn't feel the need to restrain the truck and instead punched through the group at full speed. An arm, severed from its owner, corkscrewed out of the crowd, striking the window forcefully enough to crack the glass, and then coming to rest in the gap between the windshield and the hood. Those in the bed of the truck were fully engaged in battle themselves. Jerry and DB, steadied by Alec and Della respectively, swung their weapons wildly, striking anything and everything in their paths. Like two chariot riders in a Bronze Age battle, they wielded their tools of war, trying to expand the carnage. Once through, Neil swung the truck around. There was a sizable gap separating the truck from the reeling mob. The destruction reaped upon them seemed to only excite the few still standing. Neil fingered the wiper control, immediately regretting not triggering the washer fluid first. The grisly mist covering the windshield streaked in heavy brownish bands, all but obstructing their view.
It took 3 quick applications of washer fluid to clear the glass enough to be able to see through it. In that time, the zombies had already started to close the distance to the truck. Emma said flatly, but nodding her head,
"Hit him again. This seems to be working."
Neil didn't need any other suggestions or urging. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and roared ahead again. Megan, sitting next to Neil, had reached her limit. She lowered her face into her hands and held her breath deep in her chest, like the soothing voice from a dream Jules spoke, full of calm and innocent reassurance. She said specifically to Megan, but all of them hearing and absorbing her words,
"It'll be okay. We can get through this. We always do. Don't worry so much. It'll be over before you know it."
All the while, she never looked up from the knotted string stretched between her hands in what was becoming a Jacob's ladder. The serene and absurdly simple nature of her words and her message brought tears to Megan's eyes and stole away Emma's breath. Jules knew that the situation was precarious, but such circumstances were becoming commonplace. Of course, she was worried, and more than a little scared. But she believed Neil was very capable of finding the reputed light at the end of the tunnel, regardless of said tunnel's length. For her lone comfort, she leaned against Danny, who was wrapping himself tighter and tighter in his seatbelt. For his part, Danny was more than a little bit concerned about his well-being, but he wouldn't be able to deny a rising sense of excitement either. His rifle was at his feet. Though it was unloaded, the dark object on the floor of the truck emanated the power of an enchanted talisman, and it was his. Most recently, Danny had been given something else which had elevated his mood. Shortly after their impromptu ambush on the highway, Neil found his way to be walking next to Danny. Neil smiled at him and told him that he was proud of how brave and sensible Danny had been. He didn't use typical grown-up talk in doing it. Neil used words that Danny and his friends would use. Neil could not possibly have known what his saying it or the manner in which he said it could have meant to Danny. But the boy was starstruck. Neil had become a hero. No, he was more like an idol for Danny, so the praise was all the more welcome. After saying his piece, Neil took a small pistol from his pocket and gave it to him. Danny could not believe it. Now he had a pistol and a rifle. Neil explained that both weapons were of the same caliber, so it was easy to keep just one type of ammunition to keep both active. Neil told him that he felt like Danny had shown enough responsibility with his rifle, and their need was such that Danny having the pistol and keeping an eye on the other kids made sense. Neil was entrusting Danny with being a last line of defense between those monsters and the kids. Neil knew that he could count on Danny to not treat the pistol as a toy because it wasn't. Danny was instructed to keep the pistol in his zippered pocket. He was to always keep it unloaded to avoid any accidents. The boy readily consented to every condition, the glow of having a pistol making it all sound like music in his ears. Now that pistol was pulsating on his hip as if it had a heart of its own. Danny patted it confidently and pulled again on his seatbelt as they lurched forward harder just before the collision. On the final pass, the truck's wheels lost their grip amidst the gore on the road. Neil tried to correct left, but the truck instead spun right. Megan and Emma were pressed against Neil as he fought with the steering wheel for control. It was a losing battle. In the front windshield passed a panorama of the bordering wetlands, followed by a blur of stalled vehicles on the road, followed by a different panorama of the opposite side of the bordering wetlands, followed by a blur of empty road and back again to the bordering wetlands. They had spun a full circle and were now idling. Neil's heart was galloping at full bore, trying its best to leap from his chest. His hands were doing their utmost to twist the steering wheel into something resembling a Twizzler, and yet he was the only one inside the truck who wasn't screaming. He immediately looked around to get his bearings. They were at a 90-degree angle to the road and the few remaining zombies who were closing with the truck fast.
He grabbed his baseball bat from next to him and said to Megan,
"Hop on over here and get this truck turned around."
Where the hell are you going?
Neil unlatched his seatbelt and slid out the open door. He kissed her lips quickly and then shut the door. Jerry and DB climbed down from the back, and Emma joined them from her side. There were only 5 of the zombies still in front of them, but they were an intimidating sight, much more so than from inside the truck. None of it seemed to faze Neil at the moment. He waded into the roadway with ill intent on his mind. He fought with reckless abandon. He had already beaten to motionless piles 2 of the monsters and was working on his 3rd when the others finally caught up with him. Jerry pummeled one who was dangerously close to grabbing Neil's back, while DB and Emma dispatched the last. It was quick, violent, and breathless for all of them. A few of the ghouls, unable to do more than use broken arms to pull broken bodies along the dark, slick road, were still trying to come at them, but Emma and DB were making quick work of them. That wasn't to be all, though. From the tighter-packed vehicles on the road in front of them, a familiar moan started to resonate toward them like a brewing storm. Neil knew what they needed to do, but was hesitant to suggest it. He'd grown surprisingly comfortable with his sudden change in disposition, but he couldn't be certain about everyone else. He was ready. He wanted to take the fight to them for a change, but what would everyone else want to do?
"Up for kicking some more ass?"
Jerry answered.
I'm in. Let's move the truck up closer to us and clear a path as we go.
24. Megan was to stay in the truck in the driver's seat and keep the vehicle ready to go. She was also to keep an eye on the kids, along with Della, who had moved to the passenger seat. Claire was trying to stay warm and comfortable on her back, while Alec and Duke were there to keep her company. Neil, Emma, Jerry, and DB were all going to wade into the tangle of vehicles on a search-and-destroy mission. The mix of blunt and edged melee weapons helped their ragtag group resemble a peasant army of serf conscripts marching off to fight in their lord's war. Immediately running into trouble, the 4 of them split into pairs and set about their grim task. Neil finished off the first of the monsters in his path, then he and Emma switched positions, with Jerry and DB doing the same on their side of the road. As they disappeared from view, Megan could feel her anxiety rise and her heart rate increase. She hated it when Neil was away from her. She'd had similar responses when her former fiancé would be gone overnight on business trips, his absence compromising both her security and peace of mind. Her feelings now, however, were understandably much stronger and distracting. For a short while in the past, she used prescription medication to control the panic attacks and keep them at bay. She wondered what her therapist would have recommended to her for controlling the anxiety brought on by the coming of the apocalypse. Had Pfizer or Eli Lilly developed some magical little pill to help during these extreme circumstances? She was sure that if there was money to be made, then a pill would follow, regardless of the world's end. It didn't take long for her angst to build into nervous fidgeting, which quickly led her to get out of the truck. When she opened the door, Della shot her a direful look. Her eyes, more yellow than white, flashed a warning. Megan couldn't ignore the signal. She said comfortingly,
It's okay. I just want to get a better look. Maybe we should be staying within sight, just in case. I think you should just keep an eye out for the others. It'll be okay.
Alec was hanging half in and half out the rear window. Claire was asleep and under a pile of blankets and sleeping bags keeping warm, so Alec decided to do the same for himself in the warm air of the truck cabin. His athletic frame nearly filled the entire back window as he crowded himself into the warmth. The simple creature comfort was so deliciously inviting it produced a smile that tickled his body from head to toe. His comfort brought satisfaction to everyone else already in the truck. Between Alec's presence, Megan's distraction, and their limited view, no one in the truck was paying any attention to behind them. In that yawning blind spot, There could have been a convoy of relief trucks or a regiment of Marines. As it was, there was none of that approaching from behind. There was, however, a pair of staggering, stinking terrors drifting toward them with all the intent and focus of moths to a flame, moving slowly and silently. Megan opened the door and hopped out, peering in the direction of the others. Because she couldn't see well enough, she decided that she would move ahead a little more. She leaned back away from the path of the door and was surprised when something touched her extended arm. She was even more surprised, stunned, speechless, when she turned and looked into the face of death. She tried to find her voice, but even her breath was failing her, and she could only utter a simple, "Huh?" as she was pulled backward by another set of hands from another of the fiends. She kicked forward and shut the door. In so doing, she both set a barrier between the undead and her friends in the truck and isolated herself from them in a single stroke. Off-balanced and strong-armed, she tumbled over and was tangled with both of her attackers in the process. The beasts weren't necessarily strong, but they were relentless.
Megan was awash in their mildewy, briny pungency.
She pressed away from the face that was lunging at her with chomping brown and yellow-teethed jaws, kicking blindly toward the other clawing at her waist. She fought desperately, but she couldn't possibly forestall their attacks indefinitely. She cried out desperately, "Help!" Realizing what was happening, Della was trying to come to Megan's assistance. Her door was locked and she couldn't for the life of her figure out how to open the damned thing. She adjusted the mirror and lowered her window, but none of the buttons she pressed seemed to have the desired effect. She pawed at the lock itself with her thick fingers, but the knob was too narrow and embedded too deeply into the door. She could feel the growl beginning to grow deep down in her chest as the frustration and helplessness continued to build. Alec, too, was unable to immediately come to Megan's rescue. He was trying to extricate himself from his position, but he was not having much more luck than Della. He wiggled right and left, but he had so wedged himself in the narrow opening that he was finding it nearly impossible to pull himself free. His struggling and squirming was in fact cutting nasty gashes into his sides as he struggled. Claire, too, tried to lift herself from her position. She was having the best luck, but she was also the least likely to be able to deliver Megan any help. Claire got herself onto her aching elbows and was finding it difficult to do anything more. She could almost see Megan, but she was unfortunately of no assistance beyond being a witness. Megan was completely on her own for the moment, which was her worst fear. She didn't like being alone under normal circumstances before the apocalypse. She typically craved company to feel secure. Since their world had so drastically changed, Megan made it a point of never being far from others. She hated how exposed and afraid isolation made her feel. And lying on the ground outside the truck, she couldn't have been more alone. She was fighting for her life with little hope of anyone arriving to deliver her from the tight spot in which she found herself. Swallowing her fear, she grasped onto the reality that if she had any hope of staying alive, it was up to her to fight. Unfortunately, fighting was something in which she had neither experience nor skill. She kicked with her feet and pushed with her hands and arms, but she did so without coordination and therefore without much effect. Sometimes her foot found its target and bought her a little room to maneuver, and sometimes her foot and leg became more entangled with her attackers. Megan finally got what appeared to be a break and pushed the snapping attacker closest to her face backward and away for a moment. With the weight across her temporarily lifted, she pulled herself on her backside out of the knot of legs and arms. Her breaths were coming so rapidly and so shallowly, she was flirting with hyperventilating, but she scooted herself regardless. In her blind haste, she neglected to see the bared teeth descending toward her exposed left hand and arm. Della was frantically pulling on the door handle when she heard the scream. Like an icy dagger, Megan's shriek stabbed each of them sitting in the truck. Della had heard that scream many times in the past, and too many times much too recently for comfort. And now she was hearing it from that pretty red-headed girl, who was so nice to them kids. She didn't deserve it any more than any of them folks back at the hotel. But that was just how it was these days. As if Megan's painful howls were the divining rod for the lock control, she looked over and hit the right button finally. She spilled out of the truck like a dark, threatening wave and diffused around the truck toward the fatally wounded girl. Della grunted deeply as she went to work. She had a garden hatchet in her left hand and a tire iron in her right, both of which she used to great effect. In a handful of swings, she had dispatched Megan's assailants, removing scalps and collapsing skulls. With the two devils no longer moving and the immediate vicinity clear of any more of them, Della was finally free to pull the motionless bodies from the young woman. Once the gray-skinned husks were moved aside, Della could see the damage they had wrought on this once vibrant young woman. Megan's left wrist, mangled with freshly chewed gore, pumped out a steady pool of crimson, though the current was dissipating as her heart struggled to find enough blood to fill her veins. Her face, normally as white as talc, was fading to an opaque shade of gray-blue, making her eyes shimmer all the more. They looked as if they were crackling with electric charge, they were so blue. Her neck and shoulder had also been chewed, but the real damage was to her wrist. Della realized there was nothing she could do for this girl except provide her with comfort and prepare her for the final journey. Della searched her memory and found an ancient culling song she'd heard her mother sing a lifetime ago, whenever the woman set about butchering a chicken or some other barnyard animal. Hearing her mother's voice from the past, Della began to hum the resonating low tune. She stroked the young woman's red hair and held her right hand. Megan was confused by what had happened and what was happening. Much of the attack was a blur, and most of her pain had been dulled by the surge of endorphins her adrenal gland had pumped into her blood. She could guess the reason for the sadness in Della's eyes, but she couldn't be sure whether it was for her or not. She was unable or perhaps unwilling to connect all of this to herself. She just couldn't believe that she had been bitten. Was that what happened? Am I going to become one of those things? She wasn't ready to die, but she certainly wasn't ready for what came next. She looked up at Della. "Neil," she said softly, struggling to find enough breath to form any words, but she forced herself to continue. "Neil won't be able to. You're going to have to. Don't let me." Her eyes flooded with tears, choking her words to unintelligible mumbles. A spasm shook her body as shock began to ripple through her extremities. Della held her hand and continued to hum the culling song, seeking to connect with its wisdom and its peace. Megan's grip tightened for a few seconds and her legs began to work in feverish jerks. Her dying body was struggling to hold the scant few seconds of life still within reach. And then her legs went slack, and her hand limp, as her final breath escaped from between her lips. By this time, both Alec and Danny had joined Della. Both boys were crying as they watched Megan's life pass before them. Della sat there motionless for a breath or two, but realized she had very limited time in which to work. Some of the things were back on their feet in just minutes, while others took longer, or so she had heard. There was no telling what to expect. She said to Alec, "Steve, why don't you take the other boy on around the other side of the truck? I gotta do something she asked me to take care of." "What?" Danny asked through his sniffles and tears. "What are you gonna do?" "I gots to do what I gots to do. You go on round t'other side for just a quick second. Go on now." Once the boys were out of sight, Della removed from her boot a long, narrow, pointed instrument that resembled Satan's knitting needle. She kissed Megan's cooling forehead and drove the stainless steel tool into the dead woman's ear. Once in significantly deep, Della gripped the rubberized handle and swiveled the pike forcefully until she was satisfied the gray matter inside would not harbor any remnants of the infection. She withdrew the slick, glistening needle from the wound, wiped it generously on one of the other body's jackets, and then put it back in her boot. She looked around with the eyes of an inmate to make sure the coast was still clear.
"Okay, boys, y'all can come back over here."
Della looked down at the still motionless woman. The hole she created was well disguised and hidden by its placement through Megan's ear. Most of her blood had already seeped from her body, so the new wound on Megan's head was virtually blood-free. Della was satisfied that Megan's last wish had been granted. It was the least she could do for the dying girl, and more than most could expect. 25. There was nothing that could be done by the time Neil and Jerry came running back out from their foray ahead. He didn't see Megan lying on the ground at first, but when he did, Neil broke into a full sprint. He stopped cold about 5 feet from her supine form. He was having a hard time bringing himself to close the distance, both physically and emotionally. Despite Della's best efforts at arranging the corpse to appear as natural as possible, Megan was still just a corpse. Neil didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't appear to even breathe, and he may not have been. He scarcely had any more animation than did Megan. The bat clutched in his right hand seemed to fall to the road of its own accord, its clanging metallic voice punctuating the silence all the more. Neil seemed to be incapable of anything at the moment. The fact that he was still on his feet was astonishing. Every fear, every anxiety, every painful failure in his life came screaming back at him in his mind. The cacophony of accusing voices drowned out all the other stimulus around him. He focused on Megan's legs because he couldn't force his eyes to look at her face. Perhaps, in his mind, he was trying to convince himself that if he didn't acknowledge her death, then maybe it wouldn't be real. The periphery of Neil's vision clouded and became opaque, as if he were gazing through a frosty, icy window. The masking distortion also impacted his hearing as well. Voices muted and slowed, floating around him in an unintelligible soup. Almost blind and nearly deaf, Neil was forced to endure that moment as a statue. Emma and D.B. emerged next and walked briskly toward the gathering crowd. Emma could see legs and feet on the road, but nothing more. She could, however, see from Neil's slouched and defeated body language that it was someone special on the ground, and she was quick to surmise who it likely was. She walked up and stood next to Neil but said nothing. She sighed deeply as she looked down on her friend's lifeless body. Megan seemed to be at peace, though her end had been met violently. After a few quiet moments, Emma slipped her arm around Neil's slouched shoulders and led him over to the truck. Claire, conscious again but still lying down in the truck bed, was leaning over the side of the truck despite the pain in her back and shoulder. She was sobbing quietly. Through her sniffling, she said,
"I am so sorry, Neil. I tried, but I couldn't. I wanted to help her. I just couldn't. Oh, God, I'm sorry, Megan."
She looked at Megan's cooling corpse and burst forth a loud, painful, sorrowful wail. Neil abruptly halted and resisted Emma's efforts to move him forward. He looked at Claire's concerned, watery expression and was momentarily confused about her comment. In fact, he was struck with short-term amnesia that robbed him of any memories from the moment he climbed out of the truck. He didn't remember navigating his way through the packed automobiles or dispatching the lone zombie. He couldn't remember the scream he and Jerry had heard that had drawn them back to the others. It had all vanished from his thoughts as if none of it had happened. He was lost in the exact moment in which he stood and couldn't remember why he was standing there in the road. In his doubt and confusion, Neil once again allowed himself to be led to the open driver's side door. He sat heavily and exhaled a long, deep breath that reached out beyond all of them. The sigh ventured blindly into the past, and hopefully into the future, seeking understanding and sympathy. It sought answers to questions that had been asked thousands of times by millions of voices, but never satisfied. And just as in every case in the past, the sigh came back empty-handed, but sorry. With nothing else to do, Neil lowered his face into his hands, drew in a deep, full breath, and screamed to the world a resounding and echoing, "Fuck!" 26. Kneeling next to Megan's body, Neil asked no one in particular, "Can someone get me the shovel?" Anyone could have asked it, but Jerry was the first to actually say, "What?" I said, "Bring me the shovel." Shaking his head doubtfully, DB remarked,
"What are you planning to do, boss?"
"Well, what do you think I'm going to do?" Jerry shot back at Neil. "This is a bad idea, man." "She deserves to be buried. I gotta do it." Jerry hated to have to argue the point with Neil, but it needed to be done. He typically trusted Neil and his instincts, but this was different. They weren't safe, not yet. Megan's dying only illustrated that point all the more. They'd created an opportunity, a window, and now they needed to make the most of it. They needed to get away. They were so close to the end of the road and next steps. They couldn't afford to stall for even a moment. "Neil, please," Jerry begged. "It's just not practical." Neil's mood had remained largely flat. His voice was smooth and steady, if a little empty. Like an echo of an echo, the words were all there, but there was virtually no human emotion. He said, "It's not about practicality. Not this time, anyway. It's about doing what's right." DB countered,
"The ground is frozen, Neil. It's not even about what's right, it's about what's possible."
Neil considered this last point before speaking again. DB was probably right. Neil remembered in the past talking with a coworker one winter about a dying relative. He remembered her saying that they were going to have the service but would have to wait until the spring to bury the body. Regardless of the wisdom, he had to try. "Please, someone bring me the shovel." Emma had heard enough. She stormed the handful of steps to the truck and retrieved the spade. She spun around and threw it toward Neil, the tool's gravelly voice along the pavement, causing all of them to cringe in surprise. She shouted, "There! Take the damn thing! Go dig a goddamn hole for the both of you!" Neil looked at her, confused and stung. Everyone else had been calm and rational, trying to help Neil see their way. He was taken slightly aback by Emma's abrupt and loud reaction. Try as he might, he wasn't able to build any steam for any emotions. With a defeated demeanor and sad eyes, Neil protested, "It's what's right. She deserves." He trailed off, realizing his argument was both already anticipated and pointless. He was trying to apply the morality of a world that no longer existed. He breathed deeply. "I don't expect any of you to understand, but it's just something that I gotta do." Della had heard about all she was going to be able. She stood and walked slowly over to the truck. Her voice was low, just a decibel above a whisper. "You folks, you act like there ain't never been no suffering before any of this. There's some people that's all they know. Their mother gave them a life and the world been taken from them ever since. You think slaves used to sing them old work songs 'cause they liked the melodies? They sang 'cause it was all they could do to make this cruel old world a little more livable. They never talked about what was right. All they talked about was what was real and what was now. Look at all you now, bitching and crying 'cause the truth about what this world gots to offer is finally being shown to y'all. There ain't been no surprises to me since all this started. Y'all are hurtin', and that much is true. God decided he was gonna test us today is all. It's up to us how we gonna face that test."
Della fell into humming another deep, resonating tune from her chest. She flashed her luminous topaz eyes at her audience and then turned her back to them again to finish the short walk back to the truck. Neil pleaded, "I can't just leave her here. Not like this. Not in the middle of the road. I just can't."
Jerry offered, "Come on, I'll help you move her over there, under that tree."
Neil and Jerry moved Megan's body with as much care as possible. It wasn't very sensible to allow the corpse to continue to wear its boots, coat, and any other usable item, but that was exactly what they did. The two men stood there under the tree for a few minutes. There was no one near to them, therefore there was no one near enough to hear the two of them speak. He asked quietly, "Do you think there is a chance that any of us are going to survive this?" Jerry conjured up his best daytime talk show host voice.
"That's just the grief talking."
"Maybe, but it's an honest question. Death has a way of cutting away all the layers that don't matter so that we can talk about what does. We can wonder about things going back to the way they were, or maybe even being better somehow. We can talk about the lessons that we could learn so that we can be better prepared for something like this in the future. But really, the only question that matters right now is whether or not we can survive. And by we, I'm talking about us, right here. The most important people to me in the whole world now are standing right here on this road, and their survival and mine is really all that matters to me. So what do you think? Can any of us make it through?" Jerry glanced around at the sad-looking trees and the gray sky. He looked over his shoulder at the rest of the group and at the devastation evident with all of the abandoned cars and trucks sitting idle on the road. Finally, he looked down at Megan, who was in peaceful repose at his feet. After taking all of that in, Jerry said only,
"Neil, I got nothing for you. I can't somehow give meaning to any of this, and to think anyone can is just naive. It's also something that you should know can't be done. Neil, man, I can't begin to tell you how sorry we all are, and not just for you. We all lost Megan. Have you thought how Jules feels? Megan had become a bit of a mother to her. I wish I could make it all stop hurting, but we both know that just isn't possible. What I can say with certainty is that we need you and your judgment so that we don't all end up the same. Think about how much you needed Megan, and then multiply that by all of us, and that's how much we need you. I'm sorry that I have to say this to you, but you really don't have the luxury of being selfish and feeling sorry for yourself. And after something like this happens, we'll likely need you all the more."
Neil allowed a defeated chuckle to creep from his chest, and he said with a smile, "You might want to stay away from Hallmark, my friend. They don't typically like their cards to be so damned honest."
"Just trying to do my part."
As he turned to walk back up to the truck and the others still waiting, Neil said, "Getting past this will be a little easier with your help, my friend. Thanks." Neil said it, but he didn't feel it. Other than nauseous, Neil wasn't quite certain what he was feeling. He was still reeling from Dr. Caldwell's death, and now this. Standing alone now, Neil knelt next to Megan. He pulled away the jacket he and Jerry had laid across her peaceful face. He lowered his forehead to her chin and let the tears, as powerful and sudden as a flash flood, spill onto her neck. The warm, salty droplets breathed steam as they coursed down her cold skin. He pressed his cheek to hers and whispered, "Good night, sweetheart. Pleasant dreams." Before he pulled away from her, he confessed, "I'm gonna miss you." 27. He counted the tick marks on his pocket-sized notepad and then looked through the binoculars again. He took his time, doing his level best to count everyone. Each time he came up with the same number: 5 adults and at least 5 children.
He was unable to see clearly into the tinted windows of the big silver truck, but he was fairly certain there could be only 5 kids. There was only so much room in the truck's back seat. He was satisfied that his count was accurate. His keen eyes had never failed him. He returned the lightweight but powerful binoculars to the hard case attached to his belt. He was draped in a single-piece camouflage zippered hunting suit that resembled a woodland-colored snowsuit. Across his waist, chest, and back, he wore military-style web gear holding a 2-way radio, combat knife, sidearm, and other odds and ends needed to complete his mission. Over his shoulder hung his vintage but well-maintained Armalite AR-15 assault rifle, which was the original design copied by the mass-produced M16 for the United States military. The assault rifle, which he had obtained many years ago, was a source of pride for him. It was a well-maintained and perfectly functioning weapon from yesteryear, and it was his. He had watched from his hiding spot quite some distance down the road as the woman standing beside the truck had been attacked and killed by a pair of the Skins, the name he had given to the undead. His first instinct was to use the scope on his rifle to sight and then take down the 2 monsters before they struck, but he was under strict orders not to reveal himself. A couple of months prior, he would probably have not thought twice about helping that girl. He had plenty of time. It wasn't like the things were stealthy at all. Stupid Skins weren't even as smart as bugs or spiders. He'd seen cows that acted with more intelligence as they were being led to slaughter. They would have been a pair of easy kills, but it wasn't to be. The 2 things must have been further off the road than the large group that had formed on the pavement. Watching his big silver truck plow into and through the gathering crowd was great. He liked watching that a lot. It was like demolition derby or some other loud, destructive, and fun activity about which all the liberal sissies complained. But they had missed those 2, who just walked down the road after those other folk decided to venture into the traffic jam. He couldn't figure out for the life of him why they had done that. They should never split their forces in unknown territory. It was just common military sense. It was sad that something so apparent to him and not by these other people could result in such a tragic result. He couldn't figure out how they were able to get to the pretty redhead so easily. How is it that he could see them and she couldn't? Did she not know to keep her guard up at all times? He kept waiting for her to turn around or for someone else in the truck to see them. They just got closer and closer until it was too late. He watched her get pulled away from the truck and onto the ground. Watching through the binoculars made it almost feel like he was watching it all unfold on his television or on a computer screen. It wasn't easy, but it helped that it felt as if it was like he wasn't really there or something. The sensory disconnect likely made it much easier for him to be a passive spectator and stick to his job and his orders. His job was very simple. He was to seek out anything on the road, gather intelligence, and then report that information back to the colonel, or, in this case, the colonel's lieutenant, Carter, who decided what to do about it. He wasn't on a seek and destroy mission, nor was he on a mercy mission to help folks in trouble. That point was made very clearly to him before he left on any of his excursions. Their enclave had limited resources as it was, which was the primary reason for his current foray. And so he watched, as the woman was caught off guard and brought down by the beasts. He also watched the furious response by the large black woman. She was vicious, if a little slow, and not to be taken lightly. She kicked the hell out of the 2 Skins in no time at all. When the other folks started to show up, he used that as his opportunity to count everyone. Nothing like a little tragedy to bring everyone out and make them oblivious to his watching. He'd seen it all before and knew that such an event would have all of them letting their guard down a little. It was a dangerous time for groups like the one he was currently tracking. But that wasn't his concern. No, he was primarily focused on watching, counting, and recording. His name was Melton Mel Taranto. He was a corporal in the Alaska Freedom Militia, formed and stationed on the Kenai Peninsula. He was chosen for this mission because he was good at it and could be trusted to follow the colonel's explicit orders. He was a hunter and a tracker, both of which he loved, but he had always preferred the tracking part of it. It really had nothing to do with killing animals or anything else, for that matter. He craved the challenge, immersing himself in the nominally foreign environment and outwitting thousands of years of survival instincts. He conceded to some that it was as much about ego as anything else, the admission to which did nothing to diminish his joy in the hunt. He was finishing his reconnaissance when a sound behind him caught his attention. He thought it sounded like footsteps, uncoordinated and sloppy. As he spun around swinging his razor-sharp hand axe, he thought to himself, "Fucking skins never learn not to fuck with me." The axe's silver-tipped blade cut the air as easily as it did the hungry beast's skull. Mel barely took the time to register the creature's features. He didn't pause to see if it was once a man or a woman. He didn't care that its frame was bone-thin and that most of its clothes had been shredded and torn from its body. None of this mattered to him because it wasn't part of his mission. He kept himself focused on the task at hand, which was at present to get himself and the information he had collected back to the base on the Kenai. He needed to regroup with the rest of the long-range patrol. Quickly scanning all around himself for any other flesh-eaters, Mel ran down the slope and got onto his mountain bike. He rode away silently, leaving the grieving group behind without a clue that they had been watched in the first place. Their not knowing, Mel hoped, would be their undoing. 28. The grief was so overwhelming that Neil was finding it difficult to feel anything at all. He was surprisingly unemotional, although neither he nor anyone else felt his lack of expression was a good thing. The only thing Neil was missing was a burning fuse or a ticking timer counting down to the inevitable explosion. He was scaring even himself. Search as he might, there was no remorse, no regret, and, surprisingly, no tears to be found. Just steps away from her still cooling body, he was already missing Megan, but his longing did not produce the anticipated sorrow. He just continued to walk, putting more and more distance from the only person he had allowed himself to love in a very long time. They had no choice but to abandon the truck temporarily as they picked their way through the tangle of automobiles. Emma and DB led them over the route they had scouted. There were fewer larger vehicles along the path, and, having been checked and scouted already, everyone appeared to be a little calmer. Jerry was helping Claire, who was struggling to both walk and breathe. Danny and Alec were walking with their rifles at the ready, looking almost like a pair of boys playing war. Jules, meanwhile, was becoming quite the little mother to Nicky and Paul. She led the two of them and warned them not to get too close to the cars on either side, and to watch in the windows in case of them. She didn't want anything to happen to either of them, after all. Jules appeared to be coming out of a shell and re-engaging with all of them. Many of them had caught Jules smiling and even giggling recently, both of which were welcome changes. Since Alec had reappeared, her mood change seemed to be accelerating more. She seemed much more comfortable and secure. She spoke more and always had a story to tell to the younger kids. Jules was clearly in her element and thriving in it. Megan's death had quieted her somewhat, but she was still mothering and protecting the younger kids. She was careful to keep all of them well behind Neil. She knew Neil was sad. She was sad, too. She really liked Megan, who always made certain she and Danny were warm on cold nights and had plenty to eat. She was a very nice lady and awfully special to Neil. Jules wished there was something she could do, but no ideas were forthcoming. Instead, she just thought it was best that she and the other kids stay out of Neil's way. It's probably what her mother would have told her if her father was having a bad day. And thinking like that only made her miss her mom and dad. She was teased with a little guilt about not having cried for the loss of her parents. She missed them terribly and was sad that she would never see them again, but the true revelation of their fates over a long stretch of time being largely pieced together by what others said around her had softened the news of their deaths. She sighed heavily and looked over at her brother and Danny. What a pair. Two boys trying their utmost to be young men. Even to young Jules, the disparity between their perception of themselves and reality was evident. Of course, this wasn't unique to Alec and Danny. The circumstances, however, made the transformation much more necessary. Jules, too, was being expected to abandon much of what it was to be a child. Most of this was lost on Jules and the boys. The new expectations of them were simply the consequences of their new reality. When Jules looked at her brother and Danny, she still saw two boys with whom she liked to play. It just seemed they didn't have many opportunities to play these days. Further up the road, a large Grey Line tour bus was partially in and partially out of a ditch. The behemoth was not quite on its side, but it was listing badly due to its position and threatening to capsize at any moment. In losing control, the driver had laid its weight across the road, effectively blocking anything but travel by foot to both the Begich Boggs Visitor Center and the tunnel leading to Whittier. The long-ago accident involved several cars and a panel truck as well, all of which were snarled both in front of and behind the stuck mass transit vehicle in a tangled impasse. Hence the reason for all the vehicles packed so tightly together on the road behind them. Several cars had attempted to drive around the roadblock, but had become stuck in the soft, damp earth to either side of the road. There they sat in frozen mud up to and above, in some instances, the vehicle's wheel wells, extending the obstruction for several feet and apparently ending any other attempts by motorists to skirt the blockage. The bus was like a great barrier wall separating one world from the next. Anything, absolutely anything, could have been on the other side, and there was only one painfully obvious way to find out what awaited them. And given the extraordinary times through which they were all living, the possibilities were simply frightening to all of them. The paralyzing fear stopped their progress dead in its tracks. No one was willing to commit to taking the plunge. There were no heroes standing on that seemingly deserted, cold highway in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. They were just tired and hungry people, flirting with helplessness and hopelessness. They looked each to the other, searching for willing eyes, waiting for someone to propel them forward. There was no such will amongst them. This revelation to Neil elicited a weary and defeated smile. He muttered to no one in particular, "I guess I'll go have a look. If anything." He cut short his directive. It was unnecessary and understood. It was also just as likely to be ignored as followed, so there was little point. "Can, someone help me up onto the side of the bus? The slant seems like it's maybe climbable. Probably a little safer from there in case." "Well, can someone give me a lift?" Jerry lowered Claire to the ground, using the side of a car against which to prop her. He and DB knelt with intertwined fingers, each making a stirrup for Neil to step up, and they would lift him even further. From his perch, Neil took just a moment to survey the area immediately in front of them, and he said after a few words, "Yeah, I think it's safe." And that was all he said. But he smiled, indicating that it was at least, as he said, safe. Cautiously, they rounded the bus and picked their way over the now frozen, deep, muddy ruts around the bus's front end. Feeling like astronauts about to behold the dark side of the moon, they didn't know entirely what to expect. One could almost hear their collective breath being held in anticipation. On the blind side, there was nothing. Well, nothing was a bit of an exaggeration. There were more empty parking spots than there were cars. There was garbage, some of which was stirring in the gathering breeze. There were also what appeared to be two empty buildings. Closer to where they were standing sat a small retail shop doing its best to resemble a residential home and not a business. There was an unlit and silent neon open sign in the window next to the door and a bygone Daily Specials sign lying on its side. It was in front of the nearer building where most of the refuse was amassed. Empty cardboard boxes, swirling plastic shopping bags, discarded styrofoam coffee cups, and some odd and end scraps of cloth from blankets or clothing. There was ample evidence of people having been there, but no people currently. Nor were there any Zeeks or evidence of them, especially, of course, the empty desolation left in their consuming wake. A little further away was the Begich Boggs building. It sat there with its modern, efficient design and looked out over the frigid Portage Lake. The building's lines were rigid and straight, with no frivolous angles or superfluous shapes. The gray stone facade resisted all mirthful attempts by its silver metal trim, electing to instead drape the silver with a muted matte finish. The building was not ugly, but was instead a vision of engineered efficiency. The only zombie they could see in the entire area was near the larger building. It was a man in a former life. He was wearing casual clothes, a green Alaska sweatshirt and blue jeans. His skin, like the other undead they had encountered, was fast becoming a deathly gray pallor and blending into the dark hue of Portage Lake behind him. He wasn't moving or exhibiting any other signs that there was a suggestion of life to his limbs. He appeared to be as animated as a stone monument dedicated to days gone by, just waiting outside the main entrance to the visitor center as if his party would join him in the parking lot at any moment. He seemed to be oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. To Neil, the creature was pitiful. He couldn't imagine being any more alone, like a dog waiting in vain at the door for its deceased master to return home from work. It merely stood and watched and waited. Neil found himself feeling conflicted. Perhaps it was Megan's death or Dr. Caldwell's death, or there were just so many deaths for which he felt at least partially responsible and indelibly connected. His sadness ran very deep, so deep that he was barely able to sense it. With all the death that seemed to hover around him and his thoughts, he couldn't help but succumb to the existential acceptance of his plight. And that acceptance only made him feel pity for the beast that stood so close to the building and yet so far from his stolen humanity. Neil wondered as he looked at the pitiful creature who had once been a son, a husband, a father, and perhaps more, if there was any more hope for him to hold on to his fading humanity than there was for an infected victim. He was seriously beginning to doubt his fate. And up on the side of the bus still, Neil finally began to cry for Megan. He realized that he was likely crying as much for himself as he was for her, but his silent tears felt refreshing, felt human. The salty drops filled his eyes as he thought back on the weeks he had spent with Megan. He remembered that hectic first morning at the Fred Meyer and seeing her for the first time. He didn't think about the reason for his being there or the terror from which he was running. He only thought about talking to her and remembered how glad he was that it was Megan who had drawn the short straw and was working the early shift that morning. He envisioned the long nights of talking and sharing their lives with one another in the house in South Anchorage. But he couldn't hear the moaning from the undead outside or their horrific smell anymore. Neil was tortured with the memory of their first kiss, and how sweet and perfect it was, despite its awkwardness. This last remembrance brought a smile to his face. He removed his glove and touched his chapped lips softly with his cold finger, as if doing so might somehow help the memory to become more real. He exhaled a long, cleansing breath and wiped the tears from his eyes. He knew that the pain would not recede, not yet, anyway. Like the tides, the waters of his grief would ebb when it was time to do so, and not before. Anyone who claimed to have control over those powerful emotions was kidding himself and had never actually felt true sorrow. Neil whistled quietly to get Jerry's attention.
There is one Zeke over by the visitor center. I think he's alone, but let's keep sharp just in case.
Jerry was no fool. He could see Neil's struggle. He asked, "You okay, my friend?" Neil smiled and looked up at the morose sky, but said nothing.
29.
The fading afternoon light yielded to the mixed advances of evening and a gathering drizzle. By morning the rain had become a blowing and growing snowstorm. It was obvious to all of them that winter was set to pounce. Though the cold was pervasive, it was somewhat mitigated by the four walls and solid roof of the shop, in which they had elected to stay for the night. Those base comforts, unfortunately, were all that remained to be had. All the food, including even condiments, had been eaten. The furniture had all been broken down and burned for heat, and the toilet, much to Emma's disappointment, yielded no toilet paper and a mess so aggressive that none of them dared to go inside. They were, however, mostly dry and not nearly as cold as they would be if they had been forced to sleep outside. That first morning, as early as they dared, Emma and Jerry wandered out into the gusting white. They had decided the need to eliminate the ghoul stalking near them was enough of a priority to justify venturing out into the storm. As they were leaving, Neil, sitting silently and motionless in a dark corner, caught both of their eyes. He rasped from the shadows, "Make it quick, okay?" Emma smiled, and Jerry nodded, but neither spoke. Once outside, Jerry said to Emma, "I'm real worried about Neil. He's taking this awfully hard. I mean, I get it, but—" Wincing against the blowing wind and snow, Emma said, "I think you should be worried. We all should be. We've all expected so much from Neil, and he's always delivered and been willing to step up for us when no one else was. But losing Megan is going to take a lot out of him. Believe me when I say that I know where he's coming from." "Yeah, I know." Jerry was going to ask how Emma was doing, considering Dr. Caldwell's death was still only a handful of days in the past. But Emma spoke first. "No, I don't think you do. Megan wasn't just a girlfriend to Neil. I'm not sure what you would call her after all the changes to what we call a normal life. No, Neil had been kicked so hard by life in the past that all he knew was how to be down, how to be depressed and lower his expectations for what life had to offer. He had given up on himself and his world. Megan changed all that. Megan gave him a reason to care and to want to be alive when it probably would have been just as easy to not be. For Neil, Megan was his renewed belief, and with her gone now, that belief has been rocked once again. I don't know if Neil is going to be able to find a new reason to keep going, and if we keep leaning on him the way we have, well, I just don't know that we'll still be able to, I guess." Their discussion came to an abrupt end when they beheld the ghoul. It appeared as if he hadn't even moved from where he stood the previous day. The weather didn't seem to have the slightest effect on him. He was still waiting for whatever had stood him in that position in the first place. As opposed to Neil, who saw sadness and loneliness when he looked at this particular creature, Jerry saw only a monster. He understood Neil's current sentimentality given his recent loss, but Jerry was not equally affected. He didn't hesitate. He hefted his trusted rifle to his shoulder, took aim through his scope at his target's head, and fired. The echoing report surprised Neil. He reached over for the shotgun leaned in the corner next to him. He hadn't expected Jerry and Emma to shoot the Zeke, so the gunshot did raise an alarm in his head. When the first shot was not followed by a second, his concern retreated. Given the weather conditions outside, it may have just been a prudent decision by Emma and Jerry to not approach the monster and give it an opportunity to surprise them. Obviously, the gunshot caught others' attention as well. D.B. hurried to the front door and looked out, confused, into the empty parking lot in front of the building. Duke was right there alongside him, as usual. The dog's hearing was weak enough that he likely did not hear the thunderclap from the rifle, but D.B.'s urgent movement had caught his attention. Duke stood at the door as ready as any senior citizen might be for whatever was on the other side, which had caught his owner's ear. Neil spoke softly, scarcely more than a whisper. "It's Emma and Jerry doing some house cleaning near the lake." Without looking back, D.B. asked,
"They getting that thing over by that big building, then?"
"Yeah."
"Probably a good idea. Can't have it sneaking up on us. We seen any more of 'em?"
Neil was slow to respond, perhaps a product of DB's meandering and unhurried speech pattern. Finally, Neil said, "He's the only one so far, but we all know how that goes. Kind of like finding a shrew running along the floorboards in your house. Where there's one, there's bound to be others." DB asked,
"So, what's the plan now?"
Confused, Neil said, "I'm not following you." DB shifted his position so he could see out the window and into other parts of the empty lot in front of him. He said, again, without looking at Neil or increasing the speed of his diction,
"We still going to try for Whittier?"
"I don't see why not. What's to stop us now? It's just on the other side of the mountain." DB, his eyes never looking away from the outside, said,
"On the other side of the snow, too, now. And what about all them folks on the road that you ran down with that big ram? You think that's going to be all of them? Besides, why those people out on the road instead of the other side of the tunnel?"
Curious about DB's reasoning, Neil asked, "I still don't think I'm following you. Doesn't that mean the tunnel is probably closed? Isn't that a good thing? Whittier could be clear. It may actually be what we hoped for. Something might finally work out for us. What could be wrong with that?" When DB answered, he finally turned to face Neil.
"Don't you see? If that tunnel is closed to them, it's closed to us, too."
To this, Neil rose to his feet. He grabbed his shotgun, checked his pockets for more shells, but then thought better of it and grabbed his still full and heavy backpack. He zipped his heavy coat tight and donned his black, tight-fitting stocking cap. As he readied himself, he muttered with concern, "Jesus, you may be right. What the hell are we gonna—" Neil started to exit the same back door through which Jerry and Emma had gone. "Danny." The boy appeared from another room, still yawning and stretching his arms above his head. Looking Danny firmly in the eyes, Neil said to him, "Keep an eye on things for me, will you?" Danny smiled and nodded with his entire body, enthusiastically agreeing despite the sleep that still clung to his eyes.
"You can count on me."
Danny glanced at DB, wondering if he and Duke might be a part of the command, but quickly deduced that the directive was strictly meant for him. DB and Duke wandered off, returning from where they had come without another word. Neil and Danny watched the two older gentlemen as they plodded out of sight. "I know, Danny. I just wanted to. Watch out for Jules, okay?" Neil didn't wait for an answer. He was out the door and into the weather without another word. Danny was confused by Neil's display and his disposition. Regardless, he was going to do whatever Neil asked of him. Seeking a source to center his focus, he laid his hands across the small pistol in his zippered jacket pocket and gave his awareness a jolt of energy. And like the first swallow from a strong energy drink or even stronger cup of coffee, he felt his eyes open wide and his senses become alert. He looked at the closed door a bit longer for no reason other than savoring the moment. He broke his trance and floated into the room where Claire, Jules, Nicky, and Paul were all still sleeping. Della was there too, humming a quiet tune and working her hands rhythmically in front of her. If she had yarn and needles, she would have been knitting. As it was, she was simply turning and twisting her hands into a swirling vortex of fingers and palms. Danny surveyed the room itself, measuring any vulnerabilities the way he assumed Neil would do. In so doing, he realized Alec was absent, though he had been in the room the night before. He whispered to himself, "Where's Alec?" Without looking up, Della answered, either unaware of or disinterested in the rhetorical nature of the query.
"Steve? He like to sleep alone when he can. He probably found a closet or something to sleep in. I guess he just got used to being alone 'fore he found Steve out on the road. Some people get into those kind of habits and they just can't shake 'em, you know?"
Della's using the moniker Steve as a name for every male she encountered forced a level of confusion into every interaction with her. Having heard Alec's story, though, Danny figured Della meant that Alec probably got accustomed to sleeping alone in the tight spaces for security before he encountered DB and Duke. He acknowledged Della's comment and then quietly sat next to her below the window that was providing a stark, dull glow in the room. Della, her eyes ever fixed on her twisting hands, asked calmly,
"You worried about Steve going out by himself?"
"Yeah," was all Danny could manage. It suddenly felt like he was talking to his Sunday school teacher, who was a very proper and strict man at his church. Whether Danny had more to say or not was immaterial. His brain found itself unwilling to venture into multisyllabic territory, let alone into multiple-word responses. That's not to say that either Della or his teacher were bad or angry or intimidating. Well, intimidating was perhaps a fair description, but it wasn't rooted in fear. Danny simply, in both cases, inferred from their dispositions that short, directed responses were what was needed and expected. Della adjusted the phantom yarn and began to work her phantom needles into a new pattern. She said without the slightest rise in her inflection or emotion,
"That Steve, he a smart one. If, that is, he don't forget where or who he is."
Danny felt like he was talking to Yoda, who spoke in riddles. He wanted to ask Della what she meant when she said that Neil needed to remember who he was. However, he didn't sense there was an opportunity to seek clarification from her at the moment. He was finding himself being drawn into her twisting hands. Watching her dark flesh whirl and spin into and around itself was mesmerizing. Danny watched the undulating vortex and listened to her deep, chesty humming until that was all he could sense. The room was no longer cold, the harsh light was forgotten, and he felt oddly at ease. Her tune filled his head and then the room with its earthy presence. The gentle purr resonated in his chest in the same way that the idling engine of his father's John Deere lawnmower did when he leaned against it. He felt the buzzing travel south until it was producing pleasant sensations for him in his genitals. He was awash in the pleasant malaise and didn't notice when he fell back into sleep, like the others in the room. Della's song continued to fill the room, hoping to hold the uncertainty and questions of the day's early light at arm's length. She hummed a tune that tempted dawn's early light out from its slumber, beckoning the day to begin. 30. Walking briskly into the blistering wind was tough. Trying to track down two friends in the same gusts while avoiding becoming someone else's hot breakfast was more than Neil had anticipated in his rush to find Emma and Jerry. He was beginning to doubt the wisdom of his snap decision until he spied the two. They were standing near the entrance to the much larger Begich Boggs Visitor Center, as if waiting for something, the same way that the zombie had been the day before. He couldn't discern what they were doing. Truth be told, it looked as if they were merely gawking spectators at the scene of a terrible automobile accident. Jerry caught sight of Neil and waved him over to them. Neil should have suspected whatever stalled their attention as long as it had was slightly breathtaking. There was a shallow hope that what they saw was good news, but Neil quickly dismissed any such expectations. Emma shot Neil a warning look as he approached, stopping Neil cold in his tracks. It wasn't going to be good, and, given their recent experiences and the nature of Emma's countenance, Neil tried to brace himself. In another time and in another life, Emma wouldn't have been able to behold such a grisly scene as casually as she was now. The cruel, heartless world through which they had been struggling as of late had muted her sensibilities such that her disgust was only superficial. She seemed incapable of internalizing anything anymore. She was afraid and perhaps a little relieved that her soul was so far removed that nothing could affect her either positively or negatively. She at once felt stronger and emptier at the same time. When Neil stepped up next to them, He first looked down at the dispatched fiend on the concrete steps. The creature was much more sympathetic from a distance. Up close, it appeared just as ghastly as Neil remembered them to be. Jerry's single bullet had wrecked about a third of its graying skull, though very little of its coagulated blood had escaped from the typically horrific wound. Inside, though, was a scene more chilling than any he had seen. The floor was literally so caked with gory mortal remains that it was impossible to determine if the floor was tiled or carpeted, or both. It looked like the semi-solid surface of a bog or a swamp, a morass of death. Picked clean of tissue, partial skeletons and miscellaneous bones were stacked one atop the other in a pitiless tableau that would have gagged both Dante and Milton and put to shame their visions of hell. Neil half expected the rust-hued skeletons to rise up and move toward them. But there was no movement, not even the slightest flutter, in the large building's wide lobby area. Any clothing that was still on or near the barren corpses had long ago been papier-mâchéd to the floor by pools of sticky, drying blood. The walls appeared as if they had been spatter-painted by an artist who worked solely in a sanguine medium. The bottom third of the walls was layered so heavily with a combination of blood and gore that the true painted color was impossible to determine unless Neil looked toward the ceiling between the irregular rust-colored splotchy patterns. The air inside moved slightly as some of the wind from the storm outside found a crack on the far side of the building and forced its way through. It was like a final gasp of rotten breath from a dying animal. To Neil, it smelled of mold and mildew, like an inoperable refrigerator whose contents spoiled long ago. While unpleasant, the smell was not nearly as rank as Neil thought it could be. Neil was transfixed with the scene. He couldn't tear his eyes away from it. The mixture of self-pity and self-loathing tormenting him had him wondering if that was how his soul and his heart looked if he were to gain a glimpse inside of himself. Bones and blood and rot. Was that all that was left of the person he once had been? Breaking the silence, Neil said flatly, "I guess it was a good decision that we stayed over there last night." Jerry and Emma both agreed with silent nods. "What possibly could have happened here?" Emma asked. "They must have gotten trapped inside somehow. But how? Is there not a back door? Why didn't any of them get out?" "Maybe they just lost the will to run anymore," Jerry suggested. "Maybe they just couldn't do it anymore. A father watched his child die. A wife watched a husband, a brother, a sister, a complete stranger. People can only take so much." Neil finally turned to face the other two.
"Not everyone's got what it takes to go on, I guess."
He paused, inviting the questions and the doubts inhabiting Emma's and Jerry's eyes, but none followed. He tried to find some emotion hidden in some forgotten recess in him somewhere, but he was unable. He could feel the pain, but it was as elusive as an eel, slipping through his every attempt. He knew that his words would sound more authentic with the emotion he knew he should be feeling, but, again, he came up empty.
"You're both right," he continued flatly. "I am having a hard time. No point in trying to deny it. Honestly, I don't think it's hit all the way yet. That's kind of how it was with my divorce, too. And when it did finally hit me, I was so far removed from it and numb from the heart up that I didn't even notice the pain. It just became the background noise of my day-to-day. I guess I had ample distractions then, too, so maybe comparing then and now isn't fair." Neil continued to speak, like a parishioner confessing his sins to a priest. Emma and Jerry merely let him ramble on, hoping for a miraculous catharsis, but realizing as he spoke that it was getting further and further away. He was insulating his emotions with his words. Finally, Emma said,
It's okay to be hurting right now, Neil. But if you're not ready, well, that's okay too. We can say all those things that we say to each other, like, we're here for you and let us know what we can do to help, and all the other bullshit that we say because we don't really know what to say. Really, there's nothing that can be said. They're just words, however sincerely they may have been intended. What you really need to know is that you don't have to go through this alone. You should know also that the rest of us are hurting too. It's only been a couple of months, but I thought of Megan as a younger sister.
Emma abruptly stopped speaking, surprised by her own comment. The realization was so sudden, so rattling, that Emma lost her train of thought, and her recent, hard-edged expression softened slightly. The acid churning in her stomach reminded Emma that, despite her best efforts to distance herself from her feelings, she wasn't totally immune from them. She resented the fresh ache in her chest as Megan's death was piled atop Dr. Caldwell's. Her eyes glistened momentarily as a wave of vulnerability found a seam in her otherwise solid veneer. She looked away from Neil and Jerry as if surveying the landscape. She drew in a deep breath and held it tightly in her chest. When she turned back to face them, her hardened exterior had returned. The tears were still there, but they were tears once again filled with anger, sorrow having already been forcefully evicted. Finally, she asked,
Neil, what brought you out here anyway?
31. Neil explained his exchange with DB and the sudden worry that prompted him to go out in the storm. And it was indeed becoming quite the storm. They were all thankful for the heavy, down-filled coats, insulated boots, and thick gloves they were wearing. The snow was beginning to collect in the lower-lying areas of the road and surrounding open ground. Small drifts were starting to form against curbs and the sides of buildings. It didn't appear as if this was going to be a dress rehearsal for winter. No, this was the start of the protracted season and all the challenges that it brought with it. Jerry asked,
So what do you think we should do?
Neil looked up at the road that lay behind the visitor center and led to the tunnel. I think we should go check it out. With the menacing M4 assault rifle clutched across her chest, Emma looked the part of a warrior babe of the apocalypse, like she was the hardened but sexy heroine of a marginal B-movie. That was how she pictured herself as she took the lead. With Jerry and Neil in tow, she crossed the slate and stone-covered ground to the main road. Feeling like the wind and snow were conspiring against her exposed cheeks and forehead, Emma winced and grimaced as if she were in the crosshairs of a maniacal sandblaster. The road immediately gave way to a long bridge that spanned Portage Creek. The couple of vehicles still on the road were scattered haphazardly across the pavement, having been abandoned suddenly by their former occupants. Neil wondered how it all had happened here. How long was it from the initial chaos erupting at Providence until it had spread its lethal reach to Portage? There were no bodies on the bridge, though if he were to look over the edge of the span, he would have seen at least one bleak corpse lying on the rock-strewn bank of the creek below. There were no lifeless bodies, but, more importantly, there also seemed to be no ravenous undead either. Neil wondered if, perhaps, it had been a day or more before the rampage reached them. Danny and Jules had told all of them that they were at a cabin near Seward, which sat quite a ways south of their present location, so maybe the caveman they had encountered had wandered north spreading his pestilence. Maybe these folks had been pinched between two spreading pockets of bad news. He doubted he would ever know. Ahead of them was a tunnel that punched a hole of a little more than a football field's length through the mountain, allowing the road to continue to the much more substantial tunnel connecting to Whittier. Despite its shorter distance, the tunnel ahead was still very dark, and the snow falling all around the opening seemed intent upon further obscuring any perspective deeper into the darkness. Peering into the gloom, barely able to discern the most rudimentary shapes of abandoned vehicles, Neil began once again to doubt their greater plan. If this tunnel was as murky as it appeared, how dark would the Anton Anderson Memorial Tunnel be, given its daunting length of over a mile? Would their flashlights do anything at all? If any Zeeks had gotten in, would he and the others be able to respond and protect one another? The answers to his questions were as shrouded in doubt as was their ultimate destination. Like a curious eye, the light at the far end of the tunnel stared back at them, beckoning them on their way. And with all the doubt and the fear percolating in their veins, the three took their first tenuous steps into the passageway. Once inside, they immediately noticed the air, while still very cool and slightly damp, was much more calm than outside on the road. Amplified slightly by the walls, their footsteps echoed all around them. His mouth as dry as the Sahara, Neil was finding it difficult to swallow. It seemed as if his eyes and nose had stolen all the moisture to be had, as both sense organs pooled and spilled fluid ceaselessly. With their flashlights lit, they could see fairly well ahead and around them, which helped immensely in curbing their anxiety. As they neared the end of the tunnel, the light coming in from the exit helped to further ease their fears, though the wind and the weather once again increased their wrath. Jerry wondered aloud.
"Where the hell are all of them?"
Emma asked with a sarcastic tone in her voice.
"You feeling lonely all of a sudden?" "No, but I mean, don't you wonder about that? We haven't been able to take 3 steps without running into them, and now they're nowhere to be seen. Where are they?"
"We can only see so far in front of us because of the turn in the road," Neil suggested soberly. "Careful what you wish for, my friend. You never know what's on the other side of the bend." Again, with her wit, Emma spat.
"Very philosophical, Neil. You thinking about putting on a toga and spending too much time alone with young boys?"
"Emma," Neil exclaimed.
"Just saying is all. Those Greek philosophers had a reputation for a few things."
"Well, stop."
"Touchy, touchy. I must have hit a nerve or something."
The humor in his voice returning, though with a touch of melancholy, Neil said, "I'm in mourning, remember? Can you cut me a little slack?" Emma shot a knowing and equally mournful smile in Neil's direction.
"You win."
Jerry said,
"Finally. I thought maybe it was going to get ugly."
"It may still," warned Neil, pointing down the road in front of them. There on the highway were 3 staggering, stumbling ghouls slowly making their way toward Emma, Jerry, and Neil. Neil was surprised by the rush of uncontrolled rage in his brain. He didn't hear Jerry ask what they should do. Instead, Neil had already dropped his heavy backpack and shotgun on the road and was running toward the trio with his aluminum bat poised and ready to swing. Surprised by Neil's sudden surge forward, Emma and Jerry were both motionless and speechless. Neil was moving so forcefully, there was no hope that either of them could possibly catch up with him. Jerry, instead, spotted another truck to his right and elected to climb into its open bed for a better vantage over Neil's shoulder. Emma released the safety on the military firearm in her hands and walked confidently behind and to the left of her berserking friend, who was even then converging on his targets. Neil plowed into them with all the fury of a tempest, striking all 3 at once. The bat hit the lone female Zeke, pulverizing her jaw and spinning her head around so that it was facing the opposite direction of her body. She tripped and fell to her knees, unable to stand on her own anymore. Neil laid the other 2 onto the ground by the driving force behind his shoulders, much the same way that a running back might cut through a line of tacklers on the gridiron. Spinning on his heels, Neil brought the bat down so hard onto one of the supine monster's skulls that it produced a ringing peal as it struck the pavement also. Ignoring the resulting vibrating buzz in his hands, Neil arced the bat down onto the remaining creature's head with a less noisy but equally damaging thud. The female creature, Her head, still twisted around awkwardly, was still on her knees, her tenuous balance lost due to her offset perspective. She patted the ground in front of her uselessly like a stunned animal, while her wrong-facing head sagged and bobbed on her broken neck. Neil, apparently unaffected by the horrible display, nudged the thing onto her side and finished her off with another violent swing. He wiped the crusty gore from his aluminum weapon onto the dirty rags wrapped around the dispatched Zeke that were once a colorful, thigh-length cardigan sweater. His chest heaving with both exertion and emotion. Neil turned to see Emma and Jerry pointing excitedly beyond him. He wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to see another pack of abominations appearing through the curtain of snow still raging around them. He counted at least 8, but there were multiple ranks, so he wasn't certain how many there actually were approaching him. Jerry wasn't willing to wait. He sighted the first head moving languidly forward through his scope and pulled the trigger without hesitating. He didn't wait to see if the bullet had found its mark, choosing instead to trust his aim and chamber another round. Emma fanned out further to the left, nearing the natural-looking rock formations forming the border along the mountainside of the road. She wanted to get a better angle from which to shoot around Neil. She was ready to shoot, but Neil was still in the line of fire. She thought to herself, "Fucking move! I can't get a shot!" Neil was, however, already going to work with the automatic pistol taken from a dead police officer some time ago. He fired 3 quick shots, bringing down 2 of the oncoming wretches, though one was able to regain his footing and start forward again. The recoil from the powerful handgun rekindled the pulsing vibrations in Neil's hand that were just beginning to fade. It wasn't a comfortable sensation, but it was a comforting sense of power to have the loud pistol continue to bark and growl. Regardless of the pistol's capable fury, feeling pressured as they continued to close on where he was standing, Neil began to give ground, which is what Emma needed him to do. Emma positioned her feet the way Dr. Caldwell had instructed her, and then began to pull the trigger on the M4. That firearm's snarl was much more metallic and industrial sounding than Jerry's hunting rifle. It was an instrument of war and produced music commensurate with its role. Flinching slightly and wincing her eyes with each pull of the trigger, Emma's initial few bursts were rushed and uncontrolled, the bullets missing their targets as much as hitting. It occurred to her that she was holding her breath and tensing up in exactly the manner about which Dr. Caldwell had warned her. Hearing his voice and his admonishments, she let out her breath slowly, reset her firing stance, and then started again. The bucking rifle created a rhythmic beat against her shoulder that helped her to concentrate. With more control, her shooting became more accurate and more conservative. She was using fewer bullets, but bringing down more targets. She allowed herself to drift into a mental zone not unlike that to which she would wander when she did transcription at Providence Hospital before the world had come to an end. She had